them on the half-yard line. And so there we go. And now we've got to be able to it flips the field. And but unfortunately we couldn't hold them down there.
Sean Payton talking about one of the big plays from yesterday's game, one of the two exciting plays that the Broncos had. And speaking of those, let's get into it. We do it every Monday here following a Broncos game, win or lose, for the final time of the season on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Alex Ryan-Emmy. It is your Broncos big play replay, and we start off with the best 2 minutes and 24 seconds that game could have offered with a 43-yard bomb.
Here's Nix going for the long ball. He's got a step on him. And the Broncos strike early with the touchdown to Franklin from 43 yards out.
Unbelievable way to start this game. Bo Nix throws a bomb, couple two-wide split set. Franklin gets lost in between
you wanna
safeties.
You want to go to the board real quick?
Coach, go to the board.
Real quick to
Let's
the board.
do it,
Let's do this, baby.
Yo.
All right, listen up, guys.
Let's go to the board.
Sean McDermott and his cover 4 defensive scheme, meaning that there's quarters coverage. Safeties are playing flat-footed. They're playing soft, pedaling, and that's exactly what Sean Payton dialed up in that 2-receiver set out of a condensed split. You see underneath in the slot receiver, Lil Jordan Humphrey runs an in route. And then outside of the in route is Troy Franklin, who wide departure releases on his way to a post route. And if you take the word post and you add the word in, you call that the pin concept. And that's exactly what Sean Payton dialed up. And that inside route, it holds that inside safety. The safety in the corner have a hard time passing off who's got the post route by Franklin. And really, nobody's got him. Bo Nix sees it, uncorks it, throws the ball, uses the big field, and the rest is history.
It was a perfect throw. Nice little drive there. 3rd and 8. Nix ends up finding Sutton in the middle of the field on a dig route. It was a little bit of a ducky ball that he threw to Cortland, but he gets the first down after excellent protection. Javonte gets a little 6-yard carry on second down. First down to set up a second and short, and that's where you get to unload a deep pass to Troy Franklin. You go up 7-0 early on this game. Down at number 38, it was pandemonium.
Electric.
Absolute pandemonium.
Sunday fun day at that point in time.
At that point, I was like, oh my God, this is going to be a shootout. This is going to be the 30-24, 34-27 game that I was expecting.
My wife and I felt like the cool kids at that moment, the Sunday brunch crowd that's enjoying their Sunday fun day. And little did we know that the coming minutes and hours would be the Sunday scaries instead of the Sunday fun day.
All right, it wasn't all bad after that because Sean Payton, we knew he couldn't do the onside kick. We knew that surprise was gone, but little did Buffalo know that Buffalo's own, Syracuse's own, Riley Dixon is a fake punt specialist. You better believe it.
The reason they're punting, Jim? The drop by Sutton on first down.
Yeah, the pass was there. Oh, a fake. Look at this. Riley Dixon completes it to Mims. Oh, what a call. Kotwika, the special teams coach, and boy, did Riley Dixon disguise that.
Did I tell you last night? He's just going to throw the ball out here because these guys turn and run. Defensive players, they're like, you're going down there. Just throw a simple out route.
Look at that throw.
Just lob it out there. Great throw, but that's Sean Payton. He needed to steal a possession. He did it with the Saints in the Super Bowl against the Colts when you could surprise onside. And I told you in our team last night, I said, he ain't going to surprise onside.
All right,
but he's going to surprise on a punt. I told you, I said, I'd be ready earlier if I was Buffalo.
Wow.
He did it.
More impressive than the fake punt is the fact that in that monologue from Tony Romo, he told Jim Nantz and the rest of America, I told you 3 different times. Like, no, you didn't. You didn't tell us. You would have done it on the air. Doesn't count when you fictitiously mention that you had a conversation the night before with Jim Nantz over tequila and wine.
We've seen Dixon do this in a Broncos uniform. My senior year at Syracuse, they were hosting, both teams were undefeated at that time. It was early on the season. I think they were both like 3-0, and LSU was 8th in the country at that time. Dixon was both the punter and the kicker that year for Syracuse, and there was like a 47-yard field goal that they had lined up for. And it was that little play where the holder flips the ball over his shoulder to the kicker who's
that's a good
running.
one. I remember that.
It was sweet. He hurdles an LSU defender.
I remember this
Gets
play, Raj.
the first down, gets up, and then fist pumps hard. And little does he know, there's an LSU Tiger sitting like 18 inches in front of him, and he socks this dude in the side of the head. That's when I knew Riley Dixon. I was like, I want that dude to be a Bronco. Lo and behold, we have him here. Beautiful pass to Marvin Mims. What a seed.
Was that the third biggest offensive play of the day for the Denver Broncos?
It was a 15-yard pass.
I think that ended up being their third longest play from scrimmage.
Did you hear what they did? So they targeted the player that was targeted on that play. I don't have his name in front of me. Missed 2 practices this week because of the birth of his child. They codenamed that play Baby Shower.
That is savage. I like Ben Kawika
Sick.
a lot.
Unreal.
Yeah.
The level of
Football guy.
that is
Certified
a football guy play.
Yeah, let's make sure that we take a young man who has had a life-altering moment in
Unreal.
his week of prep, and we'll make him remember it for all the wrong reasons. That's so good.
Ingram, is that his last name? Yeah. Dude had a kid, missed 2 practices. Kutwicko was like, "You're my guy. I see you. You're
I
in the
love that.
crosshairs right now." Unbelievable.
Those are really fun, just for the record. When you're in a special teams unit meeting, which usually has the majority of the roster in that meeting because it's a crossover offense, defense, those types of installations of like plays, that's what makes a really good special teams coordinator really loved, and the buy-in from the team, it goes through the roof when he can have a sense of humor, make something really creative that everybody's like, "Oh, we're gonna ruin this dude's day."
That's
man.
some Connor Stallion stuff
Oh, yes,
right
sir.
there.
Yes, sir.
That's some
Hey,
behind enemy lines
Kawika
stuff.
and Connor Stallions both serve this country proudly. I'll say that.
All right, special teams doing the Lord's work there, and even though that they have to punt, they down the ball inside the 1. Unfortunately, Cook rips off a 9-yard run. By the way, and I said I had a problem with this right before Cook's 9-yard run to set up, which actually was a punt for Buffalo at the end of the first half. I have an NFL rules bugaboo,
And college, it's the same.
and it is crap.
And
If
high school.
you're inside the 1 and you false start, and the ball moves 6 inches.
And you don't lose it down.
You don't lose the down. You don't lose anything. The only time that you can be really penalized in your own end zone is holding or intentional grounding, and then
Correct.
it's a safety. But outside of that, you can false start for the entirety of the game,
6 inches.
and it just moves
Yeah, it's
half the
half the
distance to the goal
distance,
the entire
however
time.
much it is.
And that is mathematically an infinite number. An infinite number. My rule change that I want to see. If you false start inside your own 1, you lose the down. Not a safety. I think that's too harsh because false starts happen all the time. If you false start inside your own 1, lose the down, ball doesn't move, stays on the 1, but now it's 2nd and 10. I think it's crap.
What would the institution of the game of football and say the league do if, because of that rule, a team just intentionally false started infinitesimally? What would you do?
Well, wouldn't the clock stop at some point?
Well, it's gonna be stopped the whole time.
Oh, the game just never.
Like
The game just
could,
never moves.
Like if somebody's a complete jerk, you could keep the game in that exact same situation. You could be first in.
Just keep the game in stasis.
Yeah, it could be in stasis forever.
It'd be unbelievable.
They could be playing right now. We could still be watching Broncos playoff football today on Monday.
Just put the YouTube trolls in there,
Seriously,
man.
what would they do? What would they do? Like, I'm sorry, my left tackle, he has a flinching problem. He has Tourette's. I can't, are you mad at me? I can't do anything about it.
Can't be mad at the guy for that. It's just a disability.
Oh my God.
All right, moving on. From great special teams plays to not great special teams plays. Coach said the game hinged on this one. It's a doink, and it's not a good one.
Can tie the game going into the locker room if he converts from 50. Here's Lutz with Dixon on the hold. And
Cover
the
your ears.
kick.
Cover your ears.
Oh, no good. Rejected off the right upright. Wow. You talk about margins you just talked about?
Yeah.
That was inches.
That was more than a doink. That was a.
That was a gong.
You got gong showed
You got
out of the
gong.
playoffs.
It's a really good drive, too, man.
Dude, it was
You get
beautiful,
the
man.
ball on your own 8. You go 8 plays, 60 yards, minute 52, 15 seconds to go, 1 timeout. You come out the right side of the pocket. It's a designed flush out for Nix, and he sends a dot, an absolute seed to Cortland Sutton. Nearly gets out of bounds, which would have been awesome because you would have had 1 shot at the end zone. Gets tackled inside the markers. You have to call the timeout. You set up Lutz. He'd been great. He'd been great all season long.
He has been. That guy you trust in that spot.
Inches.
Yeah, I felt that was the point in the game. I was at number 38, and of course, I'm trying to mansplain to everybody in my earshot about the importance of that particular miss. I said, unless the Broncos get a stop to start the second half and then go score, this game's over because of that miss. Just game theory, you can't overcome those types of misses on the road when you had a chance to go out and win that middle 8.
You end up holding Buffalo on their first possession of the second half to a field goal from just 27 yards. Beautiful sack from Allen on Allen at that point to hold them out of the end zone. It's still not out of reach at that point. It's 13-7, but unfortunately, your first possession of the second half, you go 3 and out, and then it sets up. Was it a touchdown?
At least approach it as if they're going to go for it on 4th and 1, up 6.
Well, he's not going to stay out here. Come on, motion. There you go. Get back over here.
Big play here. Trying to go up top for it.
He wants to run for it, Jim. He wants to just go get it with his legs. He's trying to find
It
the
wasn't
opening.
there, so now he's got to throw it deep to the end zone. And was that caught? Yes! Ty Johnson scrapes it off the ground, above the ground for the touchdown.
Coach, was it a catch or was it not?
I believe it was not a catch. And I think that was the play of the game because it's 4th down and 1. That is going to be a turnover on downs. You didn't give Josh Allen anything easy on that 4th down opportunity. And I just think that there was still a continuation of the process of possessing the football that happened while the ankle bone clipped the back line.
It's so odd how the boundaries of the field affect what is a catch and what's not. Because I think if that same play had happened in the middle of the field and the guy was, let's say, on his feet and a defender hits him and jars the ball loose, I bet you that's called an incomplete pass.
Correct.
And not a catch with a football move and a fumble. But for some reason, the end line and an elbow or a forearm or a calf hitting the turf ends the play in the end zone. It's a little odd to me that there are two drastically different scenarios.
I just find
for a catch.
Nowadays in the National Football League, it just feels like there is such a emphasis placed on what was called on the field. And nobody wants to overturn anything that was called on the field unless it is crystal clear.
Oh, it has to be egregious.
Because I'm gonna be honest, Marvin Mims' touchdown catch against the Bengals,
It was the same thing. I don't know if it was a touchdown.
I don't think that's a touchdown. I'm glad it is, but I watched it so many times that night when I got back from calling the game on the Snoop Dogg Bowl because I didn't have a chance to see the play live. I was like, is that really a touchdown? It was a great effort. Oh my gosh! And I think part of his Marvin Mims' body was was rolling towards out of bounds or.
It was the same play.
Yeah.
It was the same exact play. And at that point, you go for 2. It's 21-7, and that was kind of it at that point. That's your Broncos big play replay. So much more to get into today. Coming up at 11:20. Do not miss this. Boulder's own former Indianapolis Colts head coach, former defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens.
And friend of the program on Pat McAfee show on a weekly basis.
Friend of the program, Chuck Pagano, joins us at 11:20. You won't want to miss it.
Just running style with what we felt like we were going to do running wise. Now you wouldn't know it because I don't know how many handoffs we even had in the game, but we felt like for this game that was something we wanted to do.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan Emmy alongside you guys. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Champ Mazda text line. Also use that number to call in, have your voice be heard. All of you guys watching out there on Twitch, on YouTube as well. Thanks to our friends at Safeway. Just heard from Sean Payton talking about how
he's going to hit it right here. This is the clip that I thought about and I wanted to have a good conversation about. So yeah, go ahead, KJ, let that roll. Just about what Sean Payton wants to have from potentially this game next year.
Yeah, the down and distance on the next sequence, though, analytically was not in favor of doing it. What that play did is basically put them on the half-yard line. And so there we go. And now we've got to be able to it flips the field. And,
I don't think this one's not the clip right there. KJ's just gonna go re-clip that. But the big conversation, and we can get to the audio. I can define it pretty easily. Is that Sean Payton in his post-game press conference said that we have to start making a habit of getting our first game in the postseason at home. Raj, there's only one way you can do that. How do you get that done, Raj?
you kind of have to win the division.
Yeah. And
you have to be you have to be the next best team outside of the division winners, and that's a tall task, man. That's a really, really tall task.
So, like, for example, this year, division winner, obviously in AFC West, Kansas City Chiefs, and the number 1 seed with the bye. So then you had the 4 that were home that had home field advantage this week given to me.
Your 3 that had home field advantage because there's a bye, right?
Correct.
Buffalo, Baltimore, Houston. Division winner, division winner, division winner.
3-0.
The only way to find yourself into a home game is by winning the division, or if you're that highest wild card team, you have to hope that there is chaos on the opposite side of the bracket. So that when you get to an AFC championship game, hopefully 2 weeks down the road, you can then host a game.
Yeah, so for the only path forward for the Denver Broncos is to win their division, to have this be a home game. Is there a division in football that is more challenging to potentially get that accomplished in the next 2, 3, 4, 5, heck, even 6 years than the Denver Broncos in the AFC West?
It's certainly tough to get there, but you saw how the Chargers continued to charger. Do you really believe in Herbert and Harbaugh right now after that 4-interception performance? I would argue that if Pittsburgh figures out their quarterback situation, the AFC North is going to be just as difficult. If they don't, then it's a 2-team race with Baltimore and Cincinnati next year.
NFC North also.
The NFC North is a behemoth.
Although we don't know how much longer Jared Goff has with the Lions. I mean, in terms of long, like 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now.
NFC, I mean, there's a lot of divisions with really good teams.
NFC
Dallas
East.
is 7-10 without Dak.
Yeah,
Dak comes back.
Now you have
healthy.
Jaden Daniels in the division, who looks like an absolute unit.
Yeah, he's good.
Wins a playoff game as a rookie, as the dude.
Those are your divisions. The NFC North. Actually, I'll rank them right now. I think your toughest divisions to win in this order right now: NFC North, AFC West, AFC North, NFC East.
I agree.
I think that's my ranking right now. Those are your toughest to win, toughest to get home field advantage in the playoffs.
Dude, you just want to be in the South, man. You want to be KJ, man, down in the NFL's the NFL's version of the southern part of the United States you come from. Man, it's not exactly like the SEC, or maybe it is like the SEC, which doesn't have a team in the national championship for the second straight year. Here we are again. No SEC team in the Natty.
Yeah, I wonder.
Can't help yourself.
No, I mean, but let's talk for real. KJ, let's have a real conversation. The NFC South, terrible.
It is terrible. I agree.
AFC South, terrible.
Terrible.
The SEC right now, terrible. Take all that Southern business. You guys think that you have all that? You think you have the football market just cornered? Yeah, this is where football happens. It's down here in the Southeast. All you Yankees don't understand ball.
To bring it all around,
We do understand ball, bro.
Sean, are you getting you're getting a home playoff game when that witch is playing in Kansas City? You got to learn how to win them on the road.
You also probably need to start knocking on the door of the Chargers to beat them. You can say all you want about one bad performance
I'm really
of Justin
not
Herbert.
that nervous about
You gotta
the
beat 'em.
Chargers. You're kind of the same program. I know
You're
lost
kind of
to-
the same program,
You're
Raj.
kind of the same
You lost
team.
twice, and you are actually not as far away from your, in my opinion, from your build in terms of personnel, and yet the Chargers beat you twice. Was clearly in that second spot, really in the AFC in the wild card space. You're pretty far away from that, from the Chargers, who are going to add some nice pieces in free agency and in the draft.
You were one win away from them.
But
you don't get a field goal blocked against the Chiefs. You have the same record.
Raj, their best offensive weapon looks like you. Like he has frosty tips. His name's Ladd.
His name's Ladd.
His last name's McConkey. Hey, run the flight pattern there, McConkey.
He goes, his name's Ladd. Yeah, they'll find. I think T. Higgins. I think that's where he's going. I think T. Higgins is a Charger.
Mm-hmm.
That is my expectation. They're going to find their wide out in free agency. They're going to build through the draft.
What about the Chargers in running back though? They they just running back with J.K. Dobbins, because that's a place you want to go tote the stone.
Dobbins comes back and they probably find a guy in the middle rounds. There's probably someone that Harbaugh was in love with at one point in college, and
it'll
has
be
his eye
really,
on.
it'll be very like surprising.
It'll be
too.
very Belichickian, where you
Yeah.
go, like, who the hell is that guy? And then he turns around and he's Julian Edelman.
What if he gets this guy from the L.A. Rams, his running back from Michigan, Blake Corum?
I mean, Blake Corum looked overpowered in the NFL.
He does not look good so
That's
far.
what I worry about. I when people talk about Cam Scatterbu, I worry about Scatterbu looking like that.
Oh, that's who Jim Harbaugh is going to try to get his hands on, is Cam Scatterbu. There's no doubt. Think Toby Gerhart and
the
Jim
DC
Harbaugh.
juggernaut of the LA Chargers.
Oh my gosh! And Tim Riggins with the carry down the middle of the field here. It's going to be, yeah. I'm telling you, man. You went 0-2 against the Chargers. Don't love it.
Yeah, you're not playing a home playoff game next year, man. You're not.
Do you even believe, like, and I want to hear from our texters and our Twitchers. Do you even really believe that you can just run it back and know you're back in the postseason? Because the schedule was favorable this year.
The schedule's also, so I heard you saying that last night. We didn't have time to get into it. Maybe had I stayed on for the next like half hour when we switched from radio to digital, maybe we would have had some more time. I heard you saying that. The schedule next year is gettable as well.
Do you know, though? Because
You host the Cowboys.
This schedule preseason looked daunting because you didn't know that Kirk Cousins and the Falcons were going to be terrible.
All right, so listen.
You didn't know Derek Carr would be unavailable and awful, and the Saints would be bad. The NFC South was not nearly as bad preseason as it looked.
You host the Cowboys, who
Okay.
have
Who
a
knows?
franchise quarterback coming off of a season-ending injury.
CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons. We'll see if those
But
guys
you
are all
also
back.
might not. It might be a completely new regime in Dallas.
It
You could
already
have a
is.
new coaching
Mike
staff.
McCarthy gone.
He's gone?
Yeah, breaking news.
Okay, there you go. Mike
breaking
McCarthy's gone.
news.
I bet you he's going to be the head coach in New Orleans or something like that.
Chicago.
All right, so you host the Cowboys, which we don't know what's going on with that outfit. Who's going to be leading them? You host the Giants, which is a guaranteed win. You host the Jaguars, nightmare. You host the Titans, guaranteed win.
Yeah.
And then you host the Bengals and the Packers, which are really tough football games, but I think you're in the same orbit as Green Bay and Cincinnati right now.
You are.
You proved that 2 weeks ago against the Bengals.
Yep.
You're in the same orbit. So toss up with those two games. You then go on the road to the Texans, really tough game. The Colts, tough game, but you proved that you can beat them this year. They don't have a quarterback. The Eagles and the Commanders, probably losses on the road. And then the Jets, who are terrible. That's a very gettable schedule next year. Granted, and I see the text line here coming in. from the 308. Denver snuck in because of a Tua concussion, Cincy's all-time bad defense, and Kansas City handing them a win. They'll miss the playoffs next year. There were fortuitous circumstances that got you into the postseason this year. No doubt about it. No two ways about it. But I do think that the schedule next season is just as gettable as this year's.
Do you believe that Bo Nix has the ceiling and the evidence of a ceiling high enough to make you confident that you could potentially take over the AFC West?
No, because Patrick Mahomes is still playing football.
Okay, take Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs out of it.
Then yes.
Do you think that
I think he's
you think
good.
the ceiling
I
of
think the ceiling
Bo Nix with Sean Payton has the ability to be higher than the ceiling of Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh?
I think the sum of the parts, all of the parts, has a chance to be either as good or better than what the Chargers have right now. If you're talking about quarterback and head coach, I would take Herbert in a 1-for-1 trade right now. But I think the sum of all parts, because of the rookie deal that you're playing on right now, and LA does not have that
Correct.
advantage.
No.
The sum of all parts, I believe you have the opportunity to, over the next 2-3 seasons, be the true second best team in this division and hope that Mahomes somehow becomes human once he turns 35.
Yeah, I find it interesting when you look at even yesterday's game.
Which is still so far away.
Yeah. Bo Nix, awesome rookie year. 29 touchdown passes. Won over a whole lot of doubters, including myself. Do you think you really learned anything about Bo Nix in terms of entering the Coliseum, the arena, if you will, of staring down the elite quarterbacks and beating them?
Well, he didn't beat any of them. He lost to all of them.
Do you believe that he has that in him?
Yes.
Based off of what?
Week 10 at Kansas City proved that to me. Week 17 at Cincinnati was good enough. You were good enough to win that game. I thought there were a couple of coaching decisions in that Cincy game that screwed you. You were in one-score games against Herbert and the Chargers, and one of them happened 6 weeks into his career, and the other one was, again, a coaching decision to move away from the running game in the second half, away from you winning one of those games. He didn't prove he could beat him, but I didn't need him to prove this year that he could beat those guys. I needed him to prove that he could play in those games, that he could be relevant. He was. He went 0-7 against those guys, but he was relevant in largely all of those games. The only two games that they were irrelevant in, Baltimore and Buffalo. And with a rookie quarterback, man, that's okay. That's fine. He proved to me that he belongs. Next year and the year after, you have to prove
without question,
next year and the year after, you have to prove to me that you can do it. But he belongs.
Without question, he belongs. And the intangibles, the characteristic traits of leadership, toughness, little swagger to him, a little chip on his shoulder when he plays, going up and getting fiery with his head coach, Sean Payton, which was so needed in that moment. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Still have my questions. Can you be that top 5, top 10 perennial quarterback that can take this franchise to where it believes it needs to be, which is in the Super Bowl conversation year in, year out?
Don't go anywhere. Former NFL head coach of the Indianapolis Colts and the Baltimore Ravens, former defensive coordinator, Boulder's own Chuck Pagano, joins the program on the other side.
We got to find a way to play these games at home. You know, that's another thing that's important.
The morning sprint with Coach Mike Sanford and Alex Ryanemi, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, following a Broncos loss 31-7. They get ousted in the wild card round to the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Boulder's very own former NFL head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, Chuck Pagano. Coach Pagano, how are you this morning?
Hey, doing great. Appreciate you guys having me.
Coach Pagano, a guy that knows defense all too well. You and I spent some time even talking on the pregame there between the Boise State Broncos and the Penn State Nittany Lions. A couple good-looking players there on both teams in that contest. But watching that Denver Broncos game, your hometown, NFL team that you grew up around here in the Colorado area. When you talk about time of possession in a battle that goes almost 42 minutes, just shy of 42 minutes of time of possession in favor of the Buffalo Bills. But then on the flip side, the Broncos having just 18 minutes or just slightly above that. What does that look like in terms of how, in a playoff contest, when you're a defensive-minded coach, as you are, how frustrating that can be in terms of, A, not getting off the field, but B, also not having an offense that stays on the field and gives you that rest in between series?
Yeah, super frustrating, Coach. I mean, like 42 minutes time of possession. I'm sure Buffalo and Coach Payton and the Broncos had a formula that they mapped out all week long in preparation, for this wild card game in Buffalo. Take care of the football, right? Don't turn the thing over. Win that battle. Run the ball. Stop the run. Third down, move the chains, get off the field. And it just seemed like, obviously, looking back, none of that transpired. You come out, guns a-blazing, hit Franklin for the touchdown, the bomb over the top, and then basically after that, nothing happened, offensively, for Denver. And any time, like, to your point, Mike, you can't stop the run. You're in a ton of 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, really manageable. You being a former coach, offensive coach, the game plan on offense is wide open, and then your menu defensively, Vance Joseph, your call sheet for 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, there's not many calls there. So you're pretty predictable, when it comes to that. And then, you go 10, 11, 12, multiple play drives, they convert on 3rd down, and then you go out on offense and you're 3 and out and you put the defense right back out there. It's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for a 31-7, beating in Buffalo, yesterday. The formula just obviously does not work, and just couldn't get anything going, on offense after that first one. And then defensively, when you're playing against, Josh Allen, James Cook, that run game, and you're trying to stop, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, tush push, 3rd and 3, and then, you allow Josh Allen, to scramble out and buy time and extend plays with his legs, run for first downs. It's a nightmare, obviously. So you could see the frustration, mounting. When it was, and you're a 3-point game, at half. You're 10-7. You're battling your tail off. Denver has played unbelievable defense all year. Led the league in sacks, right?
Yes, 63.
63 of those. Played great, run defense. You give up 210. I just think that's, war of attrition there. You're out there for so long. It's going to happen. But thank God they played as good as they played, in the red area, limiting Buffalo to 1 for 5, down there. It gives them a chance to still be in that game. And then, a backbreaker there at 21-7. They hit the long ball, do a great job offensively in a 4-by-1, catch them in man. You're out leveraged, and big, catch and run after the fact with, I think it was Curtis Samuel, right, on a 55-yard touchdown to go up 28-7. And obviously you got passionate coaches and guys that want to win and all that stuff, and you got obviously frustration there. So yeah, it was a long, hard day for the Broncos, certainly.
We're joined on the Ramos Law Hotline with Fairview High School legend and Wyoming Cowboy legend here, both on the Front Range. Former head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, Chuck Pagano. Coach Pagano, and you look at the defensive scheme of Vance Joseph, and I look at it from the perspective as an offensive guy. The hardest thing to deal with is a lack of easy completion throws. And when you see a lot of press man coverage, a lot of junked up fronts, 4-man, 5-man, 6-man hits, looking at bare fronts where the interior of the defensive line is covered, and you get stunts and games, and basically a lot of Wade Phillips defense there, Coach Pagano, as you know. When you're looking at this defensive scheme, it appears that the Achilles heel of that defensive ideology is a ton of gap schemes. And that is what it appeared that Buffalo Bills wanted to run, a ton of gap schemes to combat this man coverage pressure type of look. Do you think that you can stay aggressive as a defensive coordinator, guy yourself, that you've been aggressive? There's been other times where you want to play zone, but can you stay aggressive, keep your edge, but also have an answer for some of those heavy personnel groupings to run those gap schemes like Buffalo did?
Yeah, I thought that Vance and the D staff, when they went big people and brought the extra linemen in, whether it was Big 12 personnel, meaning, one back and two tight ends, and one of those tight ends being an extra lineman, 21 personnel. They played their base 3-4 stuff. They played, some what we call penny, defense, which is your base front, your 3 down linemen, your 2 outside linebackers, 1 linebacker, and 5 defensive backs. And you can play that versus regular 12 personnel. I saw it a lot versus 11 personnel, 1 back, and 3 wide receivers, for Buffalo. But, they hit them. On zone schemes and the gap schemes. They get in 21 personnel, get in I formation, and run that we used to call it stutter, open side, power O, block down, pull the guard, kick out, have a fullback lead on your edge defender, get in bunch formation, start a zone play to the open side, cut it back, start it strong to the first long run. You're in man coverage, and Riley Moss lost the edge on the first long run of the game, right to James Cook. Mm-hmm. You're in man coverage. They've got a bunch formation there, and they've got all the gaps, canceled out, and the ball bounces. But when you're in man coverage, you see your man go down inside, and he's going to block. But you've got to honor and respect the fact that it may be play action pass with this team and Josh Allen. He may be going down inside to block, run across, or, a runaway type of route, and you're in a catch-22, then you lose the edge and you give up a big play. So, the fronts, the 3-4, they played dime, nickel defense, 4-2, 5, with Strand and Barton inside. They did a great job of, in the zone schemes, they captured a couple times. They captured your nose tackle. They get the 4 or 5 technique cut off. Then you got big people on the edges. When you're playing a nickel, you got McMillan and you got, a big guy, that extra lineman blocking, Benito or Cooper, which are unbelievable pass rushers, edge setters, but they're smaller guys, right? They're not big 270, 280-pound edge guys. So, The scheme itself was sound. They've been playing good defense all year, with the scheme. They started to throw bodies at them, in the second half, trying to figure something out, right? Bring some edge pressure. And, when you do that, you leave guys one-on-one. You leave, Barton 55, who's not I wouldn't say a cover backer, and he's one-on-one with Dawson Knox, right? Mm-hmm. Down the field. Mm-hmm. And that's a tough matchup. And then, you send bodies, and if you hit a seam, there's the second it's on your secondary, right away. So, really good plan, really good execution, really good efficiency by the Bills. They stayed patient. They never panicked, and they just kept, throwing body blows, at this Denver defense. And you look at the stat sheet, guys, and Locke, Riley Moss, a couple of your back-end guys, your leading tacklers.
Yeah, not a good sign.
Not a really good sign.
Chuck Pagano, our guest here on the Ramos Law Hotline, former head coach for the Indianapolis Colts. And Coach, I know you're a defensive guy first, but famously you helped usher Andrew Luck into this league. You had him for 6 out of his 7 years as a starter before he decided to hang them up. And we're obviously obsessed with what the trajectory is here in Denver for Bo Nix. And my question to you is, going into that first offseason, you guys made the playoffs, right, that first year and lost in the wild card round with Andrew Luck. I know those two quarterbacks as prospects are wildly different. What was your thought process going into that offseason of how you could bring him along into year 2, how you could insulate him with other talent? What was that thought process, and how do you think Sean Payton does that in this offseason for the Broncos?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was, we obviously had a big brain in Andrew, and it seems like, Bo Nix has one of those big brains. Has played, a ton of football at the collegiate level, a ton of starts. So Sean obviously had this guy, picked from day one, knew kind of what he wanted and who he wanted, and this guy fit, checked off all the boxes with him. But we just kept trying to surround him, with talent, with pieces. Especially, we took a bunch of guys, 2 tight ends, with our, second and third pick in that 2012 draft. We took T.Y. Hilton, we took Vic Ballard. So we were really dead set on, getting a bunch of offensive weapons around. Greg Minuski was our defensive coordinator. Not real happy at the time with Bruce Arians. Every time we selected a player, Bruce would run up and down the halls, got another one, got another one. And if you know Minuski, if you know Minuski at all, and the competitor that he is, I mean, he wanted to fight everybody. He wanted to knock BA out. Like, are you kidding me? And we knew going in that, and he knew going in, but you don't have to, rub salt in the wound, especially with Minus. But so that second year, I missed the whole damn season. It was Minusk and BA and the rest of that staff that did all the work, went 9-3 in my absence and made the playoffs and such, but really just tried to keep improving the talent around Andrew, keep working, from a scheme standpoint. We had not a major shift, but, we lost BA, got an opportunity, after that season and got the Arizona head job. And I truly believe in Pep. We went and hired Pep. Pep came in, obviously, knowing Andrew from Stanford and coaching him right. We wanted some familiarity for Andrew, for the staff, for the coach, for the quarterback mostly, and brought Pep in. But I just think if we wouldn't have messed up that deal, or I say messed up, but BA had an opportunity, certainly late in his career. Should have had an opportunity long before that, but got a opportunity of a lifetime and went and took full advantage of it in Arizona, and obviously Tampa Bay winning the Super Bowl. I mean, I couldn't have done that job without BA, but you bring Pep in, so you got a little bit new verbiage, maybe some terminology, but it was always about putting weapons around him, protecting him, offensive line-wise, and then finally try to give Manas, poor guy, try to give him some pieces on the defense and improve. But you only have so many picks, and you have a salary cap. You got a lot to work for. But Sean's got, they got their obviously still got cap issues, and what an amazing job that him and that staff did. With that team and with Bo Nix.
There he is, Coach Chuck Pagano, Fairview High School's very own. Coach, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you, Coach Pagano. It's always great to hear your voice, and say hello to Boise, Idaho for me.
Absolutely, Coach. Absolutely. See you soon, hopefully.
Yes, sir.
There he goes. All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by our friends at Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. It's interesting when he talked about the next steps. And yes, the two prospects of Andrew Luck and Bo Nix are worlds apart. Andrew Luck was
a no-brainer, number one overall.
In my lifetime,
Maybe the biggest can't miss.
Maybe the biggest can't miss. Like Peyton Manning's up there too. I was obviously very young when Peyton came out of Tennessee, but I can't remember another clear-cut can't miss. This is the dude. Unfortunately, injuries force him to cut his career short, and it seemed as though he was a player that was very clearly not willing to risk the longevity of his body for that sport, knowing he'd already made the money. Vastly different.
Definitely his noggin, because it is a beautiful mind.
That is a big brain.
That is a 35 ACT that I know because I recruited him. And
I've seen the scores.
I actually had the transcript in my hand.
To Harvard was knocking on his door. Interesting for him to say the 3 positions that we targeted in the draft next year were
tight end, running back, wide receiver. Yes, sir.
Vic Ballard, T.Y. Hilton, and the 2 tight ends that they took
Kobe
that
Fleener.
year.
Kobe Fleener was one of them.
Stanford guy? Kobe
Fleener?
Fleener?
Yeah. He was a teammate of Andrew Luck there. Ran like a 4.48 at 6'6", 260 pounds.
Those are the 3 things that he wanted to put around an all-time can't-miss prospect.
You know what tight end I would like if you don't go Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland or Harold Fannin, from Bowling Green? Why not the Colorado-based native Ferguson from the University of Oregon, who Bo played with? He is from Colorado. Help me out, text line. I think it's James Ferguson. I might be wrong on that, but the tight end from the University of Oregon. This dude looks like Terrence Ferguson. He is a Littleton, Colorado native. Would be an awesome piece. And you probably get him in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, and he would be a massive upgrade over what you have currently in terms of receiving tight ends.
Our special thanks to Coach Pagano for joining us. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, and we've got KJ Granderson behind the glass. We've got one more segment. We'll hand things off to PhD from noon to 3. Nate and Andy live at Hofbrau this evening for Monday Night Football. You still got one more playoff game to go in Wild Card Weekend, as the Rams have had their game moved from Los Angeles to Phoenix. That tonight, you guys can go hang out with Nate and Andy up in Westminster. Do not miss it. We'll be back in a few. Broncos fall 31-7. Season's over, but hey, made the playoffs in a year in which your over-under was at 5.5, and that is it's a rousing victory in my book. Mike Sanford alongside Alex Ryanemi, KJ Granderson behind the glass today. Steve Nelson still hanging around here as well. Our special thanks to Chuck Pagano for joining the program last segment.
Serious.
That is a football guy.
Serious knower of ball.
Football guy.
Dude, that breakdown, and even just, it was almost as if he coached the game and called the defense. That's how dialed in. He was talking about the backside getting cut off and the four eyes weren't getting, he probably did watch the all 22, I'm guessing. But how many all 22s did he watch? He watched every playoff game from the wild card weekend? That was impressive, man.
That was a lot of fun.
Hey, something happened down in Dallas, huh?
Yeah, speaking of coaches.
Interesting. Dallas Cowboys no longer are going to have old Jera has moved on.
So they take McCarthy. They take McCarthy in his negotiations down to the last minute. They have now.
You can't interview at all these places.
Brutal. What a miserable thing to do to that guy.
It's Jera Jones.
So they bring the McCarthy situations down to the wire, and now they move on from Mike McCarthy. There is now a head coaching opening for the Dallas Cowboys, and lo and behold, the odds-on favorite
Bovada
to coach the Dallas Cowboys next year, thanks to our friends at Bovada, Deion Sanders.
Baby, we're coming.
I see, KJ. Hey, man, the market's going to drive some interest in old Coach Prime. And I think it's going to be Raiders. See, the word on the street that I got is that, and this is from talking to a couple insiders, guys that have coached in the National Football League in recent years, Ben Johnson is the target, without question, of Tom Brady. Tom Brady, as a commentator, is absolutely obsessed with Ben Johnson, the football mind. But the reality is Ben Johnson going to take his one opportunity as a head coach, and it doesn't work out? You do it in the Raiders, which is a historically maligned franchise? I don't think so.
Aligning yourself with Tom Brady, not the worst thing in the world, though.
Yeah, it's still Mark Davis and the ugliest haircut in the history of sports ownership. But this is the wild thing here is Jared Jones loves Coach Prime. Has loved him since he was a player. Loved him when they saw each other down in some event in Dallas. I can't remember what it was. It was either a WNBA event. That might have been Shador at the Las Vegas WNBA. But they ran into each other. I think it might have been the Shrine Bowl last year. And that's exactly where Shador Sanders is participating. He opted out of the Senior Bowl, which is typically the more prestigious bowl. And the Shrine Bowl is, do you know where it's held? It's in Jerry's World, Arlington, Texas. At the Star as well. That's where they're staying. All Jerry World. Could you see this happening? Jared Jones trading Dak Prescott to the Tennessee Titans in order to pick up the first pick of the draft and draft Shador Sanders.
I could see it happening. I could 100% see that happening. It would not. It would take more. Right? Am I crazy in thinking this? It would take Dak and like a future first.
No.
Right? Because when we've seen teams.
Hold on, Coach, coming off an injury?
Still Dak Prescott.
When we've seen teams move on from that number one pick, it is a pick swap that year and multiple firsts, right? 2 or 3 years worth of first round picks. What is Dak Prescott's worth right now? If you were to trade him straight up, is he worth a first rounder? Is he worth 2 first rounders? I don't know about that. So they're going to have to go pick swap. Tennessee then moves down because Tennessee is picking 1, Dallas is picking 12. Tennessee then picks 12 this year. I think you'd have to sweeten the pot with a first round pick next season and then maybe a little bit more to take on that contract. And that's assuming that Tennessee isn't madly in love with either Shador Sanders or Cam Ward. Because if you're madly in love with either one of those two guys, you look at Jerry and go, piss off.
The word on the street is that nobody is that completely kicked in the pants yet that does live in the top 3, 4, 5 with either one of those two quarterbacks. That's the word on the streets. Not my opinion. Just what I'm starting to hear.
All right, so if that's the case right now, what happens during draft season is you get those smoke screens of, oh, hey, the Titans really, really like quarterback X, Y, or Z, even though they don't. You drive up that price, then you move on. You make the deal closer to draft night. That's a possibility. Dion now having two teams that are very much interested in him, at least from the reports. I said it was a pipe dream. Feels a little bit wider than a pipe.
I said what I said last week.
Pause.
Me?
No, me.
Oh yeah, you pipe. Yeah. Yes, pause. Yeah. Well,
Take that L on the way out.
I said what I said about the fact that I believe that there's going to be a lot of ebbs and flows to this with Coach Prime. And it's because he's done a great job as a football coach. And he is a brand that's more powerful than any coach right now in sport, period. And it just takes one owner. In this case, it might take two that want to bring back some excitement to their brands that have been, frankly, just lacking any form of excitement. I think it's going to be Jared Jones.
It's not as easy as just like trading Dak Prescott to get the number one. When you pick number one overall and when you're picking a quarterback early, you need the cheap contract. You want to build rosters around that player due to the cheap quarterback contract, and you to trade out of that spot to take on a big contract in Dak Prescott, again, it's going to force Dallas to give up a whole bunch if they want to move into that spot. Prescott's cap hit next year, 89 million.
Woo!
26, 67 million, 27, 61 million. There's a potential out after 2027, but if you keep him under all the way through that extension that ends in 2028, as a 35-year-old quarterback with multiple injuries now, would be a $71.6 million quarterback. So that is, I think Dallas would have to give up a whole bunch.
What does Brian Callahan, the new head coach of the Titans, need to do now after what was a horrible year with Will Levis? Win. Now.
Why do you have to win now?
Year two.
You have to win now.
Yes, you do.
No, not if you're restarting with a new quarterback. You don't.
Year two.
He didn't have a quarterback.
It Will Levis.
He didn't have a quarterback.
He was their drafted quarterback, and it didn't go well.
Was it drafted by him?
No, but it was.
It's not his quarterback. He doesn't have to win now, especially if he drafts a guy. He doesn't have to win now. It's insane. It's insane.
No such thing as patience in the National Football League. Oh yeah. Okay. So so Matt Eberflus. He got the time after the very first quarterback that he selected. He got plenty of time. What, 9 games?
All
okay.
Right.
Touche, LaFleur.
All right.
Touche, LaFleur.
Gerard Mayo got ousted in the middle of the season.
With his rookie quarterback. How's that going for you? Job security with your...
All right, fine. You got me.
Oh, all I think about is when coaches are going to get fired because I've been there. It's brutal, man. And you think, you're like, I got time. No, you don't. Time doesn't exist in that industry. Does not exist. When? Now.
Does the curb stomping on Sunday take away from your overall thoughts on this season? What are your overall impressions? When you walk away from this year, what's the one word, the one phrase that you would have to encapsulate what we saw this year?
Complex and surprising. Because I think that the future of it all, it has a chance to be glorious. The marriage of Sean Payton and Bo Nix is really good, but is it ultimately going to deliver what this fan base and franchise wants? Big picture in the 5 to 7 year time period from now, and that's a Super Bowl win. And I just don't know. Don't know. That's where I'm at. That's where it's complex.
So cautiously optimistic? Is that okay?
I'm optimistic.
You're
period.
optimistic.
Yeah,
no
I'm
caution.
optimistic. But we're talking about the Denver Broncos here. We're not talking about the Tennessee Titans. The standard here is statue quarterback play with Super Bowl victories. That's the Denver Broncos organization. And if that's the standard, I don't know. Not there yet.
Them getting all this money back is everything to me. Because you get one chance at this. You get one chance to add another player, Around Bows, we get mooned by Super Bowl 50 champion Tyler Columbus. Cheeks look great, buddy.
God, he has no butt, man.
No butt.
That's unbelievable.
No butt.
For a guy that used to,
For a guy who used to have lots of butt.
well, he used to have to block people with like quadruple butts. Like their butts would hang out on either side of their football pants. They had 4 cheeks.
They had front butts,
Oh,
back butts,
yeah.
side butts.
I like
inside
big
leg
butts that I can't let.
The extra money's going to help out this year. You have to find a way to get him a big time target on the outside for a wide out. You have to find a way to draft a tight end that opens up the middle of the field because you want to get the football out of his hands as quickly as possible, but you've only been able to do it in the flats, and Buffalo took that away yesterday, man.
There wasn't much
The
doing.
screen game was nothing. The total screen game to
Raj,
Mims.
after the first, 60 some odd, it was like 64 passing yards in the first drive. It was basically nothing. The rest of the game.
Nothing.
80 yards passing the rest of the way. Then the next 57 and a half minutes. No bueno.
No bueno. Vance Joseph. What is Vance Joseph doing next year? What is he doing?
He's not a head coach in the National Football League, in my opinion.
He's not a head. I don't think he's a head coach either. I think he's going to get interviews. I bet you he even interviews in Dallas. I bet you'll have 3 of them. He'll get the Jets interview, the Raiders interview. Dallas will throw him a bone as well. I don't think he gets a head coaching job. I think he signs on as a DC somewhere.
How does that exit strategy work? Because you're protected. I mean, your contract, you're protected by a franchise. So the Broncos would have to not only make it known that they're ready to part ways with him, but they'd have to essentially grant permission for an opposing NFL team to interview him as the defensive coordinator.
It seems way too easy. And sometimes the obvious thing is the one that naturally happens. It's way too easy to look at Dennis Allen out there and go, Sean wants his guy. Sean wants his nucleus.
Awesome.
Sean wants his dudes around him at all times.
Has Dennis Allen's defense been good in the last several years? Because I'm just going off of one game this year when the Denver Broncos played against the New Orleans Saints, and I did a lot of prep for that game. And I was pretty excited about the opportunity for the Broncos to move the football against that defensive structure.
Ranks this year in yards against 30th. The year prior, again, with another New Orleans team that wasn't expected to really do much, 13th.
Not bad.
The year before that, 5th.
Oh.
7th, 4th.
Okay. Yeah, he's good.
So,
yeah,
still there.
They have had an aging roster.
Still there.
There's been a decline defensively in terms of their personnel.
Ever since he took over as head coach in 2022, they were the 5th best team in points against on defense. In 2023, 13th. In 2024, before his firing, 30th overall in yards, 19th overall in points. So you can take the stab at him and go, you were better as a DC when we take some things off your plate. Sean wants his dudes. He wants guys that he doesn't have to worry about. Doesn't have to worry about Joe Lombardi.
Is that the right thing for the Broncos to go win a Super Bowl? Because Vance Joseph did a pretty darn good job this year for the Denver football Broncos.
Vance ain't the problem. Vance ain't the problem. The guys on the other side will answer that question as well. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
Hey, here we are. Welcome to Monday, day after the football season ends. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. You guys are the best. Scott Hastings in lovely Dallas, Texas. Got a day off. Got a day off, man. You can do all sorts of things in Texas on a day off. Like
it's got people to see.
Well, like get on the radio and sit here and in an ugly square box for 3 hours. Like
you can do that. You can do that. You can also sit in the square box and get room service. You can also sleep in the square box. You can.
Dude, I got great sleep last night.
Did ya?
I'm not even kidding you.
Really?
Like probably the best sleep I've had in 2 months.
Oh, what was
I slept until 9:15 this morning. Wow. It was like unbelievable. Woke up. I could have kept going. Forced myself out of bed, but yeah.
Well, why do you think you slept so well?
It's
satisfaction.
Didn't have to lie. He didn't have to lie every day for 3 hours.
Yeah, it's just it's relieving. It's just it's a good feeling.
All right. You want to go through the game just a little bit?
Let's go.
Go through it. I mean, what stands out to you?
I think
are we
I
already
got
past that?
Almost. Yeah, almost.
Well, I don't know. You did a post game show 6 hours after the game last night. I mean, are you talked out?
No. I'm not talked out. It's just a different. It's so funny how quickly fans process things, or in Canada, process. They just move on. Like, so I wake up this morning and it's just. What about this guy? What about that guy?
I think that's where I am. I honestly,
moving forward.
I honestly feel like that's where I'm at. We're going to talk about the game, and we'll break it down, of course. But I think my big picture thoughts on it are I just can't even, manufacture being angry about the game because I never thought they had, I thought they'd represent well. I definitely did that. I thought they'd represent well, but I never thought they were going to win. And it truly was just icing on the cake. It was.
Did they get embarrassed yesterday?
Yeah.
Scott, did they get embarrassed?
The second half, yeah. I mean, they got doubled up almost in time of possession in the first half, and yet it was, 10-7, and you doink a field goal. I think that's huge. I mean, even to go in at 10-7, but you should have gone in 10-10 at halftime with how dominated you were in the first half. That's dangerous. You still got a chance, man. You could scare people that way.
Whose phone was that?
I had an alarm set to make sure that I was listening.
For 12:03?
No, I set it for 11:50 or 12:55.
It's a reminder.
Dallas time, and that was my last one.
We're gonna have Michael Malone actually on here in about 17 minutes, so cleanse our palate a little bit with some basketball talk. See how Coach is doing. So we'll get into hoops here in just a little bit. The game, the doink. Yeah, that kind of sucked. It'd been nicer to go into halftime tied up.
It would have. It definitely wouldn't have changed anything.
No.
It was a house of cards, and the whole game was just waiting to fold.
The touchdown that, I don't know, was he out of bounds, in bounds, whatever.
Didn't matter.
Kind of didn't matter. Who knows what
sucked.
The Broncos would have done on their next possession anyways. They might have just given I call this, guys, this playoff game the Battle of 18-17. It's the Battle of 18-17 because that's the time of possession the Broncos had the ball. 18 minutes and 17 seconds.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was just about to get to.
We lost the Battle of 18-17, by the way.
Despite the fact that you had a very good chance to go into halftime with a tied ball game. It was still a house of cards even in the first half, man. Yeah. It was. When you've got the ball as much as they had it, and our longest possession, and I think in the first half, our longest possession was 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The first drive.
I believe that. Yeah.
I don't know if
the first drive and you scored on it.
Yeah, and that was fun for a minute, and then it became really, really clear that Buffalo wasn't even playing well. They weren't converting well in the red zone. They were fine on third down, but it wasn't spectacular. I think they were 50% on the day on third down, which is good, but not.
But they'd hit 6 in a row, didn't they, for a time?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember that.
Each team only had 8 possessions, and one of the possessions of the Bills was a Trubisky kneel down within scoring range. Okay, they were 8 for 15, 1 third down by Mitch Trubisky. So really, with Josh Allen, they were 8 for 14. However, they were 2 for 2 on fourth down, including a touchdown. So if you want to just extrapolate that bad boy, they were 10 for 16 when they needed to convert. So there were only 6 times that the Broncos were able to stop them, and that just wasn't enough. And okay, fine. They did stop him in the red zone. The Bills were only 1 for 5 in the red zone. That game could have been worse, guys. It really could have been worse.
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
If not for the defense. The defense kept you in the game, and even in the first possession, that third quarter, they had a nice drive, but you held them to 3 again.
Yeah.
So if you make that field goal, you're still looking, midway through the third at a 13-10 game. What you cannot do is exactly what they did in that third quarter, getting your 2 possessions and going 3 and out and 3 and out.
Yeah, I'm looking at time of possession in the first half. I'll just round some things up. 10 minutes for the Broncos, 20 minutes. I mean, close to 20 minutes for the Bills. I mean, 2 times.
And that 10 minutes of possession, that was with a fake punt that you converted.
I thought that was was that in the first half or the second half?
Oh, that was in the second quarter.
Was that the second quarter? I don't quite.
I thought that was the first quarter. Wasn't that the first quarter?
No,
I think it was. I thought it was after halftime, personally. But
then in the
it might have been the third.
In the second half, it was even worse. It was 3.5, 4, 8 minutes, 8 minutes to 12 minutes, to 22 minutes. I mean, they softened the truth is they softened up the Broncos defense. And then they just kept going and going and going. It didn't stop.
When people ask me about the Broncos running game all the time, and what's the problem, right? Like, why can't they run the ball? Well, I'm telling you, they got offensive linemen that can get the job done. They do. But what Buffalo did so well and what Denver has never committed to the entire year, the running game's about body blows, man. It's body blow, body blow, body blow, knockout shot. And if you don't have the opportunity to get those body blows in, and actually I will say, Sean actually did that. We had about 3 or 4 straight possessions where he went run, pass, and he was trying to get it done. But over the course of the season, what we radically missed was that commitment to the body blows in the running game where you're okay with getting the 3-4 yards without it getting you away from it. And clearly we couldn't run the ball in this game, and everybody had problems with it.
So hold on, we can't run the game, so activate the skinniest running back, fast albeit, and activate the skinniest running back you got who hadn't played in 8 weeks.
Yeah,
9 weeks.
Scott, that one was so confusing to me on so many levels because we saw what happened to Riley Moss, who's a fantastic football player, and he missed the month of December, and he comes back and just was not the same dude. He's got rust on him. He's just got to get back into the rhythm. And so our grand idea in the playoffs is to activate a dude off the IR that hasn't played since the Jets game.
That had 1 snap in Game 5. I think he played 1 snap in Game 5 or got 1 carry in Game 5 and got hurt.
Here was Sean Payton's explanation.
Just running style with what we felt like we were going to do running-wise. Now, you wouldn't know it because I don't know how many handoffs we even had in the game.
Well, he got 2.
But we felt like for this game that was something we wanted to do.
That was a funny moment. Somebody after the game was, your bell cow back was Javonte Williams. Your bell cow back had 7 carries.
Right.
That's your bell cow.
Hey, you know what?
Whatever the running plan was, they never got to it. I wouldn't say that's on Tyler Bidet or Estimate. I don't think Estimate makes a difference one way or the other. They couldn't get to it because they couldn't move the ball. They couldn't possess the ball.
I don't know how many times this year you guys heard me say something along the lines of, I don't know what Audric Estime is doing in practice. Is he fumbling every day? Does he not know the playbook? Does he? What is going on behind the scenes that Sean just does not trust Audric Estime? There were many games this year that it felt like, okay, this is the week that you're going to feature him, and it never happened. So I knew he was bit in the doghouse the whole season, of course. But I didn't realize that Sean Payton hated the dude until yesterday.
What was the running plan with a more slender back to go outside or do more things that, would stretch the Bills' defense? Is that a possibility?
Jaleel McLaughlin is still looking for the line of scrimmage on those outside runs.
2 for -2 for Jaleel. It's bad. It's not, the Battle of 1817 did not go well. The guys at the Alamo are like, oof, that wasn't good. Listen. Was there a turning point? No.
Maybe.
Was there?
Not really. You're right. Not really. But I did think that drop by Cortland at the end of the first half, they had a nice thing going, and it just stalled out. They had an opportunity to turn that into a touchdown rather than 3 points. And then they don't end up getting anything out of it. But I guess you're right. At the end of the day, it was a house of cards that was going to fold. It just win.
Scott, you disagree? You know a turning point?
Yeah, the turning point was the offense's inability. I think that of their, would you say, 8 possessions, I know they had at least 3, if not 4, 3 and outs, and would have had another one had not the fake punt work. Great throw. Great catch, actually, too, by Mims. I think Mims is the one that got that. Otherwise, that was a 3 and out also. Maybe Buffalo's defense was better than we were giving it credit for, or whatever, or we just had an absolutely crappy game plan, or maybe don't have the pieces yet to execute the crappy game plan.
Yeah, they had out on downs. They were 4 3 and outs, 1 on 4th down. I'll count that too, right? I mean, it's only, that's what you're saying. So half of their.
So 4 3 and outs, and then 1 would have been a 3 and out if you don't get a first down on a fake punt.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. So probably
which we did nothing with the next possession after we converted
Sean
on the fake
Payton
punt.
says we the positive result of that was getting it at the half-yard line, which is true if you can get them now.
Did
3
we
and
do
out.
something after that?
No. I mean, not really. I forget what they did on that drive, but we certainly didn't stop them to basically get the ball back in midfield. I mean, that's the concept.
I'll give them credit. They scouted the hell out of that fake punt. It was a great call. It was a great design. They knew that guy was going to bail. It was a hell of a throw. Like, I actually can't believe how deep they attempted that throw.
You know what's crazy? That there's no reason why you should look at Riley Dixon's Syracuse highlights. So you're just going to have to take me and Raj's word on it. Riley Dixon did that several times at Syracuse, to the degree where I was like, "Ooh, they should do that more with him here." Like, he was quite the athlete there at the Qs. So I actually
Make him a QB.
He threw the ball well as a punter at Syracuse. I'm not lying. It happened. It felt like it happened quite often, and probably 3 or 4 times probably feels often to me. But like, it did happen at Syracuse, and I knew he could do it. So when he did it, it was kind of like, oh well, that's cool. Like, you got that. But then what'd you do? Nothing, right? And you didn't try for a 57-yard field goal. You did not try to put points on the board there. You decided to punt it instead of going for a longer field goal. I mean, I can't be that harsh on him about that. You'd give the Bills the ball at the midfield. You downed it at the half-yard line. You can literally not have a better punt result than that. Riley Dixon had a tackle, too. Riley Dixon had sort of a strange, great game yesterday, didn't he? So there's that. And when your punter's your star, you're in trouble. Any other things about the game itself before we kind of just
Hey, Vaughn went on a tear there for a minute in the middle of that game. I don't know if you guys watched it, but he had about a 7-play. He had about a 7-play series of back-to-back plays where he was just roasting Mike McGlinchey.
Okay.
Yep.
Only 2 sacks by the Bills. Go ahead.
Get into it. I didn't think the interior defense played as well as they need to. They had to make some shifts after that. I thought the linebackers were average. They proved once again we don't know how to stop a quality tight end in the passing game. I don't, Bo Nix can't do this by himself. He's exactly who I think he is. And so with that around, you better put a running game around him. If you're going to say, hey, Bo, you win the game for you, he ain't there. Will he get there? I don't know. But he ain't there right now to win a game by himself.
No.
All right, we will check back on how everybody's feeling. Shot Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. If you want to call in or voice of the people, we'd love to hear from you today. Coach Malone will join us. I thought that was a really high-quality win yesterday. And is Aaron Gordon just going to come off the bench? Is he your 6th man? I don't know. We'll ask Coach. Coming up next.
5 on the shot clock, Jamal. He goes to the right hand. Tough two. Missed it. Rebound tip by Porter won't go. Loose ball comes down to Porter. He attacks the rim, throws out of it over to Murray, and Murray wants to play clock. That's a smart play there. Lobs it off over to Jokic. Back over to Murray in a 3. Missed it. Tip by Porter goes up and in. Denver's big lead of the game right now, 108-99.
Just another completely stress-free game, just down by like 17 and come back, and then down like by 19 and come back. Just, just easy. Just Sunday afternoon, no big deal. The Michael Malone Show brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243. Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. Right, Coach? That was no big deal. You're up, you're down, you're back down, you're up. Easy, right? No problem. No stress.
No stress at all. Yep, exactly how we planned it out. That game was never in doubt. All those things. I said after the game, this year, I believe to date, we lead the league in double-figure comebacks, and that's a double-edged sword. On one hand, you love the fact that our guys are resilient. We never quit. We stay the course. We don't panic. But you also get frustrated because we allow the first quarter, we're down by 17. Third quarter, we're down by 19.
Yeesh.
And, you don't want to be having those comebacks every single night. We have to find a way to get off the better starts and hopefully try and play with a lead for once in a while.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Go ahead, Scott.
That'd be real cool. Hey, Coach, I asked you this last night in your post game, and we actually, we do those interviews after wins, and it's usually the star of the game, and you had plenty of stars that we could talk about too. But I had DJ on there as our post game guest because that second and fourth quarter, the way they started with your bench, I thought I'm hoping they came of age, they grew together, whatever you want to call it. But I don't think you win that game without that second unit last night.
Oh, yeah, and as I told you last night, I couldn't agree more. Obviously Aaron Gordon, was great to have him back. He was on a minute restriction, and he closes the first, starts the second. He closes the third quarter, starts the fourth. And I felt Aaron Gordon, I felt DeAndre Jordan, felt Peyton Watson, who was a plus 30 in 33 minutes, and Julian Strother. Those guys – it wasn't just the numbers, the 34 points, the 17 rebounds, everything they did there. But I thought more importantly, it was the energy and the effort and the physicality that they played with that kind of allowed us to get back into the game in both the second and fourth quarter. And that set the stage for the starters to come back in and close the deal. I thought those guys were great. And that's what you need. You need a balance between your starting group and your bench, and we definitely had that last night.
I usually let D-Mac ask the dumb questions because he's very proud of that.
I got him. Yeah, I got him on my sleeve.
So I guess I'll take my turn here. But, you've kind of fallen into different situations this year with Russ having to start or AD on the bench, and obviously it was crazy good, the bench last night. I mean, as a coach, do you ever look at situations like that, and does it make you think? Like do you ever think about experimenting with things when you see AG in the bench and stuff like that?
Well, the reason AG is on the bench, and he'll stay on the bench for now, is that he's got a really limited minute restriction.
Of course.
He's been out twice now for extended periods of time with the calf strain. And as we've talked a lot about this year, when you have those soft tissue injuries, they're really tricky. And you come back, you try to do too much, and you put yourself at risk of being out for even a longer time. So until Aaron Gordon's minute restriction gets back to where he doesn't have a restriction, he'll continue to be on the bench. And I had a great conversation with him. And what you love about Aaron Gordon, we always talk about being selfless is a huge part of our culture. And I think Aaron Gordon, since his first day he got here many years ago, he's embodied that unselfish, selfless type of attitude. And he told me, he goes, Coach, whatever you need from me. He goes, we're playing well. We got a lot of guys playing well in the starting lineup. I'll come off the bench now and for however long as you need me to come off the bench. So we have guys that buy in. They all just want to win. And that's why yesterday was great, because it truly was a team win for us.
Go ahead,
listen,
Scott.
I've told real fast. I've told people this, and there was a couple of ESPN guys or national guys in the crowd last night. And I said, the beautiful thing about Nikola, he really, and you've said it 100 times too, Coach, he don't care if he scores 8 points if you win. Now, if he ain't getting the rock and gets 8 points and you lose, there might be a little perturbed Nikola, not because of the scoring, but because of the loss. Do you think that attitude, and you just talked about Aaron Gordon, do you think that attitude that, let's sacrifice individuals for the good of the team and wins, do you think that's permeated down from Nikola a little bit?
Oh, yeah. I think, the great thing about our setup here is that any new player that comes here understands immediately the pecking order. And I think you look around the league, I think that's some of the issues that other teams may have is that there is no clear-cut pecking order. Well, in Denver there is. It's Nikola Jokic. He's our best player, and not only is he our best player, but in my opinion, I think he's the best player in the world. And so when you come here, you realize that, wow, that's a 3-time MVP, a finals MVP, a world champion, a bronze medalist, everything he's done, and he's the most unselfish guy in the room. He's humble. He's embarrassed by the attention, and all he wants to do is come in, work his butt off, win as many games as possible, make everyone around him better. And if you're willing to fall into line with that, then you have a chance to win a championship. And that's what we did, because it wasn't just Nikola, but everybody else on the team was willing to sacrifice for the greater good. And that's what any championship team has on any sport, on any level, is guys that are coming in, and it's always about not the individual, but the collective. And if you're unselfish in all you do, and it's always we, not me, then you have a chance to accomplish those dreams. And hopefully we're playing much better as of late. 7-2 in our last 9, 4-1 on our last 5. If we're going to continue that, it's 1, getting healthy, and 2, continuing to play for each other. And I'm optimistic that we can continue to do that.
The two-man game has been so effective for you guys throughout the years, and of course it centers around Nikola. But we have seen that Russell Westbrook can run the two-man game very well. We've also seen it can work with Russell Westbrook and Jamal out on the court at the same time. I am curious in, say, the final 3.5 minutes of a game then, how you would run the two-man game if you have Jamal and Westbrook out on the court at the same time. Is it, well, okay, Westbrook's the point guard, here we go? Is it possession by possession? Is it feel? I am curious how you look at that from an X's and O's standpoint.
Well, and to your point, I think it's been great to see, because you never want a player to be out like Aaron's been out, but that's allowed Russell Westbrook to go out there and play with the starters. So Russell's getting so many more minutes with Jamal Murray. He's getting so many more minutes with Nikola Jokic, and that's proven to be really, really efficient and effective. And then as you go down the end of a close game, you're in a clutch game situation. Mm-hmm. It's always going to be game by game. You can't premeditate what you're going to do. Mm-hmm. The game will tell you, the matchups will tell you, the situation will tell you. And so now you're reading, okay, who's on the floor for them? Who's got the hot hand? How are they guarding us? Okay. Making sure you're spacing the floor correctly. And like Peyton Watson's closed the last couple of games for us, and he's been really good in doing so. But Jamal will have the ball in his hands a ton. End of game situations, we've seen him and Nikola do that. But then last night, how many layups did Russell Westbrook get in the last 6 minutes?
Crazy.
Just by playing off of and with Nikola. Yep. And that's great to see that we're able to execute under pressure. And I believe, I think we outscored them 45-15 after being down by 19 points in the third quarter. And, that was obviously a tremendous comeback win. And we have them again tomorrow night. We know we'll have to be even better and a lot more consistent than we were yesterday.
Hey, I got to ask something that happened in the game last night. I didn't know if you were involved or if you remember seeing it or anything, but quick story. You remember Chuck Daly, and you remember how when coaches had to dress up. I mean, he was one of those guys, and he told me one time he was trying to compete with Pat Riley to win best dressed coach in the NBA. Somebody used to give that award out. Well, one game he slipped and ripped the seat end of his pants out. So the rest of the game, in fact, it was your dad, I think, that came over and told me about it. So every time out from the rest of the game, because I think it happened in the first quarter, I had to stand behind the huddle with a towel spread out to keep, from the world seeing Chuck's undies. Well, Nikola got blood all over his jerseys, and he changed clothes right there on the bench. I didn't know if you had a brigade of towel carriers that were pre-designated, because you guys got that done pretty quick, didn't you?
Well, it's funny. One of the referees, John Goebel, the crew chief, came over after the infection control timeout, and we just saturated Nicola's jersey with the spray, and John thought it was too much. So in the ensuing timeout, I looked over in the huddle, and I saw a wall of towels, and I saw Nicola kind of changing his uniform while on the bench. And I would much rather, and I think I speak for everybody, I would much rather have Nikola Jokic do that on the bench and not miss a second of live play as opposed to going to the locker room, coming back, and missing live play, because we all know how important it is to have Nikola on the court. But, you see strange things happen in the NBA games. And last night, a bloody uniform, a quick change. It's kind of like Superman. Go in.
That was like a pit stop in NASCAR.
Superman.
I didn't know. Maybe you got to designate a pit crew on the staff.
Well,
or something.
Scott, he does have 42 assistant coaches, so I mean they should be able to figure that out. I mean, there's a lot of guys back there, Coach.
There is a lot of guys back there, and they all have a certain role, and one of those guys' role is, in case of emergency, hold up a towel.
Hey, how do I apply?
Hey, there you go.
He's taking my old job.
All right, Coach, we'll let you go. This whole day off thing, like a little playoff, kind of weird. You get the day off. Are you any field trips planned for the crew? You going to take Scott to the book depository or something else in Dallas? A little history lesson? Any plans there?
Well, it's funny. It is weird. The NBA's tried to do these games a little bit more often. We had the one earlier in the year when we were in Memphis. Now we're in Dallas.
Yeah.
I think the goal of this is to try to, eliminate some of the traveling, some of the flights. But you treat it like a little mini playoff series, and obviously we'll get together, watch some film, go over and shoot around tomorrow. Tomorrow's a late game. But I do try to take in, the local sites, and I have been to the Texas School Book Depository to see the JFK Museum. And I don't know. Scott is cultured where he'd want to even go over there and learn about that kind of stuff. But you got to try to use the road and days like this to open your mind and learn a little bit.
That's cool.
And,
that's cool.
Well,
yeah.
Hey, Coach, don't want to say anything. I was actually alive when the real thing hit the fan, so I've been there. It really is actually cool. If you're ever in Dallas, got a day off, I would encourage everybody to do
So,
that.
Scott, what are you doing with your day off then with downtime?
I'm sitting in this stupid room talking to you fools.
That's right. All right, Coach, we appreciate it. Best of luck tomorrow in Dallas. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
You got it. The
See you,
Michael
Coach. See you
Malone
tomorrow.
Show brought to you by Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to 243. Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. I don't know how you feel about it, Scott, but it is kind of interesting for you guys to be in one place for a pretty healthy chunk of time. I would assume that's a little bit more restful.
Well, it can be. The screwy thing is now you've got a late TNT game tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And then you got to fly back to Denver to play a back-to-back with
Houston.
one of the hottest teams in the NBA and the Houston Rockets.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not – and then, oh, by the way, you leave Thursday morning to fly to Miami.
Yeah, weird that you have – you come back for a game. That is kind of – I mean, I guess that's cool, but
if anything,
weird.
why don't you just go back-to-back, go fly from here to Houston, and that way you're here in your same time zone.
I don't know.
And then head to Miami.
That would seem to make a hell of a lot more sense.
Yeah, but you got idiots that make schedules in New York.
And they just flip a coin. They're just like, yep, we're going to do this tomorrow. Yep.
Is it really people, or is it just a computer that does that? I'm going to guess a computer just spits it out. I don't think anybody...
In my day, I was told, and the guy retired 15 years ago, and they've had more issues, it seems like. But at one time, there was a guy, and I think his last name was Winnick, who basically would get in a hotel in downtown Manhattan and have basically chalkboards started off with, then dry erase boards around the whole room, and he would sit there and did every schedule by hand.
That's nuts.
Is what I would told.
Well, I mean, what choice did you have? Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, now they probably got some AI in there and go, ooh.
Exactly. Some AI jerk. How you feeling about, when we talked to Malone before, the first 20 games, they were 11-9. And they are 12-6 right now with 2 more games. Remember you said like 20-game chunks? We look at 20-game chunks. So the first 20-game chunks was 11-9, and they sit at 12-6 right now. So you could go to 14-6. Do you feel?
I think that'd be fine.
Well, I think that would be great if they could win these next 2 games. Yeah, that would be awesome.
I think it's pretty amazing, honestly, where they're sitting right now in the 4 seed with a lot of what we felt like was a lot of bad basketball throughout the early parts of this season, and yet they're fine. They're right there at the 4 seed.
I agree. I love where they're sitting right now. I'm looking at these teams in the Western Conference too. I'm like, do we really believe in Oklahoma City? Do we? Do you? Do you believe?
Yeah,
I do.
You
don't?
I don't know, man.
We went and looked. Katie and I did something in the pregame, and we had the rankings of everybody in like December 12th or 15th, and then as of yesterday. And the only 2 teams that have stayed consistent in the top 4 spots, that were there on the 12th that are there now.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City and Denver. Denver stayed in that top 4. Now, they may have dropped down in between that time sometime, but the only teams from December 12th to like now, I believe, were Denver and not even Houston. Houston was out of it, and then all of a sudden they make that big run, and they've been fabulous. Or maybe Houston was in it too, but Denver didn't go anywhere. And there was all sorts of teams in and out and in and out. And at the time, I think they were 12-10, and they were 4th. And now they're whatever their record is now, and I think they're 3rd. So they're fine. I agree. Pointed out something interesting a couple pressers ago. I think you were at DMAC. You realize you've played over half your season without one of your starters.
Right, without AJ. Yeah. Yep.
And you saw the joy he brought back. Man, it was just fun to watch him play and have a smile on his face last night. I mean, he injected some enthusiasm and joy into being on the floor last night. I had a long conversation with him after the game. It was really just neat to talk to him.
Cool.
But yeah, I think that's significant. I don't think you can sleep on that. And let's be honest, I don't think. And Malone said it either pre or post game. He said, "Listen," and he paused. He goes, "Jamal Murray's not been healthy," and he said that. So if they can get and figure out what Jamal's thing is, because he's your heart of the team. We said that when he was out with the ACL. He's kind of the heart of the team, and when he comes in and he's down and he's not feeling good and he's just through the, going through and whatever, the team struggles and they always seem to have to fight back. When he comes out with joy, team starts on fire. He kind of sets the tone for him.
All right, really quick. 3 minutes to go. +3, -3. You're up by 3. You're down by 3. Whatever. Somewhere in there. 2-man game. Who do you want to see with the ball? Russ or
right now?
Jamal?
Russ.
Right now, Russ.
Right now, Russ.
So when would that change?
Well, Russ is to me been a bigger threat now with the cuts. He's a little bigger guy, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got the 2-man game. Jamal gives you the shooting that I don't think Russ necessarily gives you. But the 2-man game, the pick and roll, now all of a sudden we're going to send a double to you, and all of a sudden, Malone just said it. Three times, in the last 3 minutes, he just curls around the back, boom, dump over, layup. And you're like, okay.
All right. So,
and I don't think Jamal has as much capability of that move. Now, Russ isn't going to pick and pop and get you to a 3 and knock down threes when he's on as consistently, you would think, as Jamal.
No, I'm just asking because now Jamal is catch and shoot like Michael Porter Jr. in the final 3 minutes. I'm just checking.
I think one of the more fun things to watch for Russell Westbrook, this dude that's just had, for whatever reason, not a really good reputation around the league over the years, is just a kind of a me guy, maybe selfish, whatever. Seeing the locker room, seeing the love that is in that dude has for his teammates, the teammates have for him.
It's been incredible.
I'm like, where's this dude gotten this reputation from?
Got me. He's been amazing, too, with the media, too.
I was
it's been
told
incredible.
From a guy the other day who's done some national stuff who said Russ has always had a great reputation with team and teammates everywhere he's been except L.A., the Lakers. And he said they killed him.
They
and I
ruined
think
him.
that's where the narrative switched on
Okay.
Russ as far as teammates and teams.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Fans hate him. Listen, if he ain't on your team, he's one of them I hate you dudes.
Sure, I guess. Yeah, for sure. But he's been awesome.
That's okay.
Hey, man, it's been great. And he doesn't have a championship. And I look at the Western Conference. The Nuggets are right there. I think we're good. And I think the Avalanche are good. I think we're all like, we sit here at basically halfway the season.
Broncos are good.
We'll get back to the Broncos. I'll tell you who's not good. Deion Sanders and the Raiders. That is not good. And not for the reasons I would have suspected. I'm surprised by the reasons behind it. Details next. All right. Well, Broncos season's over, which is a downer. But if your life has been a downer for sexual performance reasons, well, it's time to give 2025 a shot and raise things up and improve your love life. If erectile dysfunction has been part of your story, come on. Let's start a new one. Start a new story. Start a mediocre sex life into a fantastic sex life and improve your relationships. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Listen, this is where you go. Just give them a holler, 720-440-7900. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit, $99. Consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
But is there a chance that you could head to the NFL?
I know where you're going. You trying to go viral, right? Yeah. If I respond, you know we're going viral, right?
I know, right?
You know what? The only way I would consider is to coach my son. Not son. No. Sons. Okay.
I think we're going to go viral with that.
Yeah.
So that's not a no.
Well, I love Colorado. Now, I love my Buffaloes. I love everything that we're building. I love everything that we're doing. And I love Boulder, Colorado. I do.
I'm seeing, too, on some social media, Scott and Tyler, today was the first day Prime addressed the team that Shiloh and Shadur were not part of that team meeting as you get going in January, right? Boy, it turns quick, huh?
Said I'm excited to just be a coach and not a dad.
Yeah.
The first time I get to just be a coach.
We have interesting breaking news about the Broncos coming out of the locker room in terms of Bo Nix and what he went through this year. We'll get to that after 1 o'clock. But I am very curious about you guys' reaction to the story that came out that it was Prime and his camp that were pushing the Raiders for a job, and the Raiders aren't interested, not the other way around. Interesting reports.
So who did that come from?
Oh, I'm not exactly sure where it came from. I've heard it from a couple places.
Okay.
It was in The Athletic today.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, first off, I fully expected Deion Sanders to be interested in the Raiders job. So I'm not sure. I guess I'd be a little bit surprised that they wouldn't have any interest. They've got no interest?
I guess not. According to the reports, but Prime and his people were interested.
Yeah, which doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, I don't think that surprised any of us that Prime would be interested in that job.
Okay. I mean, it's a little something that, with everything that he said, that the bigger interest is coming from him, not the Raiders. There's no little surprise. There's a little surprise to me on that.
No, not for me personally. I mean, I've been saying it all along. How could you not be interested in that job? Literally, as a dad, as a human being, if you had a chance to go coach for an organization that you felt like I could continue to do what I've done from high school to college and now in the NFL, I don't think there's a human being on planet Earth that wouldn't be interested in that.
Scott?
I don't think that's a surprise. I think because I agree with you, Tyler. I think the surprise is that the Raiders, as crappy as they've been, wouldn't have interest in him, at least to bring him in to see what he's got to say. He might come in and be a total flop in an interview. But you hired Antonio Pierce last year, who's a nice coach, was a great player, but had never had any head coaching experience behind him. And although this not being pro, you got a Hall of Famer that has been a head coach at different levels in college.
Well, I'll tell you this, and Mike McCarthy is out.
That's my surprise.
Mike McCarthy is out with the Cowboys. They're not going with Deion Sanders.
Well, that one doesn't make sense to me because there's no realistic path to actually getting Shadur if he goes to Dallas.
They're not going. Here's what's going on, guys. The NFL is just not really that interested in Deion Sanders, despite how much we were hyping everything up and talking about it and all sorts of speculation. That was a lot of fun. Vrabel got hired in 2 seconds with the Patriots. The Raiders are not interested, apparently, in Prime. The Cowboys aren't going to go in that direction. He's having meetings at CU. Oh, he is going to be at CU. And one of the reasons he's going to be at CU is the NFL just wasn't that interested in Prime. That appears to be the case.
And I said this sometime during the season, and I firmly believe this, and I think more pro personnel realize this also. It's a big difference coaching college kids and using this raw and fear of scholarship and all that.
Yeah.
These dudes have contracts. You ain't scaring them.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of pro personnel people would look at that. And they may like Deion a lot, but I don't think a lot of them trust the fact that his methods would actually work with some dude who's got 7 years in and $90 million left on a contract. Were you going to threaten him?
I agree with you. I think it is interesting. The narrative was always Prime was going to choose to stay. Prime's decision, this, that, the other thing. There's another side of that coin, isn't it?
Well, I've always said that. And honestly, I'm not surprised by either one of the angles of this story. I'm definitely not surprised that Deion Sanders would be intrigued by getting the Raiders job and even pursuing the Raiders job. Not surprised. I'm also not overly surprised if there's teams that are not interested in Deion Sanders. I mean, Scott just talked about it, and I've said this a million times. The reason why Deion Sanders is so successful at the college level is because he gets to recruit off of his name. People will come to the University of Colorado because he's Deion Sanders, right?
Yeah.
And yes, he can get them a bag and he can get them money, but not like other schools, not like other places. He works with young kids. And when you get to the NFL, it doesn't work like that. Players don't come to you because you're Deion Sanders. There's free agency, there's dollar figures, there's a salary cap, and it's managed in a radically different world. You don't get to recruit in the transfer portal. You get to recruit about every 4 years when a guy's contract comes up.
Yeah.
So neither one of these angles surprised me at all.
Yeah, the recruiting in the NFL is limited to just a handful of high-profile guys for the most part that, get to make that choice.
And
but
9 out of 10 times, how do those guys make their decision?
Oh, probably the money. There's only the handful of Peyton Mannings that have ethereal other sorts of reasons.
Why do free agents sign with bad teams all the time?
Cash.
Money.
Simple.
Money.
Yeah, it's not complicated.
Well, and here's another thing that's bad on Prime, where on one hand you might think that, hey, some team might, okay, let's see if he could fix a DB room or see if he can be a good defensive coordinator. How many coaches that's got enough stability and confidence in themselves that they want to bring somebody with as big a book in to be a defensive coordinator as Prime? And he might be great at it, but you think some coach is going to sit there because all you got to do is let that defense turn and start doing good, and you ain't winning games. And guess what? Why ain't Prime the head coach? Ain't no coach going to hire him to be a coordinator, and that would be probably the quickest way to get a head coaching job.
All right, interesting twist. I'm happy, by the way.
There's a part of me that really doesn't believe the veracity of that report, like how strongly worded it is. Like the Raiders have zero interest in Deion Sanders. I don't really buy that either.
Okay.
I'm sure they have flirted with the idea, and maybe they made a decision that he's not going to be the dude. But I really believe in my heart they had to have had some interest in Deion Sanders.
Well, this stuff does happen fast with these coaches, and we'll see where VJ ends up. And will he end up somewhere? He had the Raiders. Raiders, yep, Jets. Darren Muji, the assistant GM, had an interview with the Jets. Davis Webb is getting interest in, some different corners. I mean, things are going to change here for the Broncos, but we're finding out in the clean out the locker room day, where players, I think, still use a garbage bag to take their stuff out, which to me is one of the more interesting traditions, that Bo Nix was playing with a broken back for the last month of the season. What? Details coming up next.
Yeah, look, he hung in there. He battled. There's some third downs I'm sure he'll want back, some plays he'll want back. It's pretty tough to play that position when the opponent's rushing the ball the way they are and you're not having the consistency. We felt like, man, this happens a lot where you have a real good run game plan and you don't get to near hardly any of it. Even that last series when it's still a 2-score game, there's been a lot of times from my experience where, hey, you got to stick to the run, and we run it, and here we are, 3rd and 7, and we just didn't execute well enough, and it's frustrating.
Sean Payton, I think he felt frustrated all year. We'll get into the details of the game, but we do have a little bit of breaking news. And it's about a broken back, as it's clean out the locker day, and we'll get into the weird traditions of that here in a second. But the news here is Bo Nix just dropped this little nugget just about a half hour ago.
Well, it was a long 18, 19-week season, but, fortunately, God was good to me this year. He allowed me to stay upright, and, I was healthy, got to play each and every game. Obviously, we all play with some bruises and some cuts and scrapes, but the Vegas week was just, I had a little transverse process fracture in my back, but that week got treatment and kind of made it through to that week. Monday Night Football, it was a stretch that we were all kind of banged up, and I wasn't going to miss the first Monday night game, so I got treatment on it, and then we were fortunate to have an off week that next week, and kind of went away after that. But for that moment, it was annoying, but we all played.
It was the Raiders game at the Raiders.
Yeah, got twisted up a little bit. Had 3 process fractures, but a lot of guys play with a lot of those kind of things.
They do? All right, medical genii, help me out here. 3 transverse process fractures, November 24th. Let's go, Doogie Housers. Help me out. What are we talking about here? What is this thing?
It's the pointy part of the spine that sticks out in the back that you can feel the ridges. It's those are the transverse process.
Okay. And we got 3 of those cracked?
It's never been considered a big deal.
Oh, okay. Really?
No, I'm being dead serious.
Okay.
It's never been considered a big deal. It's always considered you're stable with it. It's not a danger to yourself because of it. You're not at further risk of anything. It sounds scary, especially because it's spinal.
It's spinal.
But I definitely have known multiple guys that didn't miss a single snap because of it.
Well, Bo Nix is another one that that didn't miss a snap. So big deal or no big deal?
Not a big deal.
Not a big deal? Scott, big deal? No big deal? No biggie?
Yeah, well, it obviously wasn't.
I guess not. Well, I mean, it could impact how you throw a ball, couldn't it? I guess.
Yeah.
Well, he still had it in the Kansas City Chiefs game. I thought you said that was a laser show.
It was kind of a laser show. It was 18 for 19. It was unbelievable. Those were the days. Remember that? Remember the days where the Broncos could score, get first downs?
I love playing against sophomore teams.
Okay. Well, as it turns out, hey, I'm not going to argue with you, man. That it was what it was. Okay, so no big deal. All right.
It really is not a big deal, and I'm not trying to downplay it. But of all the injuries that athletes go through, that is very, very low on the list.
Mike Tyson, what do you think about it?
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
There's Bo Nix. Bo Nix on his injury.
Spinal.
I broke my back.
Why did he tell us about it now?
I don't know. He just seemed to be talking. Scott.
Because he had a tough game.
Exactly.
Oh, wow. Are you cynical? You think he's trying to sort of... Well, all right, just say what you mean.
No,
if you mean something, say it.
Just, look at me. Look how cool I am. I played through that.
Spinal.
That's another reminder for Scott to wake up.
No, no, you know what that is? It's the Warden calling. Look.
Aw,
Hello, Warden.
She looks beautiful.
Hi.
Hello.
You know, we're doing radio right now.
She's at a convention in New York. Show her the convention booth.
Wow.
Wow. Red carpet.
Wow. Spinal.
She's on the red carpet.
Okay, so no big deal. No big deal, but you think it's a look at me moment.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right. You putting that in the negative check column?
No, I'm not down on Bo Nix at all. I'm excited about Bo Nix. I am very, what's the word? I guess I'm just really, really curious, and I can't wait to get to the sophomore year, man. I can't wait to see what it looks like because I don't have any reasons to tell you that it's going to go downhill. Matter of fact, we've got all the reasons in the world to think that we're going uphill, right? But that sophomore season's a real deal. It is. Just chatting with our guy, Coach Sanford, after the show, and his takeaway was, man, we just got a guy. We got a guy with a really high floor. That's what we got. Really high floor QB.
What do you mean high floor?
What do you think? What do you mean? What do I mean?
I've heard of high ceiling. What do you mean high floor?
Exactly.
It's the opposite.
Yeah. Well, you don't want a guy with a low floor and a low ceiling. You want to, say, in other words, a high floor is he's better than average.
Well, yeah, that, and typically speaking, the ceiling is not that high. When you like Mac Jones, when he was coming out, the analysis on him was low ceiling, high floor. Like he's a day one type of guy. He's going to come in and he's going to be ready to rock and roll. But don't expect a ton of growth out of Mac Jones. And boy, did that end up to be a perfect description of who Mac Jones was. I happen to think that Bo Nix does have plenty of room to grow, specifically based off the athleticism that he has.
Yeah, so if you're saying
that's
got
just one thing.
If you're saying he's a high floor, that's an insult.
It can be.
That means there's not much room to grow.
It can be.
Okay, so is that what you believe? Or is that what Mike believes, I guess? I mean, that's what doubters would believe. You would, for example, Stidham to me is, I guess, high floor, low ceiling, whatever. He's smashed in between like a tuna fish sandwich.
That's a low floor, low ceiling.
Low floor, low ceiling. It's a crawl space.
Here's where I'm personally at with Bo Nix. I'm so happy we got him.
Me too.
And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm so happy we got him. This has been an incredible rookie season. It truly was icing on the cake to make it to the playoffs. Am I convinced that he's going to continue to grow? No, I'm not. But I'm really glad we got him, and I'm excited to see what we get next year.
The best thing is you got him, high floor or whatever. That means you can win games in the NFL with a high floor. And now because you've got him, you can try to build around him. The key is how long does this take to get to that very next level or to the ceiling, to his ceiling, maybe it's higher too. But how many years does that take? Is it next year? Does it take 3 years? And I think, to be honest with you, he's got 3 years from today. So 3 more years to prove he's the guy or not the guy. And I think that coincides with the length of the contract that Sean Payton has.
That would be true. And that would coincide with, whether you offer him that big second contract or not. That's what that's what it's all about, right? Like you can get that $50 to $60 million a year deal.
And listen, I hope he's all pro over the next 3 years, and then let's give him the money, and here we go. And if he's all pro over the next 3 years, we're going to win a lot of games and probably play deep into the postseason. And you get lucky here or there and see what happens. And I hope that does. But you look around at the Daniel Jones and the Mac Jones or whatever, all these different guys that got to that second contract, Russ Wilson, here, and you're like, is he that guy?
I believe he is.
Is he? Well, I mean, I'm saying you get 3 more years of just this.
Sure. There's no rush.
You're going to pay him. Was this year a $50 million a year deal?
There is.
And by then, when he's
rush.
up, it's probably going to be 60.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson are not one of the top 7 paid quarterbacks in the NFL right now. These contracts are bananas. But you got time.
And
you
that's
got
what I'm
so
saying.
much time.
I think with guys like Tua, like Jones's, like some of the other guys they paid, there's going to be a franchise. Dak Prescott, maybe even the dude in Cleveland. I think there's going to be a whoa by a lot of owners going, hey, listen, we were 9-8. We got in that 7th spot in the playoffs. I think San Francisco's going to be looking at that right now. Brock Purdy, who when he's got weapons, he's pretty good. But you want to pay him $60 million? And be
they're
on the hook
nervous
for that for the next 4 years?
Yeah, they got a really difficult decision. That's one of the more difficult decisions at QB that we've had in maybe 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, this.
And he's a perfect system guy when he's got the system around him, doesn't he?
This is a weird one for me because usually at this time of the year for the past 9 years here doing sports talk, it's all about the quarterback. It has been. It's been, we sit here like we did last year, and this is when we really started talking about all those quarterbacks pretty seriously, kind of day in and day out. And Nick's name was there, but there were a bunch of guys there.
I'll tell you this.
That is not the story this year for us, for me at least. I mean, that's doesn't even matter. It's a completely irrelevant conversation.
Mm-hmm. And Bo certainly was not helped out by his wide receivers yesterday. I'll tell you that.
How so? They didn't play well?
Oh, we had at least 4 drops, maybe more.
No.
Vele had a bad game. Cortland Sutton had a bad game.
Oh, my goodness.
What are you saying, oh, my goodness, dear? That's an absolute fact.
Cortland Sutton had a big drop. Vele may have had 1.
Yep.
2 cornerbacks had 2 drops also.
Yep.
Or a cornerback and a safety had a drop. To sit there and say they had bad games.
There were a lot of drops.
There was about 4 catches Cortland made with the balls behind him, or in a bad place, or having to go down low that he made great catches on too.
That's fair. But my only point is there were some really bad timed drops in that game, including Cortland had a really bad one at the end of the first half.
The one to Cortland was probably the most egregious, and yet then he came back. Was it the same series? Came back and had a tough catch right along the sideline. He's also the guy that tippy-toed it somehow and caught the one that was going out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't say that game was blamed on wide receivers.
Oh, no, I'm not blaming it. I'm just saying he wasn't helped out by the drops. That's all.
I think sometimes in blowout games, blame. I mean, at what point do you just say, and I gave this analogy. I'll do
Sean
it
Payton wanted to
super
blame.
quick.
Sean Payton wanted to blame at the end of the game when he's blaming Vance Joseph, and I'm like, Sean, how about you worry about your own offense? Like you put up 7 points, Like why don't you worry about your
You had the ball
deal?
for 18 minutes.
I was at a coaching clinic. Guy said, "Give me any 11 little league kids, and we'll get to the championship game." What happens when you get to the championship game, Coach? Well, we lose to a better team. They're a better team. The Bills are just a better team. You blame.
They're a better team.
They're a better team.
Listen, here's what Sean Payton doesn't get, and another one of the reasons I'm not a big fan, but and fair and unfair, but this is the truth. Coaches and quarterbacks get way too much credit and way too much blame. And it's the same thing with this one. You could sit there and say, well, Bo Nick's got to do this, and Bo Nick's got to, okay, I get you. Well, the guy calling the plays, you're as you said a while ago, D-Mac, your bell cow running back got 7 carries.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Your team went 4 and out in half of their possessions.
Correct.
And really, maybe even 5 if you don't count the nice play, good decision on the fake punt. So, and to sit there and turn a game that's 13-7 should have been 13-10 midway through the third period, and turn around and blame anything on the defense, you're very short-sighted considering you had the ball in the third quarter for 2 possessions, ran 6 plays, and took 2 minutes off the clock.
Well,
that ain't a defensive problem.
I'll tell you what, we got no dumb questions coming up in about 15 minutes. 303-504-0925. Fire them up. We can play a little, should they stay or should they go? We have a list of the free agents, what should they do? And then the big question right now for the Broncos is VJ. It is. It's like, what happens with VJ? Because it did not look sweet amongst those two yesterday, and it really hasn't for a good chunk of the season. Is VJ gone? It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, check it out. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, stop wasting your time. Go to my friends over at Phil Long Ford. We're talking about one-stop shopping with the best prices in the state of Colorado. When you go to Phil Long Ford, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on the lot right now at Phil Long Ford. The inventory has never been better. So whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Guys, and at Phil Long Ford, you're going to build a relationship that you're going to have for life. That's what I did. I bought my first car from Phil Long Ford my rookie year in the NFL, and I've been going back there ever since because I know them, I love them, I trust them, they respect me, they get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's what's going to happen to every customer that walks in the doors at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for such a long time. You're going to be so grateful you went there. You're going to become a customer for life. Check them out online and feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Brink. Cha. Well, it happens quick. Should they stay or should they go? I got a list of the Broncos free agents, guys. Like,
keep them all.
we move fast. Talk to me before I get to this list. Talk to me about the garbage bags on clean out the locker. By the way, no dumb questions in 10 minutes. If you got one, 303-504-0925. What is with the garbage bags on clean out the locker day?
What do you mean? It's convenient.
Yeah.
It's easy. You got a stack of clothes that have been stuffed into the drawers or a cabinet.
Yeah.
You open it up. You don't fold it. You just toss it into the garbage bag, and you ho your way out of the locker room.
Okay. Scott, do they do that in the NBA? Garbage bags?
Trying to think. I think one year I used a garbage bag. A lot of time back in the days, they'd give you all your shoes you had left over that the company had sent you. And so mostly you were packing in about 10 boxes or 8 boxes of shoes.
Okay. All right. I think it's a funny process just to see these NFL guys just rolling out like Santa Claus with garbage bags, but
well, do you think that's now a tradition, so now we just stick with it?
I don't know.
And
maybe.
Let's be honest, it's easier to give them a bunch of garbage bags and go buy you one of those big boxes of 2 rolls at Home Depot than it is to
you're right.
Yeah,
I mean,
else,
the humbling experience is not that. The humbling experience is when you get that call, hey, GM needs to see you. And then you get given a garbage bag with a security guard standing right next to your shoulder while you stuff it all in, and you just want to go give a couple man hugs to your boys, and they come along the ride with you to give those man hugs and just casually walk you out of the building to say goodbye, make sure you don't do anything crazy.
All right, should they stay or should they go? Let me go through a list of free agents, and you guys tell me what you think. DJ Jones. Stay or go? DJ Jones.
Can you improve?
Probably not. He probably is exactly who he is, probably a little bit less.
I like DJ Jones a lot. I'm good. Keep him.
You like DJ Jones?
I'd say keep.
I'd say get rid of, and you're drafting his replacement. You still have Malcolm Roach and John Franklin Myers. You're good there. It's time to move on from DJ
Roach
Jones.
had a tough game yesterday.
Okay. Well, maybe you move on from him too. I don't know.
DJ Jones will – the position that DJ Jones plays will always be one of the most underappreciated positions on a football team. You'll never notice the impact. You'll never know what you're looking for unless you know what you're looking for.
All right. So you'd keep him. Scott, keep him. I'd move on. Javonte Williams.
Sayonara.
Scott?
Well, I don't think you can send all the running backs going because Sean Payton ain't going to use them anyway. So,
well, but he's a free agent though. The other guys are kind of signed up.
Yeah. Okay. See. Okay. God bless you, Javonte. And if no one signs you and you can get him cheap, go ahead.
Yeah, I would definitely move on for Javonte. I don't see any purpose of keeping him. Sorry. It just I feel you with coming back from the injury, but it just didn't work.
I'm going to tell you this: Javonte's season was not as bad as we made it out to be, but there's also not a future for him on this football team.
I agree, and that's when we get to the draft and I start, getting real fired up for Cam Scattaboo late in the 3rd or 4th round, then that'll come.
I think I'm going after him in the late 2nd.
Late 2nd? Well, they really don't have a late 2nd. They got, by the way, they're slotted in at like 19. 19 is their pick, and 54. So, Scott, do you want to?
I mean, Scattaboo at 19.
I mean, do you want to? We don't have to, but we'll have time for that. Cody Barton.
Definitely keep.
Inside linebacker.
Absolutely keep. Cody Barton was.
Well, you're going to have to give him a little bit of a raise then. You good with that?
Yep. And it's not going to be anything crazy. It's not going to be a salary cap busting type of deal. Mm-hmm. He'll get paid a handsome amount of money that is relative to his value on this football team, and he's worth it. It's not going to be. You're not going to have to give him a crazy deal.
Scott?
Yeah, I like him.
Justin Strnad.
Oh, he's got a spot for life on this team.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
Sometimes when those special team aces start playing on a regular basis, they get exposed a little bit.
I thought he bounced off a couple of runs last game. I think if you can upgrade that, you upgrade it. If not, yeah.
Okay, but we're not answering the same question. I'm answering whether he's got a role on this team, and he's got a role forever on this football team.
Every guy's got a role on the team.
As a special teams player. Now, do I want him as my starting inside linebacker? Hell no. No, I don't want that. But he's been a very valuable member of this team in a different role, and he proved this year more than ever that he's a more than capable backup linebacker to have on this team.
Okay.
And you know what, D-Mac?
So he's that good of a special teams guy.
Yeah, he always has been.
Because he ain't going to be your starting inside linebacker next year.
No, but I would love to have a dude with that type of value as my backup inside linebacker. I would love it.
And now experience.
Justin had like 2 bad games. Other than that, the dude had a very serviceable job this year.
2 bad games, and one of them happened to be in the playoffs.
Here's a couple of fun ones. We'll do one at a time. Jarrett Stidham.
Bye.
No.
Wow. Quick decision. Just that's it.
Bye. I don't need 3 quarterbacks on my team, so whether you want to make that decision with him or Zach Wilson, whatever. But
I'm asking specifically, though.
What I would do is I would keep Zach Wilson as my backup quarterback.
Okay.
I would say bye to Jarrett Stidham.
Okay.
Unless he wants to hang around on the practice squad, and then fine, you can be on my practice squad.
Then why was he the backup all year and not Zach Wilson?
Well, because I guess Sean Payton doesn't feel the same way that I do.
No. Okay, Scott?
Sean Payton didn't want anybody that could rock the boat with the starter.
All right, well, then I guess I'm going to Zach Wilson then. I mean, so I guess you'd keep Zach Wilson.
I would, for sure.
As your backup.
Yeah. I would keep Zach over Stidham if you're going to keep one of the two, me personally.
Okay.
It was one of the more confusing things. I got it at the beginning. I totally understood at the beginning why we carried all 3 guys, especially when we're like, okay, well, maybe we're going to be able to trade Zach Wilson, and we're going to get some value out of this guy, right? So let's carry him until we get to the trade deadline and just see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Carrying 3 healthy backup quarterbacks without a real reason for it, I'm not saying it hurt the team by any means, and I don't even know who I'm saying they would have carried in replacement of him.
I don't think they missed out on anybody.
But it's a total luxury and an unnecessary.
Okay, well they'll have a third quarterback on practice squad minimum,
Always.
and they may have another third. Hey, listen, they rolled with 3 quarterbacks on the roster this year. They may do so next year. What about just keeping both of them? Why not just run it back? Why not? I mean, you got Bo on a super cheap contract. I don't think Stidham or Zach Wilson's going to cost you a lot of money. Why not just keep them all?
It's just not necessary. We wanted competition. We wanted bodies. You weren't positive if Bo Nix was going to work out. You know now. You got your guy.
But Bo Nix had spinal.
Yeah.
Spinal. I don't know. He played injured.
Yeah.
We had, if you missed the news, Bo Nix had 3, what was it?
Transverse process fractures.
He had spinal. Dan, we have the Mike Tyson.
Spinal.
Thank you.
Spinal.
Just.
I broke my back.
I broke my back.
When we refer to Bo Nix's injury, which just hit us with a
spinal.
Broke my back.
That
is kind of interesting that he dropped that, kind of like, that he just wanted everybody to know that one out the door.
So now you're starting to feel me.
I feel like if for him to say it when nobody really was talking about it,
nobody knew about it,
means it probably was bothering him, and it's his way, a little passive aggressive way of saying, hey everybody, I had something, I was dealing with spinal.
Look how cool I am.
Oh, well,
spinal.
It's a little bit of an excuse. I mean, it's probably legit. You don't know how the spinal actually, hurt him throwing the ball. Maybe it had an impact. He got it in November. How long do these things take to heal if it's not that big of a deal?
Fractures are 6 weeks before the healing process starts.
Whenever you get a back injury, you want to hear it's bone related, not disc related. That's what you want to hear.
And that is why this show is PhD.
That's right.
Final.
Right.
Any other free agents that got you? I mean, there's a couple of other dudes that are, like Smith and some other Riley Dixon. Anybody else that floats your boat there? Anybody else that if you bring back Riley Dixon, the punter? Did he do good enough?
Sure.
Fine with that.
I'm good there. I'm good with our kicker. I don't know what his situation is.
He signed up. Well, that's good.
Okay.
Bummer for the doink, I suppose, but he's kicked pretty well for them.
He had a fine year.
Yeah. Fine with Riley Dixon. Anything else? Any other?
I'd love to bring Matt Pert back. He's a swing tackle.
Yeah.
He did a very fine job when he got tossed in there.
He did much better than Alex Forsythe in blocking field goals.
I cannot believe the starters and the depth that we had on the offensive line this year. I thought the depth was great. The starters were great.
Okay, so you bring Pert back as well.
Where's little Jordan Humphries?
Oh, he's on that list too. He's
gone. See you.
Yeah. Well, that'll be an interesting one because he's a little bit of a safety blanket there for Sean Payton. And he's a blocking wide receiver.
Gone see him. Gone see him.
Okay. So if Sean Payton brings him back, you're going to be a little down on that.
I don't think it's necessary.
Who are your wide receivers next year? Give me 5 wide receivers that are going to be on this team, real or imaginary.
Mims, Franklin, Cortland Sutton, at least one draft pick, and Bailey.
Okay.
Sounds pretty good to me.
About,
you're going to want to get a stud, whether it's in free agency or the draft. So,
not both?
You could.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want T. Higgins on this team.
I mean, if you do both, you're probably saying bye to Cortland Sutton, which, okay, I don't want to. I love Cortland. I think he's...
Why would you have to say goodbye to Cortland Sutton?
If you're getting a big free agent, you're probably not going to pay a big free agent and Cortland Sutton.
Why not?
Just a lot of money.
Okay, they're kind of bargain basement all over the other place. I mean, you got money to spend now. You do. You can spend some money now.
You still got a $34 million cap hit, though.
You do?
I don't think they've got a plethora.
It's way more cash than you had last year, that's for sure. Way more. And you're dumping a bunch of guys right here. I mean, you're going to have
if
cash.
You're going after
but all those guys you're dumping, you got to replace.
If you're going after a true top-flight wide receiver, like you want to go get T. Higgins,
yeah.
All right, get ready to pay $30 million.
Oh, that's right. I mean, that's the question. Are you ready? I mean, that is the question.
And
no
so
doubt.
My point is, I'd be surprised if they were going to have 2 of those guys because Cortland's
not a $30 million guy.
He's maxing out, right? Like he's maxing out.
Yeah. He's good. I'm glad he's on the team and all, but he's not going to be a $30 million guy.
So Cortland and Mims, Bailey, new guy, and Franklin.
Okay, and you roll with that. You'd be happy with that. Where are you going to pick the new guy up then if it's in the draft?
Personally, I don't need Troy Franklin on my football team, but I get it. He's a draft pick, and they usually are going to stick around at least for a few years.
What would your interest level be in Tez Johnson, who's more or less somewhat of an adopted brother?
I'm kind of overdrafting the buddies of quarterbacks.
Okay, so that doesn't do it for you.
That hasn't worked out too well for us.
Guy would be a third rounder probably. Stud out of Oregon. Doesn't do it for you.
It's not a shot at him.
So do you want him or Scattaboo?
That's a great question. I'll throw it right back at you.
Scattaboo.
I would rather have Scattaboo as well.
So would I.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, not very controversial here then. And are we all down with? We just kind of segued into this. Are we just digging Tyler Warren at number 19?
I got a bigger hot take than a stupid mock draft.
What do you got?
Hit the hot take music.
The hot take
What's that?
music?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what the hot take music. Dan, play the hot take music. Is that what it is?
What's that one song? Hot.
Buster Poindexter.
Yeah, do a little Buster Poindexter.
Hot, Buster Poindexter, Dan. Quickly! What's your hot take? Well, Dan decides to get that. We'll go to no dumb questions here in a second.
Yeah, this was my takeaway from the game as they ran for 200 and some yards against Denver, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can have Cooper and Benito both on the team at the same time.
Why?
Really?
Why not?
Because they're both too small. I think one of them's got to be a size guy, and to me, they're both speed, small, quick, get underneath guys. And I thought they ran at Cooper's ass all day yesterday.
Well, Cooper also bit inside a couple times too, and he didn't contain. And you do have Jonah Ellis, and you do have Drew Sanders, I suppose, who are bigger guys.
Scott's not wrong on wanting a bigger guy. So do I. And it's definitely not ideal, the current setup, but they're both too good to get rid of.
Absolutely.
I don't think you got a choice but to roll with
Sanders.
those guys.
Absolutely. They're both fantastic. Maybe you keep one of them so you can use in more pass situations. But boy, I sure would like to have a stouter outside linebacker, one of those two.
Well, let's go to No Dumb Questions, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dumb, 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 dumb.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Brought to you by Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to order online and find a location near you. What you got, Scott?
Well, it always seems to me that when you watch a game, if there's some sort of tie-in or a dog that you can put in the hunt for said games, the interest for me anyway is bigger. Like I could care about the college finals for a couple reasons. One, Ohio State and Notre Dame might be two of my least favorite teams in the world, but that's just one. And two, I don't like college football after like January 5th, so they're wearing me out right there. But now with the playoffs and the Broncos out, do you find another team to try to keep the interest going? Do you pick one of the survivors that are still left and say, okay, Kansas City's in our division. Do we like them? Buffalo knocked Denver out, so do we like them? Hey, Baltimore beat us earlier and kind of as bad as anybody in the regular season. Do we like them? Washington's got a rookie quarterback. Hey, do we go slide in there with them? Texas has got a second-year quarterback that's now been in the playoffs 2 straight years, even as a rookie. Do we like do you do that, or you just watch football?
I think there's a few very likable football teams still left. How could you root against Washington? Who could root against that
They
right now?
got Jaden Daniels and Luke McCaffrey. It's fun. I love them.
It's a freaking blast, and Dan Quinn's like the most
There you
phenomenal
go.
human being on
Wears
planet
his
Earth.
hat backwards in his 50s.
How could you root against the Detroit Lions?
No hair.
How can anybody root against the Lions?
I'm not rooting against them. I just don't care that much. I find they're like everybody has to like them story. Detroit versus everybody kind of weak.
I think you're weird. I really do. I don't understand how that is not a compelling storyline to you.
It's a compelling storyline. I just don't care about it.
He's one of the most likable head coaches in decades. I mean, that's the way I feel. Fine if you don't.
Yeah.
And then honestly, for a kind of true blue blood NFL team, if we were going to use that term, it's really kind of hard to hate on the Bills. It is.
I agree with you there. I can tell you this, because of their fans, I am definitely rooting against the Eagles. I don't know if you saw that little video that's going around. Up yours, Eagles fans. That's what I got to say to that.
Oh, I don't know which video you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a guy in the stands that's saying horrible things to a female Packers fan. It just reminds me of what a crap hole the city of Philadelphia is and how lousy their fans are. Like, I am actively rooting against Philadelphia. You stink, Philadelphia. I'm trying to be kind here. I'm not going to use his language. The Bills are definitely a rootable team. So are the Ravens, I think.
There's really only one team left that I don't feel like has a chance in hell of making any noise, and it's the Texans. The rest of them, I could see a path for almost all of them. I think Philly's going to fall apart.
Oh, I tell you a team I'm rooting against. I'm rooting against the Chiefs. I hope C.J. Stroud goes in there and pulls off the upset of the decade. Who exactly Scott would... Well, Scott, I don't know. Are you still rooting for the Chiefs? I mean, I know your boys, your area, your whole thing, but enough's enough with that story.
I don't root against them. I don't necessarily like them, and I'll have to again put up. One, I sit next to Nick Helling on all the Nuggets trips, who's part of our TV crew, and he's a giant Chief head. My Vine is loaded with Chief heads that I got to deal with on every single day. Or every single game day anyway. So, But it is a division team. Does it make AFC West? Hey, we beat the Super Bowl team.
Hell no. Just go in there, Texans. Go C.J. Stroud. Pull up the upset. Beat them.
Chiefs are going to win it all. They're going to they're going to beat the Texans by 3 points. They're going to beat the Bills by 6 points, and then they're going to win the Super Bowl by 4.
Well, no dumb question. Is the Bills-Ravens game the Super Bowl? I mean, are these the two best teams that are playing each other?
They seem like the two most complete teams, if you say complete teams, because what did the Bills win more games by 20-plus points than anybody this year. Or
Did they
like
really?
that.
That's fun. That's a good stat.
Something like had eight wins by 20-plus or something.
I did not know that. That's crazy.
I love what Romo said in the broadcast yesterday, and I don't disagree with you. Your two front runners for MVP are playing against each other next week in Buffalo and Baltimore, right? You got the two quarterbacks are your two MVP candidates, and I love what Romo said. He said, "Before you vote, let's play that game." And
All
then
right.
cast your vote.
Oh,
I'm okay with that.
I got some more dumb questions that we can get to, including a life raft question from Bubs. We'll get to that. Also, Josh Grismer, going into the locker room. We'll see if he got any like free clothes or gloves or shoes or whatever, and he'll find out about Bo Nix's spinal. Play with a broken back. Dude's a freaking hero. We got a report on that coming up next.
Spinal.
He's a hero.
The bum.
Spinal. He played with a broken back.
God, no wonder he sucked yesterday.
I'm going to read from Izzy Smoke. Keep the music. With a photo of Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson next to her guy, Bo Nix. We will never find the words for this quarterback room and what they meant to us. They were in our corner from start to finish and believed in Bo when they certainly didn't have to. And then we're adding the girlfriends and wives of Wilson and Stidham.
Yeah.
From Izzy Smoke on Insta.
Great that you can be in two different places and be on FaceTime.
And who knew he was playing with the spinal? Spinal. Josh Grismer, the intrepid Josh Grismer, skyrocketing. The guy I see. I'm sitting in Ball Arena, and Josh is on the ribbon. You see that, Scott, at Ball Arena? Just Josh. Up there, just Josh. That's it. Nobody else, just Josh.
Just Josh.
Mix one up. Josh.
I'm so fascinated how if Josh remembered how to speak dude going into the locker room today. Like, did Josh remember how to speak dude, or did he walk in there with the Mix 100 voice like, hey, guys, how was your season today?
Wow.
I thought you guys were fantastic the whole year long.
Tyler off the top rope. Question.
No, I've still been doing sports longer. Still been doing it longer. So it comes back quick. It comes back quick.
Sure it does. Yeah. All right, what's the locker room like there, pal? What was it like in there?
Word of the day today was excited. So I've been doing the final day for the last 5 years, the locker room clean out.
Okay.
So I've been doing this, and it has been abysmal. This last week was the first time I've even gotten to cover a team, the Broncos team, going into the playoffs. My first time in my career. So, yeah, everybody, it sucks. This final day of clean out your locker and doing these interviews, it sucks. But every single person that we talked to today, their word was they're excited for the future.
Okay.
And I have not heard that the last 5 years at all. No excitement. So that's the word of the day. Yes, it's a bummer. They got outplayed yesterday. It was not a good game. But every single player that we heard from said they have they're excited feeling for the future to come.
What was the nature of Bo Nix revealing his spinal? Like, he just sort of dropped that on his own, huh?
He did. That was, I guess the guy that asked that question was Mike Kliss, so he had some kind of hint to it.
Okay.
I personally didn't know anything, and then he dropped that it was a fracture, and we were like, whoa, like there were people looking around.
Scott and Tyler say it's no big deal. You guys want to recap your medical prognosis?
I just told you where the transverse process was, and football player tell you how obvious it is.
Yeah, my experience with it is that with back injuries, you want to hear that it's bone related. I'm being dead serious. That's what you want to hear. You don't want to hear about discs. You don't want to hear about herniations. That's the stuff that is bad. The transverse process, it's like a clean deal that you play through. You're not at further risk. I'm not saying it didn't cause him pain or discomfort. I'm certainly not saying that. But it's not a dangerous situation.
See, I would hear that and I'd be like, you got spinal. That sounds bad. But I don't know.
You guys are doing the Tyson thing? Spinal.
Who else did you talk to?
So we talked.
According to the AI overview,
okay,
transverse process fractures are common.
Okay,
especially in the lumbar spine.
So I might be walking around with a spinal myself right now. Who knows?
I broke my back.
Well, you know what? It says avocados by Triumph such as a fall.
Oh, well.
Uh-oh.
I was doing that. I was falling on my face.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so you never know, I suppose. All right, who else did you run into?
So right after that, we talked to Alex Singletary, which was good.
Singleton,
excuse me, Alex Singleton, and that's he was super excited as well. Like he was no knee brace, no sleeve, no nothing, walking around totally fine. He said he wasn't able to give the exact timeline, of course, but he said he'll be ready to go next season. Directly after him, I talked to Pat Surtain, and that was a good talk. He was, obviously bummed about the way the season came to an end, but he was excited the way the defense played. And there's a lot of defensemen that can come back and that are able to not necessarily hit the free agency, hopefully. But he's going to be watching the accolades himself. He's hoping to maybe bring home that Defensive Player of the Year.
I thought like Mac Hollins, who wore a Fred Flintstone outfit with a water buffalo hat on, barefoot, actually had a moment where he stepped over Pat Surtain. That might be one of the more disrespectful. And he did get flagged for it.
Pat grabbed his ankle.
Yeah, he did the AI, right? The Allen Iverson step over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was arguably the most human I've ever seen Pat Surtain look in that game.
Like, if I'm going to take away a moment of, like, a little bit of inspiration, little chip on your shoulder, some dude named Mac Hollins dressed up as Barney Rubble is stepping over our guy. Like, let's not have that moment happen again, right? Like, let's remember that little moment. I don't know. This is what I take out of it.
Are you saying like a humbling moment, or
it's just like that's our guy, man?
Just,
that's Pat Surtain. That's our guy. And some dude that's as goofy as Mac Hollins, in almost nothing in the NFL, who's just goofy, is doing that.
He did that stir the pot thing too afterwards.
I think it's just there's some little moments. I think there should be some moments of inspiration. That's all.
I'm kind of into his grounding thing, though. You know anything about grounding?
He doesn't wear shoes.
Yeah. I'm kind of into it.
One with the earth.
I think it's a thing. Yeah.
Grounding's a thing.
Some people do that for their beds.
What? Okay.
Yeah, they hook a little electrodes to your beds and ground them to the.
Oh, you're being serious?
Floor. Yeah.
No, I don't know anything about it.
So it's supposed to help you sleep better.
Okay, you're gonna start walking around with no shoes. I mean, that's his
I've done
thing.
it a lot. I'm serious.
You've walked around with no shoes.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting into no dumb questions here. All right, Tyler. Where have you walked around prominently aside from inside of your home?
Favorite place? Golf course. No shoes, no socks. By far my favorite place to go grounding.
How often have you done that?
20 times.
Really? Okay. All right.
An entire 18 holes, no shoes on.
Okay.
Yep.
Didn't kill your left toe?
My left toe. No.
Your left toes when you hit a proper golf swing and you get up on that left
Yeah.
toe.
Well, I don't know how to hit a proper golf swing, so it doesn't
helps.
affect me.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like in the sand and the rough and like whatever, just
No, I mean, you slip the sandals on when you get into the to the rough areas.
Okay.
So actually, if he's being honest, that round he may have had his sandals on more than barefoot.
Yeah,
okay.
for
At least
sure.
I would.
For sure.
Josh, anything else, man?
Yeah, after that, we talked to Bowles, McGlinchey, and Miners. And the cool thing about that is actually the O-line is going to stay together. There's not a lot of free agents or anything like that. So that's actually pretty good. They had a hell of a year, I mean, to be honest. And so that's good. That's what you want with a new quarterback like Bo Nix. And so they have the offensive line was by far the most optimistic people that we talked to.
All right, on social, you putting all the stuff up there? Everybody can check out?
Yep, we're loading it all over Instagram and Twitter right now.
Okay, appreciate it, Grizz, my man.
Hey, show that old video of you surrounding Jericho.
I got you, Scotty. No worries.
Thank you, brother.
When we come back, the big question is probably the future of Sean Payton and VJ. And what was that fight? What was going on? What will be going on? Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want things to look better for you. I want things to look up for you. I want things to be positive for you. And if dealing with erectile dysfunction is part of your story right now, that stinks, man. That's a loss of intimacy, connection with your partner, and things can be better, much better for you with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So what you get with your visit, $99, no big deal. You get a consult, the TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. Hey, if that doesn't work, in the office, your visit is free. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 5 locations. And like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What happens with VJ? Obviously, there was some discord during the game. VJ has interviewed now for the Raiders and the Jets. It doesn't feel great between him and Sean Payton. So, first of all, maybe I'll just start here. What did you guys think when you saw what was going on with them on the sideline, and where do you think this is going?
I was kind of waiting for it, to be honest. I think it's been a long time coming that we've all felt the tension brewing between these two guys, and I rolled my eyes at it. I did, because, like, Sean, dude, first off, the game's over at that point. It's over, right? So at that point, you're going up to Vance Joseph. You're getting ticked off about Lord knows what he's getting ticked off about. I'm like, hey, buddy, how about you worry about trying to get a 2-minute drive at some point? Why don't you worry about your offense? I feel bad for Vance Joseph, though, because I think he's done a really good job. He has. You got to look at it as a whole, and as a whole, he's done a really good job. He's probably going to get fired because he's probably going to get fired because at the end of the season, unless everybody's satisfied, there's almost always a fall guy, and I do believe Vance Joseph's going to be a fall guy, and it's going to be a poor decision.
Scott?
There was a story I was told 20 years ago, and it was involved in a football game, and there was 2 DBs, and this one guy just absolutely got burned. His responsibility, coaches, everybody knew he was in the wrong position, blah, blah, blah. And he starts going off. And he's going off to his buddy. And the cameras are catching like this, and he's doing this. He's gyrating, and he's throwing his arms around, and obviously didn't hear what he's saying. And supposedly he was going, man, that's my fault. I can't believe I let you down. That was terrible. But everybody in the crowd said, oh, it was that guy's fault. So now Sean Payton, I see this. Sean Payton, this wasn't Sean Payton's fault. This game was all on VJ. This loss was VJ's fault. And that's what I thought he was doing. Make sure that the blame stayed away from him. We've stayed away from him on this show. I thought he horrible the last month of the season calling plays, to be honest with you. But I'm biased because I don't like him. So anytime I say something negative, oh, you just don't like him. That's fine. Don't give me 5 3-and-outs in a playoff game. So I thought he was setting up Vance Joseph for the Lemmings to go, look, our defense stunk. And I saw that early on social media. Oh, Vance Joseph, our defense can give up 31. Okay. And I thought that was exactly what Sean Payton's goal and motivation was. And I agree with you, Tyler. I think if he doesn't get hired somewhere else, he will find a way to fire him probably or get him gone. And I'll go back to a question I asked you guys a month ago or more. If at the end of the season, when they get knocked out, are we going to sit there? Is it more of what Bo couldn't do or more of what Sean Payton didn't do? And I think it was more what Sean Payton didn't do. Now, Bo wasn't great yesterday. We know that. He looked a little bit overwhelmed. But the play calling, come on now. That play calling was not good.
I will be shocked if he's fired. I will not
fired, mutual party in the ways, whatever.
Okay, because I will not be surprised if there's a mutual parting of the ways and he goes somewhere else. I'll be stunned if he's fired without somewhere else to land. I would be stunned by that. I would. So, but I don't think he'll be back.
I'll tell you this, and I was told this, and Tyler, you probably heard this too. The defensive guys love Vance Joseph.
Yeah.
Love Vance Joseph. And so all that list you went through of free agents, do we want back? And if there's 5 or 6 of them, we want these cats back. Let's see who stays with Vance Joseph getting thrown underneath the bus. Let's see if some of those guys really want to come back.
I mean, I guess I would agree with you, D-Mac, in terms of like literal firing. Maybe that's not the right way to phrase it. But I do think he'll be asked to not come back. And I think that's going to be a mistake. You know, a lot of people are connecting dots to Dennis Allen, who's obviously got history with Sean Payton, and he's available. So you go back in time and you think about the hiring process. Sean took forever to assemble this staff. I don't know if people really remember how long it took. I mean, he was on the job for weeks before this whole staff was assembled, and Vance Joseph was one of the later hirings that he had.
Oh, he was the latest.
Was it the very last one?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
honestly don't remember.
We had Rex Ryan hanging out at the Inverness in his blue jumpsuit, looking like a big blueberry out there that was interviewing for the job. It was crazy how late it was.
Yeah.
And remember, it was the whole
looking like Otto.
Yeah.
What was that cat's name? Otto in Beetlejuice. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Boom! And all of a sudden his clothes flies off and he's wearing that light blue jumpsuit.
I mean, Rex was comfortable there at the Inverness for sure. Hey, Rex is the perfect guy for every job, apparently, according to Rex. Just ask him. But that was going on. I mean, that was in the world of possibility. And the expression at the time was, well, we're going to hire the right guy, just not the first guy. But the truth was they didn't have anybody else. And Sean and VJ did not have a previous relationship. And Sean's been so loyal and references the Saints so much. It feels weird that a guy that he was not connected to at all somehow got such an important job. Never mind a guy who'd been an ex-coach here. It was a weird hire on a lot of different levels. So I am not surprised that things don't look great between the two of those dudes.
It just it seems like it's going to be a huge mistake to me.
Oh, you have to side with Sean Payton because he's not going anywhere. You don't have.
Why do you have to side with him?
Oh, who am I siding with? Explain your question a little bit more.
You're just going to take the front runner.
Well, I mean that's
who's
that's
in
that's
the right
gonna,
and who's in the wrong. I know you haven't gotten your ice cream yet.
I put the ice cream in the freezer. Anybody can have that ice cream.
Got the ice cream.
Yeah, I've left it up. Nobody wants that ice cream. Apparently, it's been there for weeks now. Who am I siding with? Well, let me just go over some numbers, and maybe we can figure it out together. Forget about the Kansas City JV game, right? You lost 30-20. Well, you just lost 31-7 to Buffalo, so there's 30 points. You lost in overtime to the Bengals 30-24. You lost to the Chargers 34-27. You did beat Indy 31-13. And then you did beat Cleveland, but you gave up 32 points to the Jerry Jeudy show. So in games that mattered, 4 of your last 5 games, you gave up 30 or more points. And again, we're throwing out the Kansas City game, right? So, okay, you probably were, by points allowed in the last 5 weeks of the season, guys, you probably were at the bottom of defense.
Well, the month of December, we went from a top 5 defense to 31st out of 32 teams. And
who's that on?
That's a relevant storyline for sure. Or you could look at the entire season and you could say, okay, scoring defense the entire year. Today, where does the Denver Broncos defense rank? 3 in the NFL. They gave up 18.3 points per game. Total defensive rankings, even with the month of December, in which they were 31st out of 32 teams. They're 7th in overall defense. And the one that really matters is scoring, and it's number 3. So my point is, even with a really bad month of football in there, they're still a freaking top 5 unit or close to it.
I guess the argument would be every time you played somebody good, you stunk on defense.
All right. Well, are we going to fire ourselves as an offensive coordinator too if we're going to play that game?
So we're going to play that game and just go I get, is Buccaneers good? They didn't look good yesterday, but you held them to 7.
True.
And your offense scored 26. The Ravens, they dropped you. They scored 41, but your offense nestled up 10 on that one. The Chiefs game, you held them to 16, but your offense only nestled up 14 to that one. Falcons, you scored 38. Defense pretty good in that game, I think. You only held them to 6, but they were a sub-500 team.
Listen, I'm not making this argument. You just point to me the good teams on the schedule, and let's see how many points that you put up. I mean, just go through it. Like, who are the playoff teams here?
You only beat one winning team. If you don't count the Chiefs last game, you only beat one above 500 team.
So there you go. And this is the anti-Bo Nix argument too. I know that I'm making.
No, we're talking defensive offensive coordinator. You're finding an excuse for Sean Payton.
I'm not trying to find an excuse for him, but I'm telling you, he's got nothing to worry about with his job.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to fire himself.
I agree with that.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to fire himself. And I know there's been head coaches that have demoted themselves from play calling duties. Sean's not that dude.
He's not going to do that.
That's not going to happen.
Nope.
Unless the entire building, and especially Sean Payton, is looking at the season the way that a lot of fans are, like, hey, great year. Great year.
Yeah.
Icing on the cake. You made it to the playoffs. I don't think Sean Payton's looking at that way. If he feels like this was a disappointing year, he will have a fall guy.
I agree. And I think that fall guy is going to be VJ. However, I don't think you can fire him. Like, I just don't think you can do that. I think the optics of it would look ridiculous. And I just don't think it's going to happen. Now, if we're just getting into semantics
What's the
here.
difference? I mean,
finding a place that somebody's going to land is different than just, I don't care about you and you're out the door.
No.
If they didn't care about him, he'd be fired tomorrow.
he doesn't. I mean, I would disagree with you on his concern about Vance Joseph's future.
Why?
If he doesn't fire him, it would simply because he's concerned about his own optics,
Okay,
not
hold
because
on.
he's concerned about Vance's future.
Let me ask a bigger question. Can Sean Payton unilaterally make that decision with his top assistants, or does he
I
have
don't know.
to?
You guys told me that he was handcuffed last time.
Or does he have to consult with ownership?
I personally never heard it, but you guys both told me that after the Miami game that he wanted to fire him, and the owner said no.
I think he does. I think Sean Payton making a move like that would have to consult with ownership. I don't think he gets to make that move just by himself. That's what I think. It's a guess. It's some sort of inside information. That's my guess, though. Scott?
Yeah, I'm not sure he'll get the final say, but he'll get the loudest say. In when he meets with George and Greg, he'll be the loudest voice in there, and it'll probably be done in a way that Vance Joseph isn't countering or arguing against while he's in there. So it depends on how persuasive he will be. I think he will look to replace Vance Joseph, who I'm with you. You still won 10 games, and you still had the third best points given up defense in the league.
I mean, the different question is, does Vance deserve to be fired? And I would say unequivocally no.
Right.
I would say absolutely not. I am not pro like firing VJ, but you'd be blind to ignore their relationship on the sidelines yesterday. And if you can read between the lines at all, you can just tell over the course of this year these guys aren't on the same page. I mean, it's not difficult.
And when's his will tomorrow be his getaway day thing?
I was told that it might be. It's more like it's going to be in person. It's more likely to be on Wednesday, and theoretically it would be Sean Payton and George Payton talking, and then Greg Penner would have his own thing. There's a possibility Sean and Greg may be tomorrow, or Sean and George. Sean and George tomorrow, maybe. But Greg is not going to be till Wednesday because of other commitments. So we'll see. That's a little bit fluid. But in the next couple days, no later than Wednesday. No later than Wednesday. They're waiting for you to get back, Scott. So you can be present.
I'm out this week. I'm out.
You're out this week.
You're
not coming back?
2:08. I get home at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday. I'm not going to get my butt up to go to a 9:30 press conference.
Oh no. That's another thing. It's like this is all like a noon. It's all going to be smack dab in the middle of our show.
There's no way I'm skipping this show for that.
Hell no, Scott.
Okay. You were a hit last year over there.
Hell yeah.
But I was on the way out of town. Remember, I was on the way out to catch a flight.
Oh, it was convenient. Oh, that's right. Good point.
Yeah, so I went over and did it. I got two people in there. Got to see BK handing out thank you cards.
That's right. I forgot about that.
I will just say this, because I don't think we heard it yesterday. And listen, we had Michael Malone on the first hour.
Mm-hmm.
Every head coach I've ever known, and Tyler, I think you'd agree with me on this, all have some sort of ego. I thought that was Mike Shanahan's fall here. I thought the ego got too big and cost him. But he's come out and kind of admitted some of those things. I didn't hear yesterday, and I'll bet I don't hear tomorrow. You know what? We didn't play as well as we needed to. I'm not sure our offense game plan was as good as it needed to be. We didn't execute. And you know what? Bottom line, I'm the head coach. That's on me. This one's on me. I've not heard that this year. And I doubt if we'll hear it tomorrow. And yet, if he said that, I'm all in on Sean Payton. Because that needs to be a process for him, I think, to sit there and because listen, when you're getting out, when your time of possession is 40-20, and you've got over half of your possessions are 3 and out, you better talk about taking some culpability, don't you?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
I think Sean, he came pretty close to that on the 2-point conversion. I do. I think he more or less said, I messed up.
Oh, yeah.
Without directly
in the
saying.
Cincinnati game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Without directly using the words, I messed up. I think he did.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I agree, and that sentiment is shared in the building too.
So it's like that guy in the movie that says, guys, seriously, I just want to tell you, I'm really sorry. So it's like that guy.
You're referencing the Fonz and Happy Days who had a hard time apologizing, which is a classic.
Wrong.
And with that, Let's Football Go is next. Man, Mountain High Appliance is the best. MountainHighAppliance.com. What a great place. They've got literally everything you need. It's MountainHighAppliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner. Let's football go, bro.
All right, let's hear from Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. A couple of cuts here, but I wanted to start with Bo talking about what did he learn in his first NFL playoff game?
Well, I think the biggest thing is it's, we can make all the hype we want about playoff football, but it's just another game. It's just another, AFC game. And so, I think in the future, it's just you treat it like another game, like it's the next one on your schedule, and you go out there and you play. And then there's nothing different. There's no, special thing because it's a playoff. It's just a football game. So that's encouraging to know, and, we'll handle it differently next time, hopefully.
All right, you think the Broncos and Bo hyped this one up a little bit too much?
I do. I actually was hunting around that behind the scenes a little bit today. I think there was a little tightening where things didn't need to be tightened. I think Sean Payton, I'll just say that. I think he was putting a little bit of extra pressure on that didn't need to be applied. And I think they played like it. So I actually do think that. I don't think it was smooth for Sean Payton and the coaches. I think things tightened. I do. So, bummer. But hopefully better next time.
I don't know that I necessarily got that vibe. Maybe you were told something behind the scenes that I don't know. But I thought that, I'll say this for Bo Nix. I didn't think he had a particularly good game by any means. But the moment's never too big for him. And you saw that with the opening drive. He didn't look like he was overwhelmed by the moment. He didn't look like he was pressing because it was a playoff game. Shoot, he freaking delivered right out the gates. And it was freaking fun for 5 minutes, and then it wasn't. But I don't know that I saw necessarily any signs, particularly of them grinding extra hard on this. Look, it's the Bills. They're a radically better team than you.
Yeah, I think Sean was grinding the whole year, frankly.
I would agree with that.
When I look at that dude, it was like win or lose. That dude was just never in a good place in terms of feeling what was going on this year. Didn't seem to appreciate the moment all that much. Hey, Scott, when times are good, man, it's okay to be a little happy and celebrate. Right. I mean, it was like, dude, I'm telling you, after every win, Sean Payton was like, I don't know. A whole year? Like, come on, man. Take a moment and just be like, hey, man, that was cool. That was great. I'm pumped. Every game this year, he was grinding.
I think some of his grind and pressure is self-imposed because of any year
totally.
he would be I'm looking for the word, not elevated, but any year that he would have a pass on would be a year you're trying to incorporate a rookie quarterback into the first year of being a starter and let's go from there. And it should have been a fun year because there's no heat. There was no expectations. Vegas said 5.5.
It did not feel. That's a good way to put it. It did not, as fun as we had watching it, just being around it, it did not feel like a fun year for the Broncos. And I think it should have been. And it did not feel like it, at least. So, but I don't know how fun of a guy Sean Payton is. I don't think he's a lot of fun. I think the dude likes to be in control. I think he likes to Sean's-plain everything. I think the guy's a grind, frankly. I think he's a good coach.
I think he's very similar to almost every coach I've ever had outside of Dan Quinn and Pete Carroll.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Was Kubiak like that?
Yeah.
Okay,
it was grind for sure.
So here's the difference, though. Koob wasn't necessarily like that in front of the media, though. Once he got out of that locker room in front of us, he would smile and do his cornpone, humor and stuff like that. But maybe in you guys, when the door was closed, it might have been different.
I'll tell you this. That year was actually arguably the biggest grind I've ever been on an offense. Mm. We were getting not say punished, but punished. Defense would get excused from practice for the entire second half of the season, and we got to stick around for another 15, 20 minutes. almost every single day. We're going to figure this out. Why can't we score in the red zone, right? And I'm not saying it was bad. I think it was good. Like, we needed to figure it out. We had issues that we had to work on. But it was a weird year because we were winning, and I've never been more stressed about how bad the offense was.
Well, maybe
it was so bad y'all won Super Bowl 50.
Yeah, you figured it out. You got it done. Next story, Dan.
All right, last one here from Bo Nix. He was asked, how satisfied are you, Bo, with your rookie season?
Well, the simple answer is we didn't win a Super Bowl, so there's a lot to learn from, a lot to grow from. But the cliche good answer would be, we had a winning season. We made it to the playoff. We did something that we haven't done in a while. We competed hard against teams that are really good, and we just kind of proved to ourselves that we belong in some of these games. But the job's you play this game to reach the highest level, and so I don't want to be complacent, and I don't want to ever be just comfortable and satisfied and happy with just something that looks good on the outside. You play this game to win, and everybody's working for a Super Bowl, and we owe that to ourselves because of the time we put into it, and unfortunately only one team can do that at the end of the year. So every 31 teams are going home disappointed, but it's a lot to grow from, a lot to build from. I'm excited where we are. Like I said, I'm excited to be here at this time because there's our trajectory is going up, and I'm excited for it. A lot of things we have out in front of us, a lot to look forward to, which I'm pumped about.
You like Bo's answer there. He asked if he was satisfied with his rookie season, and his first thought was, well, we didn't win the Super Bowl.
I had 3 to 5 people tweet me a video of Bo Nix in the fourth quarter, game's over, and he was laughing and joking with the boys on the sideline, and people were upset with it. It didn't bother me. It honestly didn't. I understand why it could bother fans. I do. You're getting your butts kicked. You want players to be miserable. I think Bo is actually more proud of his season than he's letting on there. And I'm okay with that.
I liked what he said. I think even Bo realizes I'm about to say some sort of stupid cliche. Here it is. But that doesn't mean the sentiments in the cliche Scott are wrong.
I thought this year, if anything, he passed on. I thought he got his cliches down. I thought he was smart and said the right things at the right time, what needed to be said.
Yeah, he figured it out.
I don't necessarily believe that. I'm with Tyler. I think he's probably pretty proud, and he should be. Listen, he'll probably get third in Rookie of the Year. So, I mean, it's good on him. And I don't care about the laughing thing. Once you're down, what are you going to do? Keep crying?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's over now.
The game is over. The game's over, and it sucked. Hey, man, it should have been 10-10 at halftime. You were keeping them. They were 1 for 5 in the red zone. I don't know. You kept it kind of interesting, and then you just wore down. The battle of 18-17, man. You had the ball for 18 minutes and 17 seconds. Come on. And Sean Payne, hey, we had ideas for Tyler Bidet. We never got to him. Estimate is out, they didn't get to anything.
It's 13-7 in the middle of the third quarter. You got the ball.
I mean, listen, man, they got their butts kicked. That's there was no turning point, not really. The Bills were going to win that game relatively easily one way or another. And in all honesty, it could have been a lot worse. And right now, that's the biggest butt kicking in the playoffs, isn't it? There you go. At least in the wild card weekend, it was. The wild card weekend, you got it handed to you worse than anybody else. I thought the Steelers were going to Baltimore was going to beat the Steelers by 50. And Russ kind of hung in there and had a couple of good drives. He did. But, they're a mess. Steelers are a total mess despite being a playoff team. The Chargers, Justin Herbert threw 4 interceptions, guys. Yep. He looked terrible.
He did.
Terrible.
I did not see that one coming.
Green Bay was, they didn't have the stomach for it against Philadelphia. When you look at the only game that was somewhat interesting and really close, it came down to the wire, was last night with Washington and Tampa. Real good nip and tuck sort of football game. And right down to a walk-off. A doink walk-off. A doink and in a walk-off. And, then...
doink good walk-off.
Yeah, man. So, hey, good for Jaden Daniels.
Is it a doink if it goes in?
What else would it be?
It's a dink doink.
Dink doink?
Well, let's hear how the announcers called it.
Gonzalez looking to send Washington into the divisional round. Snap good, hold down, kick on its way. It is good! The Cardiac Commanders are the Clutch Commanders. They do it again. We'll see you in Detroit.
And Zay Gonzalez kicks in the door and kicks us into the second round of the playoffs.
Oh, so this is local right here. This is.
Oh, you think? Wait. You think that's? Hey, by the way, do you have Lutz's kick? We can compare the sounds of the doinks.
Because Lutz's was a boom.
I know. I mean, that's the Washington doink. That's what it sounds like when it goes in. I wonder if it sounds different when it doesn't go in. I bet it does. Yeah, I bet it. You're probably right. It probably rings a little bit more.
Yeah. Who's the most likable team left in the playoffs?
Well, let's.
I said earlier.
You got Lutz's, Dan? All right, let's listen to Lutz's.
Can tie the game going into the locker room if he converts from 50. Here's Lutz with Dixon on the hold and the kick. Oh, no good.
Sounds way different.
It's a little deeper.
Yeah, that sounded like the big Tiffany, thing,
Tiffany,
or whatever.
Yeah.
In the.
Oh, wow.
Stronger reverb on it.
Yeah, that is like.
Yeah.
Way different.
They're
Way
the side
different.
versus the dead middle.
Way different. All right, what was your question to the worst team?
Just the most likable team left in the playoffs.
Buffalo.
My opinion,
Buffalo
I think it's the Commanders.
Okay, Scott?
Oh, I know.
What's
Commanders
that?
or Detroit?
The Commanders might be the best story. I'll give you that. I think they're the best story of the rookie quarterback doing what he's doing. By the way, I saw something that'll drive you guys crazy.
All right.
Tim Tebow's still the only drafted quarterback Denver's ever had to win a playoff game.
That doesn't bother me at all. Why would that drive me crazy? I love that.
But it makes you start to think, though, and you're like, oh, my gosh, because Elway wasn't drafted.
That's right.
Manning wasn't drafted.
Tommy Maddox was drafted, so he never got to a playoff game, I guess. Osweiler was drafted. He never got to a playoff game. Lynch, of course, no. Jake Plummer was a trade, right? So that's
Simeon was drafted, but they fell a game short.
Yep, never got there.
Cutler never won a playoff game.
He didn't get to the playoffs.
Never made it to the playoffs.
Fell apart like in the end of seasons.
Greasy got to one playoff but lost.
Okay. And now Nix has lost. That is a wild stat. In the history,
That's a wild stat.
In the history, in the 60s, the Broncos were just dog poop. Like they weren't sniffing a winning season in the 60s. That is crazy for an organization that's been around as long as the Denver Broncos. The only drafted quarterback with a playoff win is Tim Tebow. That's insane. That is a crazy stat. I guess you're right. Yeah, that's it. Next year will be different. What do you think next year?
I'm really worried about a sophomore year slump.
Okay. You think it's Mac Jones Part 2 coming up?
I'm not predicting. I'm just worried.
Smooth 6-11 season and utter disappointment?
I'm just worried.
You want to make a
Who do we play next year?
Third place schedule. Third place schedule.
NFC East.
Oh. Okay.
So
Philly, New York,
Washington,
Dallas.
Well, you got three good teams.
Yeah, great.
What's Dallas going to be?
Probably pretty good.
What's Giants going to be?
They're the only bad team.
Yeah. Philly's going to be good. Washington's going to be good.
Yeah.
It's not
Right?
the NFC. Yeah, the NFC South was terrible. All right, you got another one, Dan? Or are we good? What's up? One more.
Lastly, the Dallas Cowboys, speaking of them, have fired their head coach Mike McCarthy. He will not return as their head coach. Mike Vrabel also hired by the New England Patriots. But going back to Mike McCarthy, or just really the Dallas Cowboys, do you guys think it's at all a possibility that Jerry Jones at minimum reaches out to Deion Sanders to gauge interest?
Zero. The NFL, as we found out, is not interested in Deion Sanders. It's not the other way around. No, I'd say there's zero chances.
Are the Raiders not interested, or is it the NFL collectively?
I think it's both. Nobody's interested. The only shot might be the Raiders. But from what we're reading, at least, it's Tom Brady that's dictating all the moves with the Raiders. Like, Mark Davis just leaning on Tom Brady to just make all the decisions. And he's got a good relationship with Deion Sanders, and there's no interest there. I think it's 0. Tyler?
I've never thought Dallas made sense, so I'm not backing off that now. I don't always believe every freaking report that comes out, right? Like to act like the Raiders have 0 interest in Deion, I find that hard to believe. I really do. Have they made a decision that he's not going to be the guy? Sure, that could have happened, right? And I guess at this point that means they have 0 interest. But does that mean that they didn't kick the bucket on it? I really do have a hard time believing that report.
Scott?
I don't think NFL teams want to touch his celebrity. I mean, if he were hired in the NFL, would he not be the most celebrity coach ever hired?
That's a good question. Nick Saban was pretty high-profile dude. Pete Carroll was kind of a high-profile
guy. He would have been after his run at
guy.
Alabama for sure.
You know what? Pete Carroll's probably the closest, and now
he was a pretty big
he's
star.
probably the closest comparison, just based off the way he ran the program at USC. The Snoop Dogg, Will Ferrell,
Rex Ryan was a big TV star when he got jobs. I mean, he went from that to one thing to another.
Ain't none of them up to the ankle level of Deion yet.
All right, okay. I can't think of it.
And I think NFL teams are afraid of that, to be honest with you.
I don't think it's got anything to do with it. I don't think teams believe that he's a good coach.
I think there's that too. So you're going to hire a guy, you might hire him for a celebrity, but then if he can't coach, now what do you do?
Yeah, because you don't need to recruit in the pros. It's not, I mean, you recruit a little bit in free agency, but it's different. It's just different. Recruiting is everything in college. Mm-hmm. It's literally everything. And it's what Prime does best. Mm-hmm. He's not an X's and O's guy. Not really. He's a fundraiser, promoter, recruiter, and he's extraordinary at that. But the NFL's not interested.
For a Dallas fan base, I would say for the ones I know, they'd be pretty excited.
Maybe, but fans are stupid sometimes, especially Cowboys fans.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
They're just a dumb group of, Cowboys fans. They don't know better. Watch, the Cowboys' job will go to somebody. I already read some guy, I don't even know his name, Tommy something, I don't know. It'll go to some dude that they know that we've never heard of before. I bet most of the coaches that get hired are first-timer sort of who the hell is that guy guys. Who is Shane Steichens? I mean, I think we know Ben Johnson, I guess, at this point, but did we really know Ben Johnson's name 2 years ago?
Not until Hard Knocks.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know, man. We'll see. Who's the next coach to get hired? Who do you think? Seriously.
Could be Mike McCarthy.
With Chicago?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where it's, I guess that's where it's hot for.
Yeah.
Any other interesting coaches out there? I mean, we never.
Joe Brady's going to be a very hot candidate.
Okay. And Ben Johnson's going to get a job, right?
And Aaron Glenn.
Aaron Glenn, definitely. Well, there go the Lions, I guess.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying
definitely,
right.
But you're probably right.
Aaron Glenn's been very selective, like truly selective, not like one of those fake ones. Like he's been legitimately turning down requests. He turned down the Patriots this year already, but I know he's a hot commodity.
Well, the clock may run out on him, though, if they go to the Super Bowl. That just might be, teams may not wait. We'll see. We'll see how hot he really is.
Well, that is a challenge. Yeah, you're right. That's definitely a disadvantage for those guys.
All right. In terms of the Broncos we'll wrap it up for you. We'll move on to the next thing, no doubt about it. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I want you to know you're not alone. It happens to the best of us, man. And if you're anything like me, you might have gone on the internet. You started looking for solutions. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working the way that you want it to. Why don't you invest in yourself? Do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals, and I'm telling you, you're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. She's amazing at what she does. The entire team over at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. And what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a comforting feeling when you invest in yourself and you do it the right way. That's a lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So stop wasting your time, pick up the phone, and get your hair back. Call Advanced Hair Restoration, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Down. You think we're feeling paranoid right now, Dan? I know my Black Sabbath.
What
I know
would you
my
guys
Ozzy.
be most paranoid about right now? What's paranoying you?
I don't know, man. It's funny. I was just taking a little bit of a lap outside of the studio, and I think what it is this has been a really awesome year for football. Seriously, in the state of Colorado, it's been incredible. I mean, you start with CSU. Then you go to CU, and that was such an awesome year when you really think about it.
Yep.
Heisman Trophy, all that attention, all the winning, just the Hail Mary, it was just awesome. Awesome.
I want winners.
And then you think about the Broncos season in general, and man, they're 10-8. You had more wins than losses, and the playoffs, and we're out at number 38. Great bar there in Rhino. And we're from hundreds of people. We're hanging out. And we're having fun and doing shots and just having a good old time, hooting and hollering, and the big garage doors are open. There was just as many people outside as inside in January in Denver, and it just was like awesome. And then in the fourth quarter, everybody sort of slunk away. It was a slunking, slinking and slunking. You know how you just kind of, okay, I think I'll just...
Time to go home.
Yeah, because for all the enthusiasm and rabble-rousing, there was a lot of slinking and slunking. I'm going to guess at a lot of parties, Broncos watching, get-togethers. I bet there was a lot of that in the fourth quarter. Because there was
of slinking and slunking.
There was a lot of slinking and slunking in the fourth quarter. There was a lot of enthusiasm up until halftime, but there was a lot of slinking and slunking in the fourth quarter. But, if I had to walk away from a year ago at this time, they didn't have a quarterback. We didn't know what they were going to do. We were just getting off that Russ controversy. We were finding out about how he was, trying to be thrown out and the whole thing. We were certain. Well, I shouldn't say that because it was so ominous what they were going to have to take on with the salary cap hit. It was like, wow, they really should stick with them maybe because it's so damaging what they have to deal with. But in the end, they moved on, and, we went from there. It's a different feeling this year. What I feel right now is a bit of like... a little sadness right now, frankly, and happy. Like happy we had this. It was a really, really fun summer, fall, winter time, and we really just haven't had it with the combination of CU and the Broncos. So I'm feeling a little sad and grateful that we had such a cool year. So that's how are you guys feeling, man, overall? I think with that comes a little tiredness, a little like, that sort of feeling.
It definitely feels a little bit anticlimactic, right? Like you got to the playoffs and it was like, holy cow, we've been waiting 9 freaking years to get to the playoffs. And then it just never had a fighting chance.
60 minutes later.
60?
Yeah. I mean, the first 5 minutes were fun. That was really cool.
That was awesome.
Marched down the field, 43-yard touchdown. Troy Franklin got a touchdown. Like, I didn't know Troy was allowed to do that. That was cool.
Crowd was going crazy.
I was at a season ticket deal at the stadium, hanging out with a bunch of season ticket holders, watching in the club level, right? And I only hung out for the first half, so I was not there for the second half.
You weren't there for the slinking and slunking?
Well, no, I was. I mean, that started in the first half, but you were confused because the score was so close, right? You felt like you just couldn't do anything. You couldn't keep the ball. The longest drive in the first half was like 3 minutes, and it might have been the first drive of the whole game, right? But even in the first half, you just couldn't get anything going. But there was no reason to be down. You went into halftime down 10-7, and you had a chance to be tied. And yet,
here's what gave me hope at half. I had seen a million games where a team is statistically drilling you. And you look up and you go, dude, you're only down 4. You know, in basketball, you only. Listen, they've made 9 more threes than you, and you're down 5.
Mm.
You know, and you're like, or you're up 5, and you say, dude, we're shooting 58% and have made 5 more threes than them, and we've only got a 5-point lead. I'm like, oh, when's that shoe going to drop? And I've seen a lot of games like that. Turn around and the loser come and win. So that gave me hope. I would say, listen, and I said by then our game had started, and so I'm watching it, not even watching it. I'm tracking it on the phone, right, and it's showing where the ball goes, and the ball ain't moving whenever Denver has it. It's like on the 30. Gets to the 32, and that's where it stops. Punt. Oh, okay. But I thought the first drive they got the ball, they had to put points on the board, and had they hit that field goal, and then that first drive in that third quarter that they get it, after holding them again to another field goal, if they can find a way to go down like they did in the first quarter and score, and now you're up 14-13. I think maybe it's a different game. I think maybe that pressure and catches Buffalo a little bit. And listen, I thought they were okay. I mean, I didn't think the offense was any good at all. But I mean, they were putting some pressure on Allen. They were doing some things to get him. They couldn't stop the run there for a middle part of the second quarter, but they got away with it, right, with just one touchdown and a field goal. They made some adjustments. They got better. Allen was what, he get a sack and a half at least in that game. So I thought we showed some good signs defensively, and and Tyler will tell you this: when one team's getting 70 plays, the other team's getting 24.
Matter of time.
You're probably in trouble.
Yep.
All right. So overall,
and yeah, personally, I'm just fired up because we're in mock draft season, man.
That is fantastic. Welcome to the world of Tyler Warren. After the Broncos tight ends had 2 catches for 4 yards in their first playoff appearance at 9 yards, we circle the wagons around the monster from Middle Pennsylvania.
He's going to fix everything.
Tyler Warren is going to fix everything, including that annoying door hinge you have in your closet that just won't quite shut. It's just like, God, why don't just shut already? What the hell's... I don't know. I couldn't screw it in the first place. Tyler Warren will fix everything, including that. Mock draft season is here.
Let's go!
And so with that, we will bid you a fond farewell for this year, because we know that the Broncos season for 2025 begins today.
Oh, geez.
And where would you rather be than right? Wait, that's the Bills thing?
In Kansas City.
Okay. Nate and Andy, voices of optimism and encouragement.
And truth.
Are coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. May the force of Tyler Warren be with you. Goodbye.
Here's Lutz with Dixon on the hold, and the kick. Oh, no good. Rejected.
Gonzalez looking to send Washington into the divisional round. Snap good, hold down, kick on it. It is.
that's right. We are here. We're out on the road today. We're at the Hofbrau in Westminster, 92nd and Wadsworth. We have got Monday night playoff football this evening. And we have got the Vikings and the Rams live from Arizona tonight. And you can watch the game right here at the Hofbrau. This is a perfect place to be watching the game. Of course, we're going to spend an awful lot of time today talking about, that thing that happened yesterday in Buffalo. I'm Nate. That's Andy. Jesse is here engineering the broadcast. Spring back at the shop. Andy.
Yo.
Turns out young and hungry, not so dangerous.
Yeah, all right. I've been debating since we got off the air. I think DMAC did 30 hours of podcasting yesterday, and you and I were on for his final couple minutes of podcasting. I had to give him a hard time. I swear every time I opened Twitter, he was on some different podcast, so good for him for grinding. But we got to close out with him last night. We had a lot of fun. I think we had more fun the last 5 minutes than we did the first hour.
I think we did.
I'm not sure that's what the station was going for, but hey, whatever. There's other sides to people. What do you know?
Hey.
But ever since we got off of there, I've been thinking about how do we want to handle this? Because I'm dead serious. We all said prior to the game, and I love the you've kind of sent this edict out for the show that we are allowed to have an opinion in the moment, and with new information, we're allowed to change that opinion.
Of course.
Which people don't seem to remember about sports talk. Once you say something, you seem to be married to it forever. And we had said yesterday that at least prior to the game, and I felt this way, there's nothing they can do to disappoint me today. Because I didn't think you'd be here. I did not think you'd win 10 games. I didn't think you'd be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure you even made a good selection as a rookie quarterback, okay?
They
overachieved. I like a lot about Bo Nix. I'm encouraged about things. So I thought maybe today we should go like the positives and the negatives, because I don't think it's all negative, right?
No.
Now, when it comes to the game itself, it
was pretty much all negative.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. We were all trying to talk ourselves into that thing being a real game, though, weren't we?
Sure.
They were the 2 seed. And if you really go back and remember the whole year, Nate, and I know you do, against playoff caliber competition, the record wasn't good.
No.
They didn't have to face a lot of it, which bolstered their win total to get there in the first place.
We know that.
And I hope what they learned from this is you got to be more physical, because on both sides of the offensive and defensive lines, they got pushed around. Buffalo had their way. Buffalo kept adding that extra offensive lineman, and they dedicated themselves to running the football.
Yep.
Buffalo looks like a team that's been to the playoffs before, has been knocked out and tasted the bitter tears that we're all feeling today, and they know what they need to do when it turns to January football.
And they've known what they are for years. They have the dude at quarterback. They've been drafting with – system in place, strategy in place, culture in place, knowing exactly what they are. The Broncos are still, despite being a playoff team this year, very much in the infancy of that process.
There's no doubt about it. Look, I was thrown off at the beginning of the day when Audric Estime wasn't active. I just didn't understand that.
Yeah.
He's your biggest, most physical back, and he had fresher legs than what Javonte had, okay? So I didn't understand what you guys thought you were going to go with at the beginning of the day. That was my first, all right, what are we doing kind of moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Could not believe he was inactive.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to paint it as he was some kind of late season sensation or anything like that. But the bottom line was he was your most consistent yardage getter when you committed to the run game.
Estimate last 4 games, 35 carries, $119, 3.4 yards per rush. So he hasn't been very good, but also – what kind of indictment of your roster is it when you want to put a guy in there that hasn't played since September 29th, and you think that that's the answer for you in a postseason game?
Yeah.
It's a weird choice.
Especially when, look, Tyler Bidet, half the fun of it was learning his name was pronounced Bidet and not Beatty, right?
He had that one really good game.
Yeah, and that was it.
Yeah, the Tampa game.
That's who you're going to activate and put a dude that's been performing for the last 2 months deactive? Like, it
was weird. It was weird.
I'm going to borrow the Jeff Legwold term. I was like, all right, you're already getting too cute for yourself, and we haven't even started.
Well, I think there's something to that. And the other thing that bothered me about it, Andy, and I was yelling about this last night, was especially in that second half, those 2 drives in the third quarter where they went 3 and out twice in a row. And Buffalo had 3 possessions in that span. They scored 18 points. That was the ball game. It was over right there. But But those two possessions, Denver went 3 and out twice. They went run, pass on both of those possessions before punting the ball away. And my problem with it was every single one of those runs was between the tackles. They were all straight up the middle. They weren't testing the edges at all, which, like, okay, if you're going to play Tyler Bidet, I'm assuming because you're looking for speed on the outside, if you want to run the ball up the gut, where the hell is Audric Estime? That's your physical back. And that to me was an odd choice and an odd way to start the day. And it comes back to kind of my bigger disappointment with it was, look, the Broncos got big boyed yesterday. All right? Buffalo bullied them. They were overmatched in that game. But when I gave my prediction on Friday afternoon, I had 34-23, okay? And when I gave that, I said Buffalo will score a late touchdown to cover. I think Denver's going to be in this game. And instead, they weren't. They weren't at all in that game. And my disappointment stems from the fact of, were you overmatched? Were you playing a team that was vastly better than you? Of course. But also, you played like crap. They didn't play well. Andy, their best player yesterday, was Riley Dixon.
Yeah. Can't have that.
And that's bad. That is problematic. So while it's easy to dismiss and say, Buffalo was better, Denver was never going to win that game. Fine, and that's not wrong, but they didn't play well. They didn't show up.
No, I'm with you, and it was extremely frustrating when you get to mid-third quarter. You're frustrating. Look, Denver's defense, I'm not going to sell you it had a great day, but they did bend, don't break. And it was a 13-point, wasn't it, 13-7 at some point during the third quarter before they went for that fourth down, finally got that touchdown, then everything just kind of
held them to a field goal, 13-7 game. You're right there. Your very next possession, you got a bad drop by Troy Franklin, and from there it was like the slightest leaving, the door was just cracked ever so slightly, and Josh Allen's just going to kick that thing down.
Yeah,
Josh Allen.
Thank you.
They kept running the football, which Sean decided to focus on in his – see, my greatest disappointment, if I were to go to the disappointing side of the ledger, I just don't think Sean coached a good game. I just don't.
I agree.
I don't think
he had a
way
good
too
day.
many 3-and-outs. And look, I understand we had the article middle of the year that you had about game day Sean, and everyone's got to put up with it. I will say this, if you go back and really watch the interaction between Sean and Vance, and of course it got tweeted out, so I stopped and looked at the video a number of times. There wasn't full-on Russ or even Bo yelling going on from Sean. They're clearly irritated with each other, but that wasn't getting each other's face and whatever, I think part of that is a little bit, when you got a hot-headed coach, you're going to just get a little bit out of that. But at the end of the day, to come out, I just wanted to hear Sean say the offense wasn't good enough today. And it wasn't. There are way too many 3-and-outs after a good first drive. You pull the fake punt, which was brilliant. Perfect timing, brilliant. Couldn't have called a better play, couldn't have executed it at a more perfect time, completely caught them off guard. And then you go with what? They get 3 more downs after that? You can't have that.
Well, they had 3 more downs after that, including you had a 3rd down and 7 where Buffalo sends the house. Bo doesn't – either he didn't have an easy hot read or he just didn't find it, and then you decide, okay, well, then I'm gonna punt from their 39-yard line, which it gets down at the 1. Excellent execution by your special teams. So you step back for a moment and you go, okay, that's probably the best-case scenario that you could have hoped for, but also – it is a playoff game. You did already fake a punt in your own territory. How often are you going to be on their side of the field? Maybe that's a time to go for it on 4th down. But Sean Payton said, I want to make Josh Allen go the length of the field and kill the defense. Certainly the defense wasn't good enough yesterday. But to your point, Andy, total offensive plays, Buffalo 72, Denver 42. Time of possession, 41-43 for the Bills, 18-17 for the Broncos. Like, you leave that defense out on the field for that long, and Allen and Cook are going to expose that, and that's what happened in that game yesterday. You played no complimentary football. Despite having kind of a good special teams day, you had no complimentary football.
No complimentary football. I don't know. Look, it was all so frustrating. Like you talked about, the 3-and-outs, you just can't have them. This offense led the league in 3-and-outs. Can't have that next year. Can't do it. And at key times, it's not just that you get a 3-and-out, it's when you get a 3-and-out.
Third quarter.
when your defense is begging for you to just stay on the field somehow.
Yeah.
And you can't just get a couple of those and just give them a second, rethink. Look, I would also say that there's only so many looks you can give an offense if you're a defense. And with what they were trying to do, they were breaking it down. They stayed their man coverage, but Buffalo had a good plan for it. And at the end of the day, they were getting pushed around. Unfortunately, this defense, it would play very physical on the defensive line. They didn't have their best physical day up front.
Yeah.
And they gave up a lot of runs because of it. So
Yeah, I know it's like I'm looking for orange slices and Capri Suns and all of that, but, like, play a better game.
Yeah.
Have a competitive game. Go out there and play well. You know, you earn your way into the postseason. Go out there and execute and have a good day. You had a great start. Oh, man, the start was beautiful. You convert on a 3rd down and 8 with a deep in-breaking route to Cortland Sutton. Boom. Okay, that's fantastic. We knew the Bills' 3rd down defense stinks. You make that play. You get 6 yards on 1st down, 2nd down, and 4. You go over the top. Great throw by Bo. He got drilled on that play, by the way. Hung in, made a tough throw. You finally connect with Troy Franklin on the deep ball, which is one of the things that we brought up of, like, that's a wild card. That's one of the things that you have to be able to check the box if you're going to pull an upset. So in that moment, you're like, okay, like, this is good. We're checking a lot of boxes for what the Broncos have to do. And then they didn't score again for the final 57 minutes of the game.
Yeah, your tight ends gave you absolutely nothing.
2 catches for 4 yards.
Yeah, well, that's a lot. All right, there you go. Too bad you couldn't pull out the old
Bills tight ends, by the way, 5 catches, 85 yards.
Yeah.
Kincaid and Knox. Yeah.
Yeah, and they couldn't get to Josh Allen all day. There were plays where Josh Allen needed a minute to find a receiver.
Yeah.
And they just couldn't get home to him, even on the 4th down play. Which, again, you and I talked about it on the podcast last night. The NFL is going to have to explain to me. I don't want to watch any more ad nauseum replays of guys and where's the ball and where are the fingers. If you're going to call what you called in the back of the end zone, and it wouldn't have mattered. Buffalo was going to win anyway. But that was not a TD catch. I don't understand how when the guy had it for half a second, then re-secured it as it's going to the ground with the leg laying out of bounds, that you're going to tell me that the knee and ball have met the required – like, if that's in the field of play, are you really calling that a possession? Come on.
Whatever the standard is for control of the ball, it's a weird sliding scale.
It really is.
I don't know what it is. I didn't understand the Mims touchdown against Cincinnati.
I'm with you.
How the hell
agree.
was that thing
I
a
didn't
touchdown?
think that was a touchdown.
And then the one yesterday, it's just like, okay, I get like I definitely saw the ball hit his hand before he touched out of bounds, but when does that suggest control of the ball?
Ever since Calvin Johnson did the double clutch in the end zone 2 decades ago,
Right.
we've been told to have it, secure it, it's got to be a thing. There's got to be like a second of pause or whatever. That didn't happen. He had to re-secure it as it went towards the – like, I thought there were 2 or 3 things you could have ruled no catch on.
Yeah, but again, because it was ruled a score on the field.
Nothing you can do.
Well,
they also claim that he somehow had his leg lifted. I'm like, no, he didn't.
For whatever reason, if the official decides in the microsecond that he's looking at it with his naked eye that it's a touchdown, well, then that's the deciding factor.
Yes.
Okay.
But then don't make us live through these replays anymore.
I know, right?
That's all I'm saying.
Also, if that was a catch, then how was the DeMar Hamlin interception not a catch?
Fair enough.
Yeah. I didn't get that. Or the Kincaid one over his head. How the hell was that a catch? Also, why didn't Sean challenge that?
Yeah.
Just come on, dude. Your desperation time. Don't let him run to the line of scrimmage and snap the ball.
Here's my other question, too, with Hamler. If it wasn't an interception, he took his helmet off. Then shouldn't there be a penalty assessed?
If you once died on a football field, I think you get
You
one
let it all
freebie.
go. I get it, but I'm just trying to say, I mean, they go back and do this all the time.
I thought the same thing. I was baffled by all of it.
Wasn't there one in the who played in the middle Saturday game? I'm already forgetting how far playoff. Who played the first? Houston and the
Chargers.
And the Chargers. Wasn't there some play where, like, because it wasn't an interception, they then applied a personal foul afterward?
Right.
All right, then.
It was on the return.
So help me out.
And then it wasn't even a pick.
But if it's not a pick, then there should be a pick because technically there's no return. How do you assess a foul?
I don't know. I don't know. This sport confuses the hell out of me sometimes. We're out here at the Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. We're watching Monday Night Football tonight. So come and watch the game with us.
This is a Vikings bar. Vikings people are welcome.
Yeah, wear your purple. Also, Rams fans, come on out here.
Come and hassle the Viking fans
as well.
They'll
That's
take your
right.
money.
Vikings Rams tonight out there in Arizona. Kreckman and Lindahl. 303-504-0925. We'll take your texts. Point the finger. Broncos lose a playoff game. We always point the finger. Your choice as to what finger you want it to be. But after Denver gets blown out yesterday in Buffalo, where do you point the finger? We're talking about the game. We're not on the big picture yet. We're talking about the game here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, all, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Great Colorado business. Been telling you about them for years. We're coming up on 6 years to be exact. They're coming up on 25 years in business. And if you need anything for your truck or 4x4, Colorado Off-Road is the place. So this is the time of year. Look at the forecast of the weekend. It is brutal. They're claiming we're going to be under freezing for 80 hours from Friday till either Tuesday or Wednesday. You know what you need in that case? You need a remote start for your vehicle. And they can do it at Colorado Off-Road. You don't want to have to go out there and freeze in the car while you're trying to warm the car up. So get the remote start. It keeps the cabin will be locked while the vehicle warms up. You can go out there after a few minutes, and away you go. Get in the warm vehicle, turn the key, and off you go. It's there at Colorado Off-Road. They can do it for you. It's one of the favorite things that I've had put on my truck after I got it. So Colorado Off-Road's a place that can get you bed covers. They can get you those mud flaps, step rails, the mats, the floor mats. It'll keep your cabin clean. All at Colorado Off-Road. And Jerry Jones is a great person to work with. Trust me, he'll help you out on anything you may not be so sure about as far as trying to make a decision. Find him 3 blocks south downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find him on the web at cooffroad.com or 303-761-1264.
look, obviously, a disappointing finish to the season. Tip our hats to Buffalo. The things we felt we needed to do on the road to win, we didn't do nearly well enough. Time of possession, was heavily tilted in their favor. We struggled consistently, whether it was third downs or running the football, and then, we never really had an answer to stop their running game.
Yeah, did not stop the run. Really didn't stop much of anything. Here's a fun factoid for you, Andy. You ready for this one?
Hit me.
So yesterday, the Buffalo Bills were the first team in a playoff game to record at least 250 passing yards and 200 rushing yards in a playoff game since the 2012 Niners. That was the Jim Harbaugh, Colin Kaepernick-led 2012 Niners who lost in the Super Bowl to Baltimore. That was what Buffalo did yesterday against a defense that for the season was number 1 in the league in terms of EPA per play and numerous other metrics that you can bring up. Buffalo had really no problems moving the ball consistently against this defense.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the hard reality we're all going to look at after we get a couple weeks out in the bigger picture, and it showed up yesterday, Broncos just didn't have to face a lot of teams that were winning teams.
Right.
And it helped the defensive numbers. It helped the offensive numbers. It helped the overall record. But the Broncos, when they face – and the games that stick out to me in particular, because Kansas City's not their normal selves. And, look, VJ knows that unit well. But take Buffalo, you take Baltimore – those two games in particular stick out to me as teams that just physically owned you from whistle one till the end, and you've got to get better again. You can't have that happen, which I don't understand because Denver's defensive line seems physical, but then you watch a game like yesterday, they weren't near physical enough.
No.
No,
so, and it's kind of an undersized group for the Broncos up front, which that's okay. Like, I understand, Vance Joseph, he wants upfield pressure and penetration, and a guy like Zach Allen is perfect for that. Okay, well, then you do need to be a little beefier at inside linebacker. They don't really have much beef back there. I know Singleton was hurt, but he's not a huge dude either, really. So inside linebacker, one of the many positions I think this team really needs to address this upcoming offseason. And, we were talking about it last night. On the interior of the defensive line, DJ Jones is a free agent.
Yeah.
That, to me, feels like a spot where the Broncos would do themselves well to use a higher, probably day 2 draft pick and get some size in the middle of that defensive line. Get a little younger, get a little cheaper down there, and those guys can usually play pretty quickly, but that's probably a spot you address in the draft.
Yeah, probably. If DJ wants to take a team-friendly deal, I'm not opposed to him sticking around by any stretch. I'd also like to say this, by the way. The Broncos are doing a lot better in the cap next year.
Yeah.
But everybody keeps saying, well, they took the $85 million hit. I'm going to ask Leggy about it when we get hit to him at 520. All 85 was not there. 35 is still hanging out for next year. Okay?
It is, yeah.
Now, they had a couple other dead contracts hanging around. And I know they had a lot of dead money, but there's this narrative. Albert Breer tweeted the whole 85 was not eaten this year.
No.
So
no.
Just remember, in some of the excitement to report on the offseason, there's still a $35 million dead hit for Russ this year.
Yeah,
so,
it's
and that's why you talk about being smart with your money.
Right. It's vastly more palatable than it was this past year, but it's not great yet. Is kind of the situation. You paid a lot of dudes. You paid Surtain. You paid Miners. You paid Cooper. You gave out some contracts. You're gonna have to pay Nick Bonito. And then sort of beyond that, this team, and there were some great quotes. Like Sando had some great quotes in his story today in The Athletic from other executives that are just like, hey, Denver needs a number 1 pass catcher and a tight end. Like that, and that is, Sean Payton has the obsessive kind of drive to realize that's what he needs in the worst way, and that's what he's going to go after. I believe, by the way, it's isn't it in ink now? They will have the 19th pick.
I believe that's it.
I think
yeah,
is where we're
secured.
at. Yeah.
Ty Warren territory, the Penn State tight end if you want it.
Yeah, pass catcher territory.
And I bring up tight end. I bring up tight end because, A, this team's needed one since Shannon Sharp left the building. Let's be honest about it. B, that's what everybody's mocking to Denver. Everyone right now in the mock drafts, and you and I have been seeing it for weeks. Now, what's interesting about Ty Warren is they had them taking Ty Warren when they were higher in the year.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know where Ty Warren's going to fall. I don't know. You know, we're so far away from doing mock draft stuff. But, you know, and as far as the number one receiver, I saw a report today already that T. Higgins is already on the radar of the Packers.
Yeah.
So if you want T. Higgins, see, again, you and I have talked about this. As much as I love T. Higgins, and I do, I don't know if you're in $25 million a year receiver territory right now. With the cap hits that are still coming, the need to pay Nick Bonito, you know, what bin are you shopping in for receiver?
We had I saw another mock today. We had one last week. Luther Burden III out of Missouri. At number 19 as well, just speed and route running. Like, really, that's another thing that they need. They need good young receiver talent. They need a tight end. God, they need a tight end.
They need a catch and run guy.
Yeah.
And I don't care which position it's at.
Right.
You got to have a catch and run guy.
Okay. So let's step back here for a moment, all right? And I know that this has been the year of redemption for free agent running backs. That Derrick Henry and Saquon were unbelievable for their respective teams this year, and they're still playing next weekend and everything else. James Cook goes to show you for Buffalo how damn good that guy is. But when you're a team that, number one, the Broncos' leading rusher this year in terms of carries and yardage was Javonte Williams, right? Did you realize he averaged 8 carries per game? Only 8 per game. And that's the lowest total of any team leading rusher in the NFL. When you're going into a playoff game and you're just like, let's take this guy off IR and throw him in there, and we'll just, what the hell, we'll bench a guy that we've been leading on for the last couple of weeks. It's like, oh, you don't really have a plan at running back, right? Like, shouldn't the Broncos running backs be so good that they're like, well, whatever the game plan is, these are our dudes, and we find a way to be able to fit them in the way Buffalo was able to with Ty Johnson and Ray Davis in addition to Cook and everything else that they do. It's just like these are our guys, and so we play them.
I think you brought up the greatest point so far was complementary football. That was the term you used in the first segment, and I think it's important. As you talk about the running back position, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the Bills have Josh Allen, who may win another MVP, and they still chose to lean on the run yesterday.
Yeah.
That's because that's what you do in playoff football.
Yep.
Bo Nix's best friend really could be a running back, someone else to show another look to help open up the pass game he excels at by making teams get into more favorable looks to try to stop the run game. There was no run game to stop this year. Nobody was worried about this Denver run game.
No,
You're lucky they bought on play action as often as they did with how putrid your run numbers were.
I think they had 5 different leading rushers over the course of this season. I think Bo was the leading rusher 6 times this season, and you weren't good. I think you were 2-4 in the games where he was your leading rusher this season. So that wasn't terribly effective. He was the leading rusher yesterday with 4 carries for 43 yards.
Yeah, and that got shut down the minute they put a spy on him. Did you see late in the game when they decided to use the middle linebacker to spy him?
He had a scramble on that 3rd and 6 early on. He got pushed out of bounds. I guess they technically called that a sack. It was a 0-yard sack, whatever. But yeah, it wasn't effective in that game yesterday. Really, again, outside of your opening drive, you didn't do anything effective offensively in that game yesterday, other than Riley Dixon throwing the football as the Broncos lose up in Buffalo. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. We're taking your texts into the show here about that Broncos loss and pointing the finger after Denver really wasn't competitive up there in Buffalo yesterday. They could not stop the run to save their life yesterday, and it made it impossible for them to consistently be able to get off the field, to get their offense out there, to give their offense an opportunity. Then, their offense went out there and they didn't run the ball at all and weren't able to burn any clock. And remember that thing we kept talking about last week? What was it? Oh, yeah, keep Josh Allen off the field.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
He was out there all day.
Twice as much as you were.
Until Mitch Trubisky came out there.
Yes,
it was just
that's true.
Awful lot of Josh Allen out there yesterday on the field.
Hey, by the way, can I just ask a favor of the network television? When Josh Allen needs a finger repair, I don't need you zoomed in like it's a surgery video.
Gross.
So I don't need to see what's going on.
That was gross.
I got it. The thumbnail's ripped off. I don't. Yeah, man, come on,
gross.
help us out.
That was gross.
That was a perfect brunch time game, and I'm not even digested that. And you got us all up in the middle of Josh Allen's business. Good night, man.
Yeah, I'm good on that one.
By the way, I had to laugh at Chris Collinsworth last night when they went to do the little bit of the cut repair on Jaden Daniels, and he's like, "Give me a break." They glue guys up all the time. Stop it. If it wasn't a quarterback, you wouldn't be telling me. I was like, all right, Chris Collinsworth, I've never agreed with a comment of yours more than that one right there.
Gotta get those stars on the TV, my
yeah.
friend. Yes, that is how it done.
All right, let me give you some fingers. I'm going to read some finger texts.
All right.
Phrasing. 303-504-0925 if you want to jump in, because we're all over the place at these things right now.
Okay.
The latest one from the 717, Sean Payton's play calling's the reason we lost. Pointing my finger at Josh Allen, for sure. Don't blame anybody. Don't blame anybody. Bad game. Let's run it back next year. Just a couple additions, and it all changes the discussion today.
They still played a game yesterday.
Yeah.
They still played a game and got their ass kicked. Like, in the big picture, should everybody be pleased with what happened in this Broncos season? Of course you should. This was a great year of overachievement, of surprise, pleasant surprise, whatever you want to call it, ahead of schedule. You developed a young quarterback. You watched him improve. A bunch of good young players really came into their own this season. I mean, Andy, this is a team that like right now, at the start of the year, we were like, who are the good players? And we were like, Surtain at the end. Well, now it's. Let me sit back and I'll go. Okay, I think Nick Bonito has star potential. He's the second team All-Pro. I think Zach Allen, that guy had his best year in the NFL this season.
Might have been your best free agent signing from a year ago.
Yeah, he's an anchor right now in the middle of your defense. He is a great player. Riley Moss came into his own this year. Cortland Sutton had a fantastic season. Quinn Miners is an All-Pro, and you paid him, and damn what a good player that guy is. You have Nix, who certainly can operate this Sean Payton offense and do so at times at a really high level. Like, there's a lot of good things going on with this team and good players that have emerged with the Broncos, and they got their asses kicked yesterday.
Yeah.
That's how far off they are right now, but they're in such a better place than they were when we were talking about this team in the summer.
Got another text pointing it at VJ, as you would imagine. We had to slip one of those in there. I'm with you. We know way more about this team. There's more players that I think you don't want to see lost. It is a vast Here's my positive thought for the day. I want to jump in on Bo Nix after our break here, but here's my big positive thought for the day that I think, to me, I realize pro sports is not supposed to be about, the juice boxes and all that. But I will tell you, I saw something. So I watched a game, at my neighbor's house, a couple doors down. Was walking right back up to my house, okay? Something I'd not seen. And I thought of your poll, your famous Nate Kreckman poll we take every training camp. How many modern / quarterback, the quarterback jersey am I going to see at training camp this year?
Yeah.
I don't think we saw any out there. Maybe the random Knicks one, but nobody was even real sure. We didn't see a lot of modern players. I go out, I'm taking a walk, and out in the street, and I don't remember, I've lived in my neighborhood 13 years now. Out in the street is kids playing. They had the touch football game going, and I saw two of them wearing Bo Nix jerseys. The passion for Bronco football at least has been reignited after 8 years of suck. And if nothing else, that alone makes this a successful fall.
That's some Americana right
You
there.
like that?
Did you want to get the canvas
Dude,
out? Go Norman Rockwell?
I'm telling you, Nate, I've not seen kids playing pickup football in my neighborhood my whole time there.
That's nice. That's
You know?
great. Hell yeah.
Because I basically moved there right about the time the Manning era ended.
You meant nobody was out in the street pretending to be Case Keenum?
No.
That didn't happen in your
there was no
neighborhood?
Case Keenum. There was no Drew Lock jersey. There was no
No Joe Flacco's?
No Joe Flacco's hanging out. There was none of that.
By the way, a report from Ian Rappaport The Raiders have requested to speak with Vance Joseph for their head coach opening, sources say. So there you go.
So the Jets have asked for permission to.
Yeah, so Jets and Raiders want to talk to VJ and want to interview him.
We might have to talk about that, too. Does he take the
we sure do.
Will we have some coaching openings when this is done?
That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman, 303-504-0925. Getting your reaction to a Bronco playoff defeat. Hell, at least we're talking about a Bronco playoff game. Andy Lindahl gives his assessment of the Bo Nix performance from yesterday. That's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for my friends at Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. Download that onto your phone. By the way, you can use the code Nate. You can earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in your first week. Great opportunity to live bet tonight this Rams-Vikings game. Right now, I'm telling you, I'm looking at this game. You've moved the home field. Things are up in the air. Rams have had to miss some practices this week, but damn, they played well earlier this season against Minnesota. I'm going to watch a quarter or two of this game before I get any action on it. You should do the same. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. When you live bet on Sport Trade, no delays. They're not going to change the odds on you. They're not going to cancel your bet. No spinny wheel, just instant in-play betting, and better yet, it's at half the VIG. That's more earnings for you when you win. Best live wagering experience is with Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Final numbers yesterday for Bo Nix. He was 13 of 22 for $144. Had the one touchdown at Troy Franklin. That one went for 43 yards. Good to see that connection finally happen. I kind of like Nix's line after the game, by the way. We were waiting for the playoffs to bust that one out. That's okay. I'm okay with that. It's a little wry sense of humor out of Bo Nix.
Yeah.
You need that in that moment. 4 carries for 43 yards for Nix as well yesterday in defeat. Obviously, his numbers don't look as good as the guy on the other side, but we learned something interesting, Andy, about Bo Nix today. This is from our Twitter at AltitudeSR. Bo Nix revealed while talking to the media today he's been playing through some injury. Roll it, Spring.
You know, I was healthy, got to play each and every game. Obviously, we all play with some bruises and some cuts and scrapes. But the biggest week was just, I had a little transverse process fracture in my back. But that week got treatment and kind of made it through to that week. Monday Night Football, it was a stretch that we were all kind of banged up. And, I wasn't going to miss the first Monday night game. So I got treatment on it, and then we were fortunate to have an off week that next week. And, kind of went away after that. But for that moment, it was, annoying, but we all play with it.
First off, hopefully, was he on the injury report? I hope that doesn't come back to bite them. Is all I'm saying. That might not have been something you shouldn't have revealed. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking.
And I don't know all their injury report rules. Maybe we can get some clarity from Jeff. If it's not something you had to get constant treatment for, then maybe it didn't need to be on the report.
Or anything that would have any impact on your practice status.
He didn't look like he was playing through injury. I'll say that.
I remember, God, and it's funny because when I saw this come across today, like it dawned on me that I remembered a series of him going to the sideline and holding his back.
Yeah.
And that's my only memory of it. Transverse process fracture. He had 3 of them. By the way, Andy, here you go. This is according to Google. A break in the bony extension on the side of a vertebra in your spine. So it's when you break your bony extension. Got to be careful with that, folks. Yeah, exactly.
Well.
Let's make sure the aim is right.
Yeah.
TPFs are most common in the lower back, but can occur anywhere in the spine, often caused by a blow to the back or a fall backward. If it would have been suffered in the Raider game, it makes sense to me. TPFs can be accompanied by other injuries, including pelvic and rib fractures and internal injuries to the spleen, liver, and kidneys. I'm guessing he didn't have any of that. Other symptoms include numbness, weakness, tingling muscles, loss of bladder or bowel control.
Don't want to know about
bloody urine, chest pain, or shortness of breath. Well, Andy, I guess the Kansas City game was win in urine, not win in bloody urine. So there you go.
Well. That was pretty good effort for the short time there. You couldn't have written that ahead of time, I don't think.
I only just now learned about bloody urine.
Yeah. So C+ effort by you.
Hey,
hey,
you know what? You know what that game yesterday deserved? A C+ effort.
You got 9 of the 10 yards. I'll give you that. But there was no first down. Number of people our boy Sanford is texting and saying he was. I do remember that now. He was on the injury report prior to Cleveland with the back.
Okay.
I don't remember it happening after that. But again, if he's not seeking treatment for it, then maybe it's whatever.
He was never limited in practice, was he?
Not that I know. Hey, man, some of his best highlight throws of the year came after the injury.
Started hitting deep balls.
Yeah, he was amazing in the Cleveland game.
Yeah.
So maybe he needs to hurt that a little more often. Just kidding. Let's talk a little bit about Bo Nix. Now, again, I am not – everybody knows I've not been on the Bo Nix hype train for day one, but I will say the kid impressed me this year. Better quarterback than I thought they were getting when they drafted him at 12. I can easily see the world of the offense. I said it to you guys last night. If you can get something akin, not to the level, you probably would need it to the level of the 49ers go win Super Bowls, but something akin to those late 80s, early 90s 49er teams that just would kill you all day with the short passing game, and then like Bo did, couple deep shots, 2-3 a game.
Yeah.
I can start seeing how you can put all that together, right? But you're going to need a running game for that to really happen. I thought he won his teammates over. I thought he was not a cliche machine. From what I understand, the guy has more self-awareness about some of the things he wants to work on this year than maybe even some of the people around him have. I really like the guy. I think he's a likable starting quarterback. I think his teammates genuinely played hard for him. I don't know about all this leadership stuff. Everyone's going to talk about leadership. I think we'll see the leader that he may be bloom as he gets. I do think he understands football. You earn a place. That's what I like about him. It wasn't that, Russ, let me show up and I'm the guy.
Yeah.
I have an office. You're all going to come bow to me, come talk to me. He didn't try to pull any of that, right?
No. I also think, and we were talking about this last night on the post game or whatever, the post
podcast, yeah.
When we were on last
late night altitude.
And I also think that all the leadership, the sort of coming into his own, having his own voice and control over all of that's eventually going to come along with time. I do think he's well liked by his teammates. I think he's well liked by his quarterback coach and everything else. Like I think it seems like there was a good relationship. Kosmider wrote about it. They would hang out every night in the quarterback's room. I think those guys generally like each other. I think that Bo Nix has that going for him. Also, over time, he will eventually be viewed as Bo Nix, Broncos quarterback, and not Bo Nix, Sean Payton's hand-picked guy.
Yeah, because now after this year, now you're just a football player, right? Now the debate about the pick it all can just go away.
Right.
Now it's what he proved to me was he's the guy you build around the next 3 or 4 years, and then you make a decision when it's time to re-up the contract.
Yeah.
But he's the hands down starter coming into next year.
Yep.
And we know
he gets a whole
off
off season.
He does. Knowing he's the dude.
Yeah.
And next year he won't have to split reps like they were doing during this camp. Now, here's what I hope Bo will work on, because it got to him again yesterday. We saw it this year. When Bo keeps the platform right, he can make any throw in the league. When Bo, like he did, he had a couple to Vele, trying to throw on the run, and I thought a couple of times just stop and throw.
Right.
Now, I get it.
Right.
It's easy for Andy to say because I don't have a 300-pound dude coming to kill me, but if you're really going to make the throw, you're not Jaden Daniels that's just going to flick the wrist and it's going to get down there. You're going to have to stop yourself and get right and throw. But if he would have done it, he could have hit a couple of those throws that were missed to Vele.
Wasn't it Allen's first throw yesterday where you were like, good God.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that thing.
Yeah. But look, you don't have that. But
right.
now you don't have to worry about it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So
exactly.
We don't have that, so fine. Like I said, get some catch and run guys.
Yeah.
They've got to have some catch and run guy. I don't care who the quarterback is. Get him a catch and run guy. Get a good running back.
Next year, it's funny. We were talking about it last night. Sanford pointed out, and he's right about this. Development is not always linear. It almost never is, okay? And year 2 can be really tough for young NFL quarterbacks. There's also the part where you're not sneaking up on anybody
Not
anymore.
anymore.
There is now an alert sent out around the league. Hey, Denver actually has a quarterback, and this guy's got a skill set. You've got that kind of going for you a little bit. Like, you don't just get to automatically, okay, if you were a 6-year rookie year, you aren't just automatically an 8-year next year, and then you're the perfect 10 out of 10 all-pro guy in year number 3. Unless you're Mahomes, that doesn't happen for you, and that guy is a generational talent. Like, Nix has a lot of work to put in, but I trust that he's going to put in
there's no
that
doubt.
work. I think he's a football nut. I think that he's fully committed. I think he badly wants to win. I have no doubt about that. I'm really eager to see what a full offseason as the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos does for this guy.
And I hope Davis Webb stays around.
I hope so,
I think
too.
that's critical. I do think Davis Webb is the perfect sort of translator for Sean Payton for Bo Nix. I don't know if you saw it. I didn't see it till a highlight package today, but I did not realize the huge bear hug they gave Bo Nix and Davis Webb gave each other at the end of that game. Like, Bo was almost in tears, it looks like.
Yeah.
But look, that guy, Bo has handled the rookie season as well as anybody that we've seen. And I heard some of his comments, or I guess they were from yesterday at the podium. I just kind of like how he handles stuff, like and maybe it's the overcorrection because Russ was a life lesson in every damn answer, and you just got so tired of hearing it to just hear Bo. And I liked yesterday when Bo made fun of. He's like, I'm about to use a cliche, and yeah, we made the playoffs and all that's good. But what I love about it is deep down, he's like, yeah, but this just really isn't good enough because I'm here to win,
right?
And that's kind of what I'm about, and I believe that. I truly believe it. He's not saying it because somebody told him. I think he was genuinely disappointed. They could probably get past the Bills.
Close the book on the 2024 Broncos. They are toast. They lose yesterday in Buffalo 31-7. Bills move on to take on the Ravens in the game that everybody outside of Denver is dying to see. I think by next Sunday, everybody in Denver is going to want to watch that game too. Don't worry. We're getting you set for Monday Night Football tonight. Nuggets coming off a victory yesterday. Avalanche about to open up a big homestand. It's all going on here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, we're out here at Off-Brow today. Playoff game tonight, Minnesota and the Rams in Arizona. Of course, the game moved due to the numerous wildfires in Los Angeles. The Rams getting back at it. The Vikings obviously changing their plans and going to Arizona. So an interesting scenario going on with that game there tonight. But we'll get you all set for that one right here at the Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. So stop by and see us. It'll be our last show out here at the Hofbrau for a while, but obviously we love this spot. Hope to be spending a lot more time out here in the future. 303-504-0925. Taking your texts really quickly, Andy. I can't believe the Nuggets won that game yesterday. I just want to point out that I was stunned that despite them generally sleepwalking through numerous long stretches of that game, they still pulled it out.
I get done with the Broncos. I'm not quite feeling what was the game after?
Philly and Green Bay.
Yeah, I wasn't quite feeling that one. You know, Green Bay kept losing everybody.
Yeah.
And Philly's a weird team. And I'm like, let's pay attention to our Nuggets. So I tune in. I hear Marlo talk about how they had just come over like a 19-2 deficit or something like that.
19-3 to start the game.
Yeah. They had just taken the lead, and then all I do is watch them give the lead back and fall back down. I think I got to 15, and I'm like, I'm taking a nap.
Found themselves down 19 in the third quarter.
And I wake up, and all of a sudden, I go back to the game, and they're winning.
Played
at
one
the
of their
end.
best fourth quarters of the season. What's wild about that game is the starters got murdered in the first half last night. And in fact, you look up at the end of the game, they win by 11. But Joker was -2, Westbrook was -3, Jamal was -5, Christian Brown was, eat gads, -19 in that game yesterday. The bench played really, really well yesterday. Obviously, AG coming off the bench, good to see him back. Aaron Gordon was 6 of 7, scored 13 points, hit a big 3 last night in the second half. He finished plus 23, so good to see him out there. Another great Westbrook game last night or yesterday afternoon with 21, 10, and 7. I tell you what, man, and I say this as I always get accused of being the Jamal Murray defender, but watching Westbrook and Jokic play together, like when you were looking for reasons of why did Joker want Russ here so badly, when you see Westbrook's ability to get Jokic the ball in advantageous situations and then cut and move without it, again, like it's so different than what he and Jamal do because Russ can't shoot. But what he can do is make plays. Broadcasters always say the lost art of the entry pass. But that's a real thing, man, and Russell Westbrook knows how to do that. He knows how to – it doesn't matter what angle he has to play, what knees and shoes he's got to go around to get a bounce pass in there or go up high and put it in a place where only Joker can get it. But, man, Nikola Jokic is catching the ball in places where he's ready to kill a defense, and Westbrook always gets it to him in a good spot.
Yeah, I saw the comment. I don't remember. I think it was one of our friends at DNVR, but I saw one of the comments that said Malone was thinking about shutting Murray down at halftime.
Yeah.
Because it's just such a struggle.
Actually,
and
he said he was hurt.
Bennett Durando wrote that.
Yeah, and he said he was
had the
hurt.
Story. Yeah. So, look, I don't know what's going on with Jamal, and I don't know.
He played great in the fourth quarter last night.
He did, but we need to get past just one quarter. Yep. Look, I love Jamal. I want him to get right because I don't know this team can truly compete for a title without him being right. But they got to get him right.
Flat out they can't.
I don't know what it's going to take to get him right.
Yeah.
Like this just keeps lingering on when I think it's finally going to go away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
All-Star break's going to do him some good. Yeah. That's. I know we're a few weeks away from that, but still, All-Star break's going to do him some good, big time. The other decision you got to make, and it's when you look at that game last night. I don't know. We talked about it. Like if you were going to keep Westbrook in the starting lineup, and ultimately I don't think they will. And I think the most logical move would be bring CB off the bench then. But then I didn't hate Aaron Gordon coming off the bench yesterday. I didn't hate it. I don't know if there's a world where you can look at Aaron Gordon and every good thing that he does and say you are no longer an NBA starter. That's bizarre too.
They're too small without him sometimes.
No, you're right. You're right. I think ultimately if Malone stays committed to it and says I gotta have Westbrook in the starting five, God, just the Westbrook Jokic minutes are so good together. Then to me it has to be Christian Brown goes to the bench. I think that's ultimately what they.
Yeah, I don't know that I love that, but I'm with you. Christian Brown came out and look, he was. We were like, what were we worried about?
Yeah.
But the last couple weeks, it's been a little rough for Christian.
Roller coaster-ish.
Let's be honest.
And he's
about
had
it.
the shooting slump.
Maybe this team is just a team where you got one, maybe two starters, okay, and everybody else are going to decide on a game-by-game basis. It may look like the same starting five for the most part, but you just don't have a set one.
Yeah.
You're going to go with what you got that night.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
This and you know Michael Malone doesn't want to operate that way, but like this team might force his hand a little bit. Kind of to your point. Also, it's just again, you're a veteran team. Jamal's been hurt. AG has been hurt. Jokic has missed his time recently because of illness, not because of injury. But yeah, it's just you cannot keep. You find different ways to be able to win basketball games right now. You go in and out, and maybe that's what this team is going to be. You might be right about that. And ultimately, everybody might just have to decide that has been what is best for this team. Obviously, Broncos disappoint yesterday. They get blasted in Buffalo 31-7. It's a 10-7 game at the half. And you get a red zone stop on Buffalo's first possession of the second half. It's 13-7.
Right there for you. Just go put a drive together. Make
You're
them
in this
nervous.
Thing. You're
Let
in
them be
this
frustrated.
thing. Nope. They went 3 and out. 3 and out immediately. You try 2 runs up the gut. You end up in a 3rd and 5. You get a drop by Troy Franklin, and that'll do it. You're punting. Right there. That's, again, like Troy Franklin, psyched you caught the deep ball. Got to make the tough catch, too, my guy.
How long did his goodwill last? Holy cow.
Yeah.
Dude was getting chewed out. Bo even got on him finally at one point.
Yeah, went away quick. Buffalo goes out, drives down the field. That's the Ty Johnson touchdown after all the review and everything else. I guess I don't know. Vinovich owed Josh Allen a solid for missing the defensive hold on Surtain.
Josh Allen.
And then another 3 and out right after that, in which on a 3rd and 11, first you get a false start on Troy Franklin, and then Bo almost gets intercepted. DeMar Hamlin should have picked that. DeMar Hamlin didn't have great hands. But that's neither here nor there. You miss Mims deep over the middle, trying to throw between the safeties. You got fooled a little bit right there. You punted away. Khalil Shakir, great return. Riley Dixon, big time tackle there by Riley Dixon. Otherwise, Shakir was taking that to the house, and then right away the Bills. What did it take the Bills to score 3 plays then?
Yeah, that's when you knew it was done.
Yeah.
I think that was the one where
route was on.
Even my guy Pat Surtain towards the end of the game, I was like, all right, you all have decided that it's time to think about Cabo.
Yeah.
The one where the player ran through like 3 tackles.
No Samuel.
First off, it was, Samuel. You had Surtain and Locke that were both way off him. Neither guy made the effort I expected them to. But by that point, they've been on the field forever, and I'm sure they were gassed. But
I mean, we talked about everything last week, but we also brought up the part of like, there's going to be a point in this game where Buffalo's going to rip off like 3 scoring drives in a row.
Yeah, that was right at the end.
And it all happened there in that second half, and you didn't do anything to push back. You didn't get any stops. You didn't score. That was it. And again, like the lack of taking advantage of opportunities that presented themselves to you. You know, the fake punt drive is a great example of that. Of like, okay, you made a play. This is good. You are now down into Buffalo territory, and they didn't do anything. Like, and here's my frustration. Do you remember the first play that they ran after the fake punt? That was they had 3 in the backfield. It was a 31 formation around Bo Nix, and Javonte went right up the gut for 6 yards, and it was like, you're going heavy. This is good. More of this. And then right away you throw a bubble screen to Mims. Lil Jordan Humphrey whiffs on the block. You lose 3. 3rd down and 7. Vaughn immediately in Bo's face. He chucks up a prayer, and you punt from their 39. Those were the kind of opportunities in that game you had to figure out a way to be able to take advantage of, and they just didn't.
Yeah, you had a couple opportunities to try to hit Devon Vele that, just
Missed
weren't
him.
on the same page.
Yeah, both times. There were
threw
nice
one
games
inside
on
when
the sideline.
he would have been right there.
Yep.
Yeah, man, that's the way the game went. The screen game was pretty much that was not effective yesterday.
No.
Late in the game, as Bo started running, they really put that middle linebacker spy on him, and you saw that he decided not to run against that a couple times, and so that was just games out of reach at that point. Okay. Vance Joseph. I told you I laughed in the break as we're going to break.
All right, read those two texts back to back.
We got the one text. Well, I got to go back and find them. One text basically said, sure feels like altitude's letting Vance Joseph off the hook today, and then went on to talk about how bad the defense was. And then our buddy Eric writes in and goes, don't tell me you're blaming Vance Joseph for this. And they're literally back to back. And so that's kind of where, again, people just divided on what to blame for that loss yesterday, when really it's all of it. At the end of the day, it's all of it, okay? Nobody can walk off and say, hey, I had a great game yesterday for the Broncos, except for your guy, the punter.
Except for Riley Dixon.
Vance Joseph needs to come. Here's my thing, and this is what I worry about the most. You talked about the development of Bo Nix. What about just the development overall of this team in the big picture?
Yeah.
That defense did a lot. It was a top 5 defense. Now, again, it was a top 5 defense in part because you played a lot of crummy offenses. Let's not kid ourselves.
Sure
you did
did
not play a lot of playoff caliber teams.
Sure did.
You feasted on the Carolinas. You feasted on New Orleans. You feasted on Atlanta. You just caught teams at their worst time of the year at points.
By the way,
Raiders were terrible.
Real quick, did you see that stat? And I didn't realize it was this great, and I watched most of that game from the Houston and Charger game, that the Texans had 9 pressures on Justin Herbert that came in under 2.5 seconds.
Wow.
Like right there.
Right away, and you're on.
Right in his, like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter just killed in that game.
And you
Herbert
struggled to do any of that.
Yeah, Herbert didn't stand a chance, and it's like, oh, okay, like you did that to Herbert, who beat the Broncos twice this year. That's one of the things about this defense, that no matter what, like you're going to bring up the part where Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, you were 0-6 against the best quarterbacks in your conference.
But I still would like to see VJ stick around. I would still like to see, frankly, I'm glad John Franklin Myers is going to be around. I'd have no issue if they could get a team-friendly deal done with DJ Jones.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to see him at Cody Barton is a free agent. Again, a team-friendly guy. You didn't bring him in here on the biggest contract, so I'm not going to offer you millions and millions. Because, like you said, I think middle line Sternad needs to be replaced as a linebacker. You want to keep him around as a special teams guy, fine. But Sternad is not a full-time linebacker. I think we learned that this year.
Right.
But I don't want to see. I hope Vance Joseph doesn't head out the door, and then you start. Like again, I'd like to try to keep a lot of this team together to see what they could build upon. I'd like to see additions to the wide receiver room. We talked about additions, obviously, to the tight end and running back positions. But again, build on this thing. I worry that if Vance Joseph takes off and you lose certain defensive players, now you're stepping back on the defense too. And I just hope this group doesn't take a step back overall by some shuffling. And what do you make of VJ and
let me tell you something. The defense will not be as good next year.
I know.
You will not have 63 sacks. You will not have the same health luck that you had this season. This recreating defense and matching defense year over year is really hard to do in the NFL. And like you can look back at the 2016 Broncos and be like, that defense was pretty good. They weren't the 2015 Broncos, And while I still think Denver has good personnel in place, and I still think they have the talent to have a top 10, top 5 defense next year, they won't be as good as they were this year. This defense was special.
Yeah, and what's funny about that, I think they need upgraded safety.
Yeah.
I think they still need another, like, the dude.
Yep. They got
because when you went against the playoff teams, some of your best guys did not shine.
I completely agree. Again, outside of Riley Dixon, who had a great game yesterday, it's hard to find him. We're going to relive that game. We got highlights when we come back. The good, the bad, the ugly, the fake punt, all of it, as we will relive the Broncos and the Bills when we return, talking about where it went right, where it could have been better, and clearly where it went wrong in some cases. That's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's the new year, and for many of us, that's a time of deciding to make some positive changes in our lives. If you've been suffering with erectile dysfunction and thought I'll just put it off and talk about it with my doctor in the new year, maybe you're waiting for your annual physical to go have the discussion, why not go ahead and get that handled early? Get that one off the old checklist of the New Year's resolutions and go by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk to them about what you've been dealing with. You know, there's a lot of different options at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have different treatments that they can offer you, and finding the right treatment really is the key to truly getting a fulfilling sex life back and just getting okay back. They go there, you go there, and they've got treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can have you lasting an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Your first visit's pretty easy. It's $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. Tell them what's going on in your life and what you're dealing with, what you want to get fixed, and you'll take a TNPSA test. And if you're medically advised, they'll give you a test dose. If the test dose isn't working in the office, your appointment is free. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado, including the Springs and Fort Collins. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yesterday, Orchard Park, New York, Broncos, Bills. It was cold but not brutal, and the sun was even shining for a while. Certainly, I mean, Andy, if you're going to play a road game in Buffalo in the playoffs in January, that's pretty good.
You made out okay.
Yeah.
Nobody was having to shovel the stadium out or anything.
Nope, didn't look all that terrible. Western New York gave us everything that we could have hoped for. Guys with red, white, and blue fur coats and their bellies hanging out below it. It just, again, it was Bills Mafia showed up for that game yesterday. Didn't look like a ton of Bronco fans in the house. Buffalo's kind of a pain in the ass to get to. So that's a little bit of a factor. Bills Mafia showed up. Let's do it, Andy. Let's relive what we saw yesterday. Denver receiving the opening kick. Good first drive. They converted on a 3rd and 8, 19 yards to Cortland Sutton. They are moving right down the field. 2nd down and 4. They're into Buffalo territory. Bo Nix airs it out. Here's Nance and Romo.
2nd and 4. Here's Nix going for the long ball. He's got a step on him. And the Broncos strike early with the touchdown to Franklin from 43 yards out.
Good call from Nance. Good Broncos that he gave us right there.
And the Broncos!
I think we were all kind of shocked by it, frankly.
Yeah.
They haven't really taken a deep shot like that first drive of the game this year.
I mean, they went, and Andy, it was not play action. That was just straight drop, and he got Nix at the read. He saw that Franklin beat the safeties. They were looking at each other like, you've got him. No, you've got him. Nope, Troy Franklin's got it, and he scored. All right, Andy. Lifelong nervous Bronco fan. How did you feel right when that happened? Were you simply elated, or were you like, uh-oh, this can't be good?
Well, I didn't get the yeah. Honestly, that game went a little like Brian Griese's first start in a Bronco uniform because he hit a play just like that to Ed McCaffrey to score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Rest of the game was the Dolphins.
That's
who they were playing on a Monday night. I was like, you know what I thought for a minute? I go, okay, maybe the Bills really aren't ready for this. Maybe they didn't take this team seriously.
Right, right.
Because of all the guys getting a big play, I didn't think he'd be the one. If you'd have asked me, big play, money ball, I would not have put the money on Troy Franklin because they've not hooked up all year. So I was like, maybe this is their day. Maybe this is going to be good.
I think they had the 30-yarder in the Saints game, but they missed. They missed all year.
Yeah.
They finally connect in the playoffs. Okay. 7-0 Denver.
The Broncos!
Early drop of the year.
That drop might be living for a while. That was good, Jim. I like that one. GM. But yeah, Rapp was flat-footed, and Franklin ran right by him. 7-0 Denver. All right, Buffalo gets the ball. They go down the field. Kick a field goal, 7-3. Broncos' second possession. They went 3 and out. That's no good.
Now what you want?
Nope. Buffalo takes over at their own 19. I put this highlight in there because, Andy, if you're looking for a highlight from this game to say maybe this tells the story.
Okay.
Buffalo ball still in their own territory. It's 1st down and 10, and Josh Allen turns and gives the ball to James Cook.
Allen.
And then this happened.
On 1st down, it's Cook. In traffic, but seeing openings and being shoved, still on his feet and driving. He's got Deion Dawkins in front of him. How about that as an extra 10 yards when it looked like the play was going to be stopped? It nets 16 total.
Yeah, Deion Dawkins gets out in front. He's just pulling James Cook along with him. Brandon Jones went for a ride on that play. 16 yards as Buffalo just went rugby maul on that play. And, if you're looking for a play that kind of tells the story of the game, the Broncos got big boyed, and that was the Bills' big boy in them right there.
Yeah, I know you're not. I know you don't wake up to Good Morning Football like I always do. That thing will be an angry run candidate this week that Kyle Brandt likes to do. And to your point, it just showed there was just an anger and a fire and a fierceness in all the Bills linemen during that play that frankly didn't go away the rest of the game.
Yep.
So it's a good call as far as This is how Buffalo came out to play today.
That drive went into the second quarter, resulted in the James Cook 5-yard touchdown run. Bills took their first lead at 10-7. Turned out to be the only lead that they would need in that game. So Denver's next possession, and they're able to convert. Mims going outside. They pick up on a 2nd and 3 and able to convert. Okay, you got a first down, and you're going. Bo puts one through the hands of Cortland Sutton, kind of a fluttering ball, but Sutton's got to catch that thing every single time. They end up with a 3rd down and 8, and Nix misses Cortland Sutton. They weren't even close. Punting unit out onto the field. Riley Dixon to kick it away, or so we thought.
The reason they're punting, Jim? The drop by Sutton on first down.
Yeah, the pass was there.
Oh,
a fake. Look at this. Riley Dixon completes it to Mims. Oh, what a call. Kotwika, the special teams coach, and boy, did Riley Dixon disguise that.
Did I
The
tell
punter.
you? Did I tell you last night? He's just going to throw the ball out here because these guys turn and run.
By the way, shout out to Nance for going deep into the chart yesterday. Ah, crap. Who's their special teams coach? Kotwika.
Well, remember the other guy had to retire. Westhoff.
Uh-huh.
So
Kotwika. Yeah. Great play. 15 yards and a first down. Buffalo didn't see it coming. Great throw by Riley Dixon. All right. Here we go. This is the house money Broncos, Andy.
Yep. This is where you got your play. Sean promised it to some people.
And then the house money Broncos punted from the Buffalo 39. Hey, you down it at the 1, okay? If you're going to make that lame decision, at least down it at the 1. And
But real quick, you're so right. Like, you used it. I just kept thinking, I don't know, man. It was not the place to try the other. It wasn't like 4th and 8 or 4th and 7. It would not have been
it
was not a think
7.
about a distance, and it was too far. They were saying for a field goal, which judged him out of the other one when he probably was
Good
right.
point.
But weren't you there? You were just killing yourself that you used your play, and it's not going to produce points.
Greg Olson tweeted this, and he made an interesting point. He's a great Twitter follow, by the way. And sort of put it this way of like, okay, if you're going to punt from your opponent's 39, you're in your opponent's territory. If you're going to punt from there under the guise of, well, I'm going to trust my defense, doesn't going for it mean you trust your defense more?
Right.
Like, you're willing to give them the ball at their own 39 to say our offense needs one more shot right here? They didn't do it. They punted away.
By the way, most worthless penalty in football. Like, where do they move the football? What was it, the false start?
Yeah.
Do you literally just go up? I've always wondered, do you really just go up and just tap the butt end of the football or something?
Yeah.
The nose, I guess, in this case.
Yeah.
Just boop.
Just
that's it.
Tap it back a little bit. And by the way, on that 1st and 10 from the 1-inch line, Cook just ripped it up the gut for 8 yards. And it was like, all right, well, you lost that advantage right off the jump.
Yeah, 8. You're right. It was 8 yards right away, and it was like,
Yeah.
well, so much for that.
And they took a ton of time off the clock on that drive, even though they never even got into Denver territory. In fact, there actually was a highlight that came out of that after a false start by Deion Dawkins and a 2nd down and 13. The Denver defense made a play.
2nd and 13. And for just the second time in the last 8 games, Josh Allen is decked for a sack. It's Allen on Allen. Zach Allen gets to him. The second team All-Pro.
Yeah, Zach Allen with the sack, make it a 3rd and 21. Buffalo's got to punt it away. By the way, on that punt, Matt Collins nailed Marvin Mims. I don't know how the hell that he hung on to that ball because he got drilled. But also, okay, so this is interesting. So Matt Collins, who then did the step over on Mims. Now, he got penalized for later in the game for doing it to Surtain, but he did it to Mims right there. Mims got up and shoved him. Mims got a penalty, but Matt Collins should have gotten a penalty right there.
For taunting.
Yeah.
Been calling it all year.
Exactly. But he got away with it. All right, well, Broncos
He
take
also
over.
showed up looking like Fred Flintstone.
I know. Broncos took over at their own 8. Good little drive right here. Called a timeout with 15 seconds left. You boot out. You hit Sutton. You're into field goal range. Send out Lutzy. Here we go, Andy. He hasn't missed a kick since the Kansas City game. Let's go to the break with a tie. Roll it, Spring.
Can tie the game going into the locker room if he converts from 50. Here's Lutz with Dixon on the hold, and the kick. Oh, no good! Rejected off the right upright.
Wow. That was robust. That was bassy.
That sounded like a gong.
Yeah. Sounds like your speakers when you blow one in the car back in the day. Yeah. With your faceplate that you can take off and take into the store with you.
Give me that doink one more time, Spring, if you can just isolate that healthy, bassy doink off the right leg of Will Lutz.
Sounds like they're about to open the doors and the show is about to start.
Was that Skrillex? That sounded like dubstep.
Yeah.
All right, on to the 10-7 at the break. Hey, 10-7. We'll take 10-7. We go to the third quarter. Buffalo driving down the field on a 3rd down and goal. And again, the defense does their job and gets a red zone stop. Spring.
3rd and goal. Looks right. Looks in the middle. Not there. Looks left. Not there. Taken off if he can. No, he swarmed under back at the 9-yard line by DJ Jones. And they sack Josh Allen, who's wanting a holding call in the secondary as he pleads his case, and he's not going to get it.
No, he didn't get it. Josh was big mad about that one. Surtain got away with it. All right. Bass kicks a 27-yard field goal. Also, according to what Allen said in the press conference, the exchange with Vinovich on the sideline was Vinovich telling him to stop whining.
Quit yelling about the calls.
Yeah. Which, as Sanford said last night when we were talking, he's never seen a head referee go to the sideline.
Nor have I. I was on the NFL sidelines. I
Yeah.
saw plenty of things that you would not see because they went to break. Never have I seen that. Now, I saw one time, look, I've seen different instances. There was one time when there was a ref that Malik Jackson went off about something, and John Fox had to pull him over and talk to him for something like that. And it was like after a late hit and a little bit of a taunting or something like that. And this ref, I wish I could remember the guy's name, but he looked at Foxy, and he waited 3 plays and still yelled at Foxy. Finally went over and yelled at him about Malik Jackson, even though it had already been handled. But still, he was still on the field. He yelled at him about the numbers to the sideline. Never on the bench.
Strange.
And I think both Tyler and Sanford said it last night.
Yeah, never seen it.
You know what? Do that on the field.
Right.
Tell him that on the field.
Why
are you on the bench
wait
talking
for him
to him?
Come back out there. It was odd. It was strange. Broncos 3 and out. Bills take over at their own 27. They get a holding call on Kincaid. They're in a 2nd down and 12. They're behind the sticks. Advantageous situation for the Denver defense. VJ sends the house, and Josh Allen lofts it up for Ray Davis, and this is what happened.
They blitz. He beats it. Oh, man, look at that collision as Davis collides with Jones, and the marker comes out. And Jones is even tapping like that's on me as Davis is laid out near midfield.
I hated that whole thing.
I
don't know
too.
what he's supposed to do.
I don't either.
They showed Jones turned his shoulder. He
did.
Stopped his own momentum.
He tried.
Granted, they bumped shoulders.
Yeah.
But you can't. What, is he supposed to just watch the guy catch the ball
I
at a
don't know.
standstill and then react to the play?
I don't know.
Look, in real time, I was like, okay, that's a bad deal. But then when you watch it on replay, he did all he could not to just submarine the guy.
He was trying. He was trying, and here's the thing that I will say, and this is what sucks about it is it's a penalty. It sucks. It's a hit to the head and neck area of a defenseless player. So it's a penalty, but also it's exactly what you said, Andy, of like, what in the world is he supposed to do? Josh Allen's trying to get him killed.
They should have, and even Josh Allen knew it.
Yeah.
That's when you should be able to replay and go look at intent.
Right.
Because you would have seen, again, Jones turns his body as best he can to not drill. He was on a path to drill him straight in the head.
Yeah, he could have.
He did a great job just to get sideways so they bumped shoulders.
And I could tell Jones felt bad about it, too, of like, I didn't want to do that.
Well, yeah, he got
to
up.
him.
He's like, I'm not trying to kill your guy.
Right, but also don't throw the ball that way.
Man, you put a lollipop up.
15-yard penalty.
You know what's crazy about it? If Jones would have went and made the interception and got just trucked by the running back, he doesn't get that same protection.
No. They're down and 8. Allen throws this later in the drive because you get a first down. You get 15 yards on the 2nd and 12, so you get an automatic first down. 3rd down and 8. Bubble screen to Shakir. You get 7 yards. It's a 4th down and 1 now at the Denver 24. What happened, Spring?
At least approach it as if they're going to go for it on 4th and 1, up 6.
Well, he's not going to stay out here. Come on, motion. There you go. Get back over here.
Big play here. Trying to go up top for it.
He wants to run for it, Jim. He wants to just go get it with his legs. He's trying to find
it
the
wasn't
opening.
there, so now he's got to throw it deep to the end zone. And was that caught? Yes! Ty Johnson scrapes it off the ground, above the ground for the touchdown.
It's a great call by Nance. He's got a little bit of a shut up, Tony, in the middle of the call, which I also appreciated. Is it a catch? He didn't have control before he stepped out of bounds. He did not have control of the ball. Did he touch the ball in bounds? Yes. Did he fully control the ball? How in the world are you going to tell me that he did? But that's what they determined. They looked at it on replay. Touchdown, Ty Johnson. That was pretty much the ball game right there.
Oh, that was.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I don't believe the Broncos would have come off the mat and put their best drive of the day together after that. But we'll never know. I mean, that would have kept it 13-7.
Yep.
And they would have failed yet again in the red zone.
Allen always makes one of those plays, and that was when he did it on 4th and 1. By the way, Andy, did you realize how long Josh Allen held the ball before he threw?
Was it like 7 seconds?
6.9. 0.65 seconds.
So close.
6.65 seconds. In case you're wondering, how would you, in an audio format, illustrate 6.65 seconds exactly accurately? Well, this is how long Josh Allen had the ball without Denver's rush getting home to get him on a 4th down and 1. We display that courtesy of 6.65 seconds of Michelle Branch's Everywhere.
'Cause you're everywhere to me, and when I close my eyes, it's...
Oh, she can't quite see him.
She didn't get to you.
No.
She was close.
No UIC.
No. She didn't
Nearly
quite
made
get
it through
there.
both courses or whatever that is. Both
yeah,
lines.
but that was a healthy amount of time to have the ball on a 4th down and 1. Yeah, 6.65 seconds. Give it to us, Spring. Here we go. Jim Nance, Tony Romo, Michelle Branch. Mash it, buddy.
At least approach it as if they're going to go for it on 4th and 1, up 6.
Well, he's not going to stay out here. Come on, motion. There you go. Get back over here.
'Cause you're
Big play here. Trying to go up top for it.
He wants to run for it, Jim. He wants to just go get it with his legs. He's trying to find
it
the
wasn't
opening.
there, so now he's got to throw it deep to the end zone. And was that caught? Yes! Ty Johnson scrapes it off the ground, above the ground for the touchdown.
Boy, you are right.
Somewhere in that Michelle Branch song, you got to hit Josh Allen.
I like that, though. I had not picked up on that first replay because I didn't hear it, and even yesterday. It wasn't there, Tony. So he's throwing the football.
Stop talking over my call,
Just
Tony.
run. There's nothing there, Tony.
Tony, you get plenty of time after the play to make noise.
Tony, make your weird noise when I'm done with this damn call.
This is my 500th
You see this
game.
500th game ball right here, pal?
Hank
Where's yours?
Stram never did this to me.
Tell you what, you keep doing this, you ain't going to see 400.
You like that salary, Tony?
Yeah. You want to go join Sims back in the studio? I made that happen. Oh, yeah. You better be worried.
All right. First play of the 4th quarter, and this is where it was really over. One more time, Spring. Josh Allen to Curtis Samuel.
Big 3rd and 6. Wide open. And then Samuel zigs and zags. Slips through a tackle. He's taking it home for the touchdown.
He sure did. Surtain overran that thing. Was it Sternad that missed the tackle from behind and Curtis Samuel sachets into the end zone? Boom. There you go. Broncos lose.
Hey, how about this for I'll give it to you in a minute. Real quick.
Yeah.
Even though we're past that. Everybody wanted Romo fired. I saw a ton of tweets, and now all of a sudden it's just up in the air and want Romo fired. Was he, I guess, so I was like, I don't remember saying anything terribly. Like, was there a specific commentary they didn't like? But apparently everyone got big mad that he was saying that Broncos aren't coming back in this game, even though we all kind of knew they weren't coming back in that game.
Yeah, they weren't. And he couched it.
Sure.
I know there's plenty of time left. Tony Romo knew what he was looking at.
Yeah. I'm not mad at him for it.
He's no dummy.
There weren't a lot of Bronco fans feeling too different. They were down, 3 touchdowns or whatever to start that fourth quarter?
When they
Come
gave
on.
up a 55-yarder to start the fourth quarter, was there any Bronco, true blue and orange Bronco fans sitting around going,
yeah,
we're still in this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that last Buffalo drive, I mean, they zapped the clock down. That field goal drive, by the way, 6:55 off the clock, 70-yard drive. Denver was not going to be getting off the field right then.
I got to give you this note because you'll love this. Power of the NFL right here.
Okay.
From Field Yates. Remember the book that A.J. Brown chose to read last night?
Is it a bestseller today?
It went from 523,497th to number 1 today on Amazon's best-selling list.
Good God. All because A.J. Brown was leaping
because
through a book?
A.J. Brown pulled it out, whipped it open, and
Uh-huh.
of course NFL Network had to talk about it because Akbar Bajabiamila had it, so he was reading a couple passages from it. That right there, folks, when you want to know why football dominates everything, there's a little nugget for you.
Let's just say A.J. Brown in that moment pulled out just a ratty old copy of Playboy and was leafing through it.
Nice. Is there a place you can get those in the archives?
Would we have seen subscription rates jump
I don't
today?
think, does it even exist anymore?
That's a good question. I don't even know. And I'm being honest on that one. I honestly don't know if it does or not. I don't know. There's still that. Isn't there that top rack at the airport newsstands with the black covers?
I don't know where to get the USA Today, and I don't know where to find that. So no, I made it clear to you in my literary searches. I'm not hitting up the newsstands. I asked you, does New York was known for newspaper stands everywhere. In Men in Black, they would go and read the papers to see what the information was. I don't know if any of that stuff even exists anymore.
You can still subscribe to Playboy, but it's available online only.
Of course it is. You take laptop to the bathroom with you?
No, you read it for the articles. That's Broncos.
The jokes. A lot of great jokes.
To Buffalo.
Remember their All-American team? Do they do that anymore?
Okay. Here's the thing, though, and I will tell you this, and no hyperbole, there really were great friggin' articles in Playboy. There really were. Like Hunter S. Thompson used to write for Playboy, like some of the best writing journalism that I've ever seen was in Playboy.
And nobody ever knew.
It's the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here, and I'm here to tell you about my friends over at Apple Air. You know, I just got a new furnace from them, and we love that Daikin 2-stage high-efficiency furnace. It's going to come in handy with the Arctic Blast coming in here this weekend. I got a great deal on a top-notch heating unit from Apple Air, and right now you can get a great deal, $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace and AC system from the fine folks over there at Apple Air. Plus, you've probably been running your furnace for a couple of months now. Great time for a furnace safety checkup. They got a new customer exclusive offer over Apple Air, $43.95. Guys, I've used them. We've had them over to the house. Great company, excellent technicians. They work clean. They work fast. Great to have over. You'll love Apple Air as well. Give them a call. They're Denver's HVAC experts that care. Apple Air, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Or go online, appleair.com.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
Jeff Legwold coming up 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL here at 5. Another coach opening. Mike McCarthy is out. And according to some of the betting sites, Dion is the betting favorite to go and take the Cowboys' job. Could it potentially come to pass? Well, Jerry Jones has decided he's done with Mike McCarthy. We'll get into some more of the details coming up here, but just really quickly, does it shock you at all that Mike McCarthy is out in Dallas and Jerry would completely screw it up?
No, it doesn't. Like you said, we had the tweet. I think Schefter pointed it out that because Jerry waited so long, now he doesn't get the window with Ben Johnson or who's their defensive, Aaron Glenn.
Yeah.
So now he can't get interviews with them because now they're in a game week.
You can't do that. McCarthy could have had other interviews already lined up.
Well, it sounds like New Orleans is hot to trot for McCarthy.
He still can, but it's like it was already behind. Like of course Jerry would mess up getting rid of his own coach.
Well,
when we had the news last week that he was saying no to interviews, it was like, oh, okay, he's going to bring him back.
So it was wild because Spring sent us an article Saturday saying that Prime was very interested in the Raider job.
The Raider job.
Pro Football Talk came out almost during the Bronco game yesterday. They said not true. There's no interest in Prime according to Pro Football Talk.
Yeah.
At all, which I don't totally buy no interest. I could get that, I mean, he and Brady are friends. I think Brady's a smart enough businessman that I will at least kick the tires or give the appearance we talk to you, even if I'm not interested. But whatever. It doesn't look like he and the Raiders are destined for each other. With Jerry Jones telling everybody, I'm going to be the GM till I die, I didn't think Dion was going to the NFL after the Raider thing yesterday. I could see this happening. I don't think Dion's going to ask to be the GM.
No.
Right?
No, I don't think
I don't know how he gets all his kids in the mix. Like, I think Shiloh will be there if they want him.
Yeah.
I don't know how you make the Shador thing work. Are you going to trade Dak Prescott and take a huge cap hit?
Can't trade
He
that
would
contract.
be the greatest. Outside of Deshaun Watson, he'd be the greatest cap hit going, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
so,
you can't move that contract.
So I don't think you can move that contract, but I wouldn't be shocked now if this – I don't think it's going to happen, but I wouldn't be shocked.
How about that part, though, of the Raider conversation of, hey, Dion's looking for leverage. Hey, he wants to squeeze more cash out of CU.
Well, I mean, Joel Klatt had it out there on his podcast that there's an offer in front of Prime, and we're all trying to figure out why he hasn't signed it because Joel said it was a very good offer.
Leggy coming up at 5:20, so we'll be talking to him about everything going on with the Broncos. Real quickly, Andy, want to take a quick moment. The news came down this weekend that Bill McCartney passed away. Coach Mack lived well into his 80s, although his last decade of life was certainly a challenge. I had talked to his son, Tom, just in the last couple of years, and asked him about his dad and said his dad wasn't doing really well, and I like to keep tabs on Coach Mack. Andy, so I was telling you before the show, I did many radio shows with Coach Mack over the years. He was a big part of our old station at the Ticket. We had him around an awful lot. I got to spend a lot of time with Coach Mack, got to know him really well, and it was an enriching experience in my life to get to know Bill McCartney, to listen to him talk about football, to listen to him talk about his players, about what his mission was for his football players. Bill McCartney, he changed so many lives. He, quite frankly, saved so many lives by taking a lot of dudes that came from tough situations and bringing them to Boulder, Colorado, and bringing them together as that team that would eventually go on to win the national championship. He's the greatest coach in CU football history. Unbelievable motivator, just a great man, a compassionate man. I know that Coach Mack said things that bothered many people, and he was steadfast in those beliefs. I found some of the things that he said abhorrent, and yet I would still say that I considered Bill McCartney to be a friend, and I was very sad to see that he had passed away. I know it had been tough over the last couple of years, but just want to say a big rest in peace to Coach Mack. We'll talk to some of his former players this week on the show, and again tell the story of who Coach Mack was and what he did for people. But he was a special, special man, and the fact that CU made that hire, that they stuck with him through the early couple of years, it led to the greatest era of Colorado football ever. And I was appreciative that I got to know him and the time that I got to spend with him and getting to talk to him and talking about football and talking about a lot of things with Bill McCartney. He was he was true to himself all the way, and he truly was a great man. So
you know what's wild is that you and I'm the one that works with the CU program. I don't have any stories of him. I just never got a chance to meet the man, even though I've been around plenty of his, the people that he worked with.
Yeah.
And I told you the one time that he was at Folsom Field where I thought I could approach him, it just wasn't. We'll just say it just wasn't a good day to do.
Yeah,
so.
a little later, it got tough. I did a radio show with him, and I did a number of them for a couple of seasons. But God, we did a show the day after Hembo got fired when John Embry.
You'll have to tell that story when we have the proper time to dedicate to it.
That was 3 unforgettable hours. Let me tell you. But rest in peace, Coach Mack, and thank you so much for everything that you did. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got NFL news coming up next. Jeff Legwold coming up 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. We are post-mortem on the Broncos season, on their playoff game against Buffalo. We're live at the Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth, Westminster.
Where are we?
92nd
and what?
92nd and what did I
Stop
say?
and go from Wadsworth.
There we go. That's what I was looking
there
for.
It is. Okay.
Spring heard me.
I was off. Wadsworth.
Look, you were already in the throwing motion.
I was
It was too
going.
late to stop. I called a timeout when I was already in the batter's box and you were ready to throw home.
Yeah, no, the ump was just like, nope, that's a strike. That's what you get for stepping out of the box.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're here. Vikings-Rams tonight, Monday Night Football, ESPN, all that good stuff. We have got one more playoff game to go in the wild card round before we move on. So that is going to be fun. Let's do it, Spring. Let's go.
Let's do the high five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The Broncos season is over, and today assorted players talked at the team facility to the media. One of those players was Bo Nix, and he revealed that he had been dealing with a transverse process fracture in his back. This happened in late November, the road win in Las Vegas. Then throughout the month of December, starting with that Monday night game against the Browns and into yesterday, he played with that fracture in his back. Here is Bo Nix today.
You know, I was healthy, got to play each and every game. Obviously, we all play with some bruises and some cuts and scrapes. But the Vegas week was just, I had a little, transverse process fracture in my back. But that week got treatment and kind of made it through to that week. Monday Night Football, it was a stretch that we were all kind of banged up. And, I wasn't going to miss the first Monday night game. So I got treatment on it, and then we were fortunate to have an off week that next week. And, kind of went away after that. But for that moment, it was, annoying, but we all play with annoying things.
So, Andy, a transverse process fracture, it's a type of spinal fracture. The transverse process is the bony projection on either side of your vertebra, the bones that make up your spinal column, usually caused by traumas like any other type of broken bone. Some transverse process fractures, or TPFs, are caused by osteoporosis, weakening your bones. I don't think that happened to Bo Nix. I'm assuming he drinks his milk, but something to keep an eye on right there. If I'm Bo Nix, by the way, and I am telling people that I had that injury, I would have just gone with, I played with a broken spine.
Yeah.
I had a break in my spine, but I was
Broke
fine.
my neck, didn't break me.
Yeah, exactly. Broken back. No, he went with transverse process fracture, which doesn't sound nearly as cool. It mostly sounds like a really annoying thing to have to deal with. I imagine he slept like crap for a few nights.
Oh, yeah. If you're a side sleeper, forget about it.
Yeah, no good. Yeah, that's when you got to get the pillows. You got to get the throne in there so you can't move. Yeah. Uh-huh.
The back brace.
Yeah, exactly. So, hey, good on Bo. He was briefly on the injury report ahead of the Cleveland game. He didn't miss any time. He didn't miss a down, did he?
No.
He was fine. Yeah. Was that from a hit from Crosby, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, brutal business, but Bo Nix played through it. He started connecting on deeper passes after that, too, which is kind of crazy as well. So, good on Bo Nix. Very good rookie season. I mean, really, Andy, like for what he was, 12th overall pick, 6th quarterback taken, to have led this team to the postseason, it couldn't have gone much better. Like, Jaden Daniels is going to win Rookie of the Year. I'm fine with that. Quite frankly, Jaden Daniels earned it. God, he was great at the end of that game again last night. Made the throws and made the plays when he had to get them in position to be able to doink that thing in and get that victory. But Nix had a phenomenal rookie season, played through injury, played through pain. Again, the Broncos have their guy. Is he their 10-year guy? Is he their $250 million guy? I don't know.
Next 3 years will tell.
Very much so. But they have got their guy for 25. They have got their guy to lead this team through this offseason, through camp next year where he's going to get all the number one reps, which I think is going to be valuable, and you've got somebody to build around. So Broncos are in a place where they haven't been in a really long time.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see who the backup is, frankly, with both Stiddy and Wilson being free agents. Wouldn't mind keeping Wilson around just because I do think he showed what that arm can do in camp, and maybe another year of tutelage under Sean Payton, but won't be shocked if he tries to go write his own Sam Darnold story and find a team to maybe go, compete to start for, because I don't think that's going to be the kind of competition. They won't be having that kind of competition coming up this spring.
Yeah,
So-
you got to know you're going to be a backup quarterback if you're going to be here in Denver.
Well,
now.
look, with what Bo's done, probably just go get a rookie guy. Bo doesn't need some veteran guiding him anymore, right?
I don't
mean,
think so.
Look, it wouldn't be the worst thing if you found some guy that's just wanting to hold a clipboard and make it, like a Chase Daniel who's like, hey, man, I like the coach. I know the coach. Let me just go hang out for a minute. But
what if Jameis Winston wanted to play?
Well, I would not have a problem with it because Jameis Winston shows you he can go in there and do some things. Although now, not only is Deshaun Watson probably going to miss next year because of this latest setback.
Yeah.
There was some article about if he did it on vacation because he was taking pictures of his whatever he's doing with his new wife, the Browns might actually find a way out of that contract because it was an NFI injury.
He wasn't booking a massage with his new wife, was
No,
he?
they were dancing.
Okay.
You don't want to be dancing, tear the
see.
Achilles.
Okay.
The Browns are going to try to massage the cap now.
Okay.
There you
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Raiders have requested to interview Broncos DC Vance Joseph for their head coaching opening. The Jets have already requested an interview with Vance Joseph. Speaking of the Raiders, according to the Las Vegas Review-Journal, that team is Tom Brady's show now.
Yeah, that makes an awful lot of sense. That Mark Davis is looking at it and going, well, when I make the calls, it all turns out terrible.
Yeah, but again, my question is, how does he get to keep calling games? Can't have intel on other teams as the owner. So is this about to be the final run of his broadcasting career? You're really calling games?
Are you telling me that everything that the NFL does to get Tom Brady, the biggest star in the sport, to get him onto television as often as humanly possible, are you telling me there's a chance it's not all on the up and up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you know?
Yeah. Spoiler alert, Tom Brady's going to be on TV next year.
We'll see.
Yeah. Fox is going to put that guy front and center every
I
opportunity
have no doubt they want to. I'm not
can.
talking about this from a Fox point of view.
Yeah.
I think other teams will complain. And more importantly, I wonder, does he want to do it? Because let's be honest, this is his first year. You and I have had interns. There's nothing wrong with figuring out, I don't maybe like this business. He's not had a chance to taste this. He may decide, I don't really want to do this. I'd rather go do something else.
Wait, do what?
The TV thing.
Oh, he's not going anywhere.
We'll find out.
$375 million.
He's got a lot of money.
He does. And you know what people with a lot of money like? More money. He is not leaving that deal.
I don't see how you run a team and do TV.
I don't either. What I'm telling you is he's going to be doing that, though.
I want it chronicled. Give me that on Man in the Arena.
And it's
Throw that on Facebook.
It's going to infuriate everybody, but he's going to do it.
Oh, it's not going to infuriate me. I don't know that you can do both well.
He's doing the Super Bowl this year.
I know.
Yeah.
And then maybe he just says, I do.
He's a big game in the game guy. He loves saying game in the game.
Well, he has to. He's not allowed to go to meetings to get any intel about any of the teams.
Romo was taking some of that yesterday. The game in the game.
The game inside the game. Romo did get a little nutty. Anyway, next story. We'll get back to that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Today, Jerry Jones and the Cowboys decided not to extend the contract of Mike McCarthy. Jerry Jones in a statement saying that he and Mike McCarthy mutually agreed to go in different directions. Hey, offshore betting site Bovada has odds on who will be the Cowboys coach for Week 1 in 2025. Your favorite at even money is Deion Sanders. Next at plus 300, Joe Brady, plus 325, Ben Johnson.
So I don't see Jerry going with like a sensible hire like a Ben Johnson.
No.
I don't see that
because Ben's not
happening.
going to let him run. Ben Johnson did not hold out for the
Right.
perfect opportunity
Right.
to have Jerry Jones be his drafting general manager.
Jerry Jones loves Deion Sanders.
He does.
And that's
And he loves attention.
he loves attention. He loves to sell the thing more than anything else. We had the story this year that Kalen wrote about the tours inside the facility and everything else. And, like, hey, Deion loves attention, too, and knows how to bring it. And so, and here's the other part of it. I'm not even going to say that, like, it would be a gimmicky hire either because Deion has won everywhere that he's gone. So you can simply look at it and go, hey, if Jim Harbaugh can do it, why can't Deion Sanders do it? fair enough. I won't push back on that necessarily. Like, as long as Dion gets good assistants in place, he'll have a quality coaching staff. It's not going to stun me if that's ends up being the gig that he goes for.
No, I'm with you. Now, I don't know how he gets Shador to be his quarterback.
That's tough.
Somebody threw out there, do they trade Dak to the Titans? You're not trading Dak for the first overall pick with that contract, are you?
I could see the Titans going for that.
How do you rectify the money? Well, again, Dallas...
They didn't have to match up.
I know, but Dallas has got to deal with the cap hit.
Yeah.
I don't know what their cap looks like, but I can't imagine it's great with him and CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting to follow. Look, Jerry loves a headline. And I'm sure Jerry would rather, instead of the Buffalo being on the Aflac commercial, there's some Cowboy-related thing going on. Every commercial Dion does would be associated with the Cowboys, and I think Jerry very much values that.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Steelers lost in Baltimore. Their season is over. Russell Wilson was asked today if he wants to return to the Steelers next season. He said, quote, "That's the plan," end quote. George Pickens, Steelers receiver, talked after the loss to the Ravens. He was asked if he has optimism about the growth in the Steelers offense and if it gives him hope for the future. Here is George Pickens.
You've been with this offense now for 3 years. Have you seen signs of growth, and how much more does this team still need to grow offensively?
Yeah, I've seen signs of growth for sure. From past, the first year I've been here, just way more growth for sure.
Does that make you optimistic going forward?
Nah.
It's very funny, and yet it's every NFL. This is the life of the NFL, and I get it. He doesn't know who the quarterback's going to be.
Right.
How can you have optimism? There's all sorts of reports they're not going to keep either one of those guys. If Fields and Wilson, it's going to go as the worst-case scenario predictors, it's now gone how it's going to go.
Are we sure
Probably
Tomlin's going
both
to be
guys.
back?
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. There's all sorts. Now,
he hasn't won a playoff game in a really long time.
There were reports the Steelers don't plan to move on from Tomlin earlier today, but there's rumblings that Tomlin may be like, I don't know, guys, maybe, every coach has an expiration date. I never thought Mike Shanahan would leave Denver.
You're right.
And finally it just got to the point where, now I don't know that, especially in the short term, Denver was not better off, right? But I don't know, man. That whole thing's going to be interesting. The two true blue blood top franchises in the NFL, the Steelers and the Cowboys, with all their history, could both be very interesting soap opera type watches this
they've had a lot of turnover. Their GM isn't there anymore. Old man Rooney's not around anymore, obviously.
They find a quarterback, and they're in a division with
quarterback.
Lamar and Burrow.
And they're going to have, a pick somewhere in the 20s?
Yeah.
Not in a good position
See, yeah,
to be able to go and find one?
It's like the Shanahan thing. He's too good for you to get a top pick to fix it ever.
Yeah.
He plays you out of top pick position.
Yeah, that is the definition of NFL purgatory right there. Jeff Legwold is going to join us post-mortem on the season and the Broncos' defeat yesterday in Buffalo. Talk to Leggy on a Monday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, live at the Hofbrau in Westminster at 92nd and Wadsworth, where the crowd is moving in for Vikings-Rams tonight. Head in here, get a table, enjoy the game. Keep it here. Leggy's next. Jeff Legwold with us here Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwold's appearance brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. Leggy, the Broncos overmatched yesterday in Buffalo. They got big boyed big time out there. Yet they also did not play well and did not give them themselves a chance to stay in that game. When you look back on that performance yesterday, what was Denver's greatest failing?
Well, Nate, I think they missed the window where the pressure would have gone to the Bills. I mean, that game still, 10-7 at half. It's 13-7 deep into the third. You've got an opportunity there to really move the pressure to a team that thinks it's going to the Super Bowl. I mean, when I drove into the stadium yesterday, the people who check your parking pass were like, see you next week. I mean, they were already, putting it down as a W. And even when the Broncos scored first, they have this celebration they do after the Bills score. They've done it forever since I covered the team in '94. But nobody sang along. It was like the Broncos scored and immediately there was nerves. And I think they just missed the window right after halftime. Again, 3 and outs in the second half. They do nothing on offense and give their defense, which was, welcome to the Baltimore Ravens game plan. The Bills obviously did their homework. They attacked the same parts of the formation as the Ravens did. But to me, that was the sin. After the fake punt, they got a little momentum, all of those things. They missed that window right there.
All right, Jeff. Vance Joseph, Sean Payton. What do we make of yesterday? What do we make of what will be going on going forward? He's going to, obviously Vance, good for him, is going to interview for a couple of jobs, and probably I wouldn't be surprised if a few more requests come in now that he's on the market and can be talked to and there's no more timeline or restrictions for him. But where do you think things stand with him if these coaching interviews don't work out his way?
Andy, you just got to judge it by what people say, and now, folks might be lying. They might change their mind. They might, do things later. But as of this moment, I think he would be here. But, again, everybody I know who's worked for Sean Payton jokes how many times they've been fired by Payton during their time with him. So it's going to be a bumpy ride if you're here. But, again, it's I know he'd like to be a head coach. It's difficult to be in a position with a playoff team that gets you interviews. I mean, there's a lot here for him too. If head coaching doesn't work out, but anytime you get beat like yesterday, but I'm not sure you could just say the offense was awesome and the defense lost him the game, that type of thing. But, again, I in-house, I don't hear of, enough to move on from him. But again, we'll see. People change their minds. These end of the season meetings often, do things in a lot of directions. And, nobody in charge was happy about yesterday's result. Because, again, you want to know how far they are away from the elite. Well, now you have a good measuring stick, basically, from the season. Ravens, Chiefs with Mahomes in the lineup, Burrow. I mean, everybody elite sort of they played, they did not beat. So that's where they are.
Yeah, 0-6 against Allen, Lamar, Mahomes, Burrow, and Herbert this season, and they're going to look back on that, and maybe that's a sober reminder of how far they have to come. Now, Leggy, I guess this is kind of my confusion in all of it, is like performance-wise, obviously Vance Joseph wouldn't go anywhere, but does Sean Payton want Vance Joseph back in that role next year? Dennis Allen is available. He's got Jim Leonard on his staff, who he really likes. Is it possible Sean could go hunting for somebody that's sort of one of his guys, so to speak?
Well, like I say, anything can happen in these end of the season meetings. I mean, after 2014, John Fox did not walk into that meeting with John Elway thinking he was getting fired. He was walking in thinking they were going to talk about staff changes and he would be allowed to give his opinion. And he walked out no longer the head coach of the Broncos. So, I've been doing it long enough to never say never on anything. But I believe this is the highest ranked defense Sean Payton's ever had in his entire tenure.
Shouldn't be punting on that.
Yeah. I mean, I just, again, I don't know how you could look at yesterday and say, okay, that's the defense's fault. I mean, it was a 13-7 game with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, until they make the back of the end zone touchdown, which seemed to send the walls cascading down after that. But, again, I never say never, but I don't think personally it would be a very wise move because, you guys know my feeling on firing people. Unless you have a better alternative already in mind and talk to, I'm not sure you make a move. That includes owners with head coaches.
Yeah, we're not suggesting they should, Jeff. Just, I didn't think
Also, Leggy, that's never stopped anybody from firing anyone in the NFL.
Look, I don't think that was the spiciest interaction I'd ever seen on the sideline, but nonetheless, we finally saw out in the open a little of the shared frustration with each other, I'd say. That's all.
Well, that doesn't shock me with Sean Payton. Again, I've had guys I know one guy who's worked with him I've known for a long time, said Sean Payton has fired him 14 times when he was on his staff. So, I mean, it's, the next day he's like, let's get to work. But he's hot-blooded. He's going to scream at you if you're a player or an assistant coach. It's going to happen. It will happen. People will see it. I mean, it's just a given if you're going to work for or play for Sean Payton. So if it goes beyond that, it would surprise me. But again, I never say never in this.
All right, real quick. We saw Adam Schefter tweeted out the list of free agents the Broncos have. Who is the top free agent on the list they must keep, in your opinion? It's not a list of a bunch of sexy names, but DJ Jones is on there. Cody Barton is on there. Who's the guy they got to keep in your mind?
Well, again, it's a lot of it depends on how active you think you're going to be in free agency, and what's the plan with Benito? Is the money going to Benito before the season starts? Are you going to try to do that like you did with Surtain, like you did with Meinerz? I think those are the two biggest questions. And, they still got pretty hefty dead money next year from the Russell, 32 of it from Russell. And I think at least 10 or 12 more was already on the books too. So they've got some dead money they've got to deal with. But, in terms of a lot of snaps, I think DJ Jones, had his best year this year with them. So, and that's probably a guy you could afford to bring back. So Spartan, really. I mean, until he got here, most of his career, he's been a special teamer. He's had some sporadic starting duty, a season here, a season there. But I think inside linebacker is going to be a position they look to address because they were a little light inside, and the good running teams made them pay for it all season.
Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. As long as we're looking ahead, Leggy is the Broncos' leading rusher in 2025 on the roster right now.
I go on a limb and say I think the odds are better it's a rookie than he's on the roster right now. But, again, does it fall your way? We'll see. But I know that's a position they'll be looking at. Tight end, running back, impact at wide receiver. They're going to be, yesterday was clear,
There's no
and
shortage
some
of
of it
needs.
is, and I think some of it is maybe they were a little ahead of schedule and we all got caught up in, where they were. They roughed up the bad teams on their schedule, and which, hey, that's what you do. And they got a playoff spot. But, we've said it on this show. Look at the list of quarterbacks in the AFC. You could make an argument that you're really playing for 2 playoff spots in the AFC each year. Everybody else who doesn't have one of those guys. I mean, a guy like Burrow has to miss the playoffs for like a surprise team to get in. So that's where you're at in the AFC. And they were talent deficient in their own division, and they are talent deficient in the AFC. And that's, there's no quick fix to that. You just got to get more guys.
Staying on running back for just
yeah, they weren't ready for the moment either. I mean, did the Bills drop passes? No. Did the Bills fail in the red zone? No. Did the Bills fail on third down? No. I mean, that was a team that's been building for years to be in this position, and you just saw the difference. And we can't talk our way around that. I mean, one team has been building toward this for season after season after season. The other team is just digging out of a playoff drought, and the difference was pretty clear, and they needed luck, turnovers, and good fortune, and they didn't get any of it.
Yeah, and you can't skip steps in the NFL. Real quick, and I would imagine, Leggy, this very well is probably something you'll write about in the offseason. What was Sean Payton doing with the running game exactly this year? What was the plan there? Because you look back over the season, I think 5 different guys led the team in rushing. Suddenly Estime is inactive yesterday, and Bidet hasn't played since September. But let's throw it back in there in a playoff game. Like, what were they up to with that whole thing?
I don't know this for certain yet, but I will just tell you my experience tells me there's too many chefs in the run game kitchen. They just got to pick a lane. And look, I've been saying it, and I don't want to puff up or anything, but I've been saying it for years. People were going to figure out running against the nickel would win you a lot of games. And look at the best offenses in the playoffs right now.
Yep.
What are they doing? They're pounding the crap out of people's nickel defenses. And the Broncos sat Estime yesterday, and then they gave Bidet 2 carries. I mean, to me, that is just, it's illogical. Either play the guy you sat him for or don't sit the guy. But they did both, which, and then they just, it continually amazes me. There are a lot of play callers, and Sean Payton is one of them that I've seen so far. They'll live with incomplete passes by the bucket, but you have 1 or 2 bad runs in a row and you don't see it again for 2 drives. And I saw one team stick to the run yesterday in a playoff game, and I saw one team not do it. And I look at time of possession, and I know analytics, a lot of my analytics buddies like to tell me time of possession doesn't mean anything. And I would argue that there are moments when it does. And yesterday
when it's 2-1, it sure does.
Yeah, number of plays factored. Number of plays are pretty big yesterday too.
Yeah.
No, I mean, when you put a 4 in it, I think time of possession matters. When it leads with a 4, you are in trouble.
Leggy, real quick, because we'll reconvene Friday, and maybe you can get some more intel on what's going to happen in and outs and all that stuff. Dion to the Cowboys has apparently got some odds people looking at the books. Already the Raiders apparently have made it clear that they're not interested in Coach Prime. What do you think? Do you think there's a realistic shot Jerry Jones would look his way with him being a popular Cowboy alum?
That's going to be the buzz, but I would ask you to look at who Jones has hired through the years. I don't believe he's hired anyone who doesn't have, an awful lot of head coaching experience. And I don't know if Prime yet qualifies for that. Especially the last, since he hired Jimmy, he's really wanted, and the guys after Jimmy, he's wanted guys with NFL head coaching experience. And they've all sort of fallen in that loop, or guys who've worked for the team before. Jason Garrett had a long, the last guy he sort of took a chance on was Chan Gailey, and that didn't work out so great. So, Again, always a chance, but Jones has not done that in the past. And look, how would we know if Deion Sanders would be interested in not calling the shots on personnel? I don't know that we know that. He gets to do that in college. You do not get to do that with the Cowboys, which is why when I hear all these people tell me what a coveted job it is, I say look at the postseason record and look how they run personnel. And I don't think a real legitimate top head coaching candidate is going to take it without some kind of concession on Jerry Jones's part.
That's funny. Troy Aikman just said the thing in the Monday Night Football pregame here. So said it after the Adam Schefter report. Troy said point blank, saw it on Awful Announcing. I'm not sure if this is a coveted job anymore. The guy that played for Jerry.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how you can say it if look at how they've handled personnel. I mean, it's the last time they played a super meaningful playoff game, we were all a lot younger.
It's been a while. Jeff
I
Legwold.
wasn't even in the media.
By the way, Leggy, if your buddy has been fired 14 times by Sean Payton, how many times have you quit the Kreckman and Lindahl show?
Yeah.
Oh, not once. I'm in till the end.
Well, that makes me feel bad. I fired you 3 times this interview.
I was going to say, man, get yourself some self-respect, Leggy. Come on.
Hey, check your text there, Legwald.
Yeah, well, usually when I see the eye roll, I know what's coming, so I'm prepared.
Jeff Legwald, everybody. He's with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Leggy, good work. We'll talk to you Friday.
Yeah, and if anybody needs any tips on how you do Buffalo, Orlando, Denver, I'm your guy. I'll tell you how to do it.
Sounds delightful.
How much sleep have you had, man?
Yeah.
You doing okay?
Hey, at least they sent you to a warm destination before bringing you home.
Yeah, it's a little frosty in Buffalo this morning. They're lucky they didn't play the game today. I'll just say that.
All right. Well, I don't know if that would have helped or hurt. Jeff Legwald, everyone. ESPN. All right. By the way, ESPN tonight has Vikings and Rams in the final wild card playoff game. Kreckman and Lindahl, a little preview of that when we return live at the Hofbrau 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. Ken Harrell's joint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's the new year, and for many of us, that's a time of deciding to make some positive changes in our lives. If you've been suffering with erectile dysfunction and thought I'll just put it off and talk about it with my doctor in the new year, maybe you're waiting for your annual physical to go have the discussion, why not go ahead and get that handled early? Get that one off the old checklist of the New Year's resolutions and go by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk to them about what you've been dealing with. You know, there's a lot of different options at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have different treatments that they can offer you, and finding the right treatment really is the key to truly getting a fulfilling sex life back and just getting okay back. They go there, you go there, and they've got treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can have you lasting an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Your first visit's pretty easy. It's $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. Tell them what's going on in your life and what you're dealing with, what you want to get fixed, and you'll take a TNPSA test. And if you're medically advised, they'll give you a test dose. If the test dose isn't working in the office, your appointment is free. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado, including the Springs and Fort Collins. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, it's Craig and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're out here at the Hofbrau in Westminster, 92nd and Wadsworth. It is Denver's favorite Vikings bar tonight. Minnesota, I was going to say at L.A., but they're playing L.A. in Arizona. Ken Harrell, he is the owner and proprietor of the Hofbrau. Ken, you guys are a Vikings bar.
Kind of, yep, for sure.
I haven't seen anybody in a Viking helmet here.
No Viking helmets. They have Viking hats, Viking sweatshirts.
Yeah.
You know, we're Broncos and Vikings. It's kind of like having two sons. You don't have a favorite. You can't, or at least you can't say you have a favorite.
Hey, what'd you call me? I'll have to show you the text I just got from Nate. Anyway, all right. Did you miss us a couple weeks ago? Were you sad when we had to leave?
My Monday was just
You had a week
I was
off
off
from
kilter.
us.
It was off kilter.
Yeah.
It was.
Did you hear our show when we left here, though?
It was a disaster.
2 weeks ago?
No.
No, you didn't hear when it all didn't work?
Oh yeah, I was here. I was here. I was here. He was running out. He was running out the door, and I was talking to you, and you were packing your stuff. Yeah, I was here for that.
Yeah, and then we basically did drive-by play-by-play.
Yeah, I was here for that.
We discussed traffic patterns of the greater Denver
Which
metro
way,
area.
if you had to go to Park Meadows Mall, which way would you have gone? I chose 25. He decided to go 70 to 470.
Yeah.
And we both got there about the same time, but he had a head start.
I did leave earlier.
Yeah, I'll probably. Oh, it's tough. I mean, because of the time you're going, it's not a good choice either way. There's no real easy way of getting there.
I hold a hard grudge against I-25. I hang on to that. Like Sean Payton, I have fired I-25 many dozens of times.
We all have, especially right about Alameda for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Hey, let's talk big picture real quick, because Nate and I were talking about yesterday didn't go the way we wanted to, but I think most Bronco fans knew what we had signed up for. Now, in your heart, you want to believe your team's going to come out, and enough of the national media was talking about this could be an upset, this, that, the other. What have you known as a business owner? I mean, you've made plenty of money off of football Sundays. What did this fall do for your business and just what you saw in this fan base again?
Well, I mean, Nate and I were talking during the break. I mean, this place was mayhem yesterday. It was packed. It was great. Everybody came in. They were cheerful. I mean, we had some people that didn't want to wait to even try to get a table. So it was the best Saturday we've actually had, or best Bronco game we've actually had since I think the AFC Championship game before they went to the last Super Bowl. People were just excited. It's fun to have something to look forward to on Sundays. You know, in the past couple of years, by week 8 or 9,
Halloween, man.
By as a business owner in week 8 or 9, you see your business kind of start to drop off because you're already 0 or 3-6 and not showing any signs of life.
Yeah.
And so from a business standpoint, you know, before the last 9 years, we were very lucky in the Denver area because, I mean, I think back at what the Cleveland people have gone through for the last 30 years. You know, at the beginning of the season, everybody's all ready to go for it, but by week 8, 9, oh, here we go again. It's kind of like our Rockies seasons around here.
No, it's you think of football, and like we've been blessed with what the Avalanche have done, with Jokic and the Nuggets have done in recent years, and that's been great. But like football is the best, you know, gathering, communal kind of game. A place like the Hofbrau is the best place to do that. You come out, you get some food, you have a few drinks, you sit around the table, you get rowdy. Like when the Broncos are mediocre, as they have been for so long, there is a trickle-down impact in the community to all of that.
A huge financial impact. And the other thing about football versus the Avalanche and the Nuggets, as you were talking about, you got to remember there's only 17 games.
Right.
There's only 17 chances to get together, like you were talking about. It's an event. And get together with families, so to speak. You know, with the Nuggets and the Avalanche, you got 82 games. Right. So it's until the playoff season starts, and then you get into that aspect of it, it's not nearly the same. But we have the same atmosphere, and we have had the same atmosphere when the Nuggets were going to the championship and the Avalanche were going to the championship. But you've got 17 weeks to get it all in, you know, and this is where you do it.
All right, you weren't. I don't think any of us were truly nervous yesterday because I didn't really think at the end of the day it was going to go our way. I thought even if they played well, Buffalo would find a way to win that because they've been building for the Super Bowl. You got your Vikings pullover on. We told everybody on the commercial all week, this is a Vikings bar. You've got allegiance to them. How nervous are you tonight? Because technically you're the 14-win team.
No, you're right. And, you know, people ask me, are you a Vikings fan or a Bronco fan? As I was talking to Nate, it's like if you got 2 kids, which one's your favorite? You know, you can't split the baby.
Yeah.
You know, I've got an NFC team. I grew up as a little kid in Minnesota, and that's the only team we got to watch. But then we moved back to Colorado in the mid '70s, and then the Broncos were big. My senior year in high school is the year they went to their first Super Bowl. So, but we do have a good, strong Vikings crowd, and I'm not as nervous this week as I was last week going against Detroit. I'll tell you that. I think we got a good shot tonight, being on a quote unquote neutral field. But I was feeling good even before that. So
Look at this.
We're looking forward to it.
No Sam Darnold worries here at all.
No,
from our
none
guy.
whatsoever. Nothing but confidence.
Well, I think he got it out. Hopefully, he got it out of his system yesterday
That's
or
got
last
house
week.
money for the Vikings.
Exactly.
Really, it's
Well, it's house money for the Broncos yesterday.
There's house money all over the place.
Exactly.
Darnold as your quarterback. You're at 6.5
Exactly.
as your total, and look at that, 14 wins.
Can I get a loan of this house money everyone's got?
Ken Harrell, everybody at the Hofbrau, 92nd at Wadsworth in Westminster. Ken, it was great to be out here the entire football season.
It was
Thank
good to see you guys again this week,
so
too.
much, and we
there'll
can't wait to be
there'll
back.
be other things we'll do.
Good.
I mean,
I got ideas.
Oh, I
Good.
know you. Yeah, we got the draft coming up
Good.
and stuff like that. So this is not. Andy and
It's
I've been
not
doing
goodbye.
this for Andy and I've been doing this for 10+ years. So.
Excellent. Ken Harrell, everybody, here
Thanks,
at the
guys.
Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. Always great to come out here to Ken's
Hey, hopefully
place.
you and I get to do it for 10+ years. Hey, none of my shows have been 10+ years with him. It's been 5 different versions of my show.
It's never doesn't happen in our business, my friend.
I've been here with Treadwell. Yeah, Treadwell, Romy and Jeff, Jeb, Putz here. We had Ed out here one time, and then Tyler and Stout and I did a show because Tyler wouldn't show up. Yeah, Treadwell. So there you go.
Going way back.
Now you want to go through your co-host? No.
Good God. Be here until tomorrow.
Yeah.
If I list off all those yutzes. Hey, Good Times Bambino Burgers are legendary in Colorado. In fact, they're so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with an all-new Bambino. That's the Bambino Supremo. Bacon, melted white American cheese, and, of course, all natural beef. The new Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times. Andy, who you taking tonight, Minnesota or the Rams?
You know, I was feeling Minnesota this whole time, and I was watching SportsCenter this morning, and they were talking about how good Stafford is in games like this. And it gave me a pause.
Yeah.
And it really got down to I was giving Ken kind of a hard time. Look, I like Sam Darnold. I told you, that was the guy I kind of wanted out of that draft. Boy, I don't know if I want to bet against Stafford and his experience in this situation.
Yeah.
How good do you think the Minnesota defense is? I haven't given you an answer because I'm still undecided, but I guess I'm leaning Rams all of a sudden.
I think it's a good defense. And I think Flores is arguably the best defensive coordinator in the NFL today. The problem is that Flores' entire thing is kind of like VJ. He wants to get after you. Stafford's seen it all, man.
I know.
You
I
can't
don't want to
trip
bet
him
against
up.
him. Like, I'm not taking him over Darnold, right? I'm taking him over Darnold.
Obviously.
How are you going to bet?
Stafford threw 4 touchdowns earlier this season when they beat Minnesota. I'm going to roll with the Rams tonight. I think that they get this victory in Arizona. You know, people bring up a neutral field situation. It's kind of always neutral at SoFi.
Well, that's a good point, too. And then on Good Morning Football, Schrager claims, and I don't know how he knows, but look, that has been around the NFL an awful lot. Whole lot of Midwestern out there.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of snowbirds from the upper Midwest that may be in Arizona waiting to go root for their team that didn't think they'd get a chance to see them.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Viking fans in the building, but there always is. That's nothing new for the Rams to deal with. I'll take LA to get this one and then head to Philadelphia to get us the final matchup here. That's going to do it for us here this afternoon. Thank you so much to Ken Harrell and everybody at the Hofbrau and our great listeners that have been coming out to the Hofbrau all year long.
Happy belated birthday to Carrie. I guess she had her and Melinda's there. And
all right, see, everyone's here.
Storch
man.
is showing up this year. Marie,
the crew is here.
Our Twitchers are big. Travel to the bar, people.
We appreciate that. They're our kind of people. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to talking to you then. Thanks again to Jeff Legwald. He was with us. Spring doing great work as always. Jesse Trujillo, freshly back from Buffalo, and here engineering the broadcast, all thought out. Good job by Jesse. For Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. The Blitz.